everybody watching on our Kansas City Chiefs channel and our Dallas Cowboys channel. Jace Andrews alongside Tom Downey here with you for live 2024 NFL Draft coverage. We've got you covered for every single pick all night long, and of course, all throughout the weekend from rounds 1 through round 7. We've got analysis on every single pick. Obviously, we are live right now on the Chat Sports main channel, but wanted to make sure we included all of our other channels as well. So Tom, host of the Cowboys, I'm with the Chiefs. Now we're both live here on main channel and talking about the 2024 draft. And hey, I think it's one of the best days of the year for the NFL right now, right?
Yes, it is. So simulcast for now here until pick 17, 18, somewhere in that range for the Cowboys, depending on timing, and till about pick 28, 29, somewhere in that range for Jace over on our Chiefs channel. So we'll have some fun for the entirety of tonight's NFL draft with about a half hour to go.
That's pretty good. Why don't we get this draft started? If you are in the chat, shout out your city. Where are you watching today's live stream from? Because we've got sports fans all across the globe. What's the coolest place you're watching from? How about that? We got El Paso, Texas in the chat, Duncan, Oklahoma, Galesburg, Illinois, Newport, Virginia, Tim Weaver from Indy, Jasper, Alabama, and Trini Blood from Toronto. And then we got one saying Würzburg, Germany. What are you seeing over there, Tom?
I'm seeing St. Louis, San Antonio, New Jersey, Cincinnati, Connecticut, Charlotte, North Carolina, Oxford, North Carolina, Seattle, El Paso, Japan, Bartlesville, Monroe, Michigan, Raceland, Kentucky, Japan, Niagara Falls, H-Town, St. Louis, Rutherford, New Jersey, Germany's in there, Roseville, Carlsbad, another Austria, nice, Mongolia in there, UK going international today. Love to see it. Pinkton, Overpeck, Louisiana, Austria. My guy CJ DeYoung super chatting on Cowboys, saying he's over in El Paso watching on the Cowboys Report. Thanks, CJ. I appreciate that. Just a $2 one, but thank you. Naples, Reston, Norwich, Yukon, McAllen, Texas, Fayetteville, Tennessee, Indianapolis as well.
Over on the Chiefs channel, we got people from Minneapolis, Tonganoxie, my guy Paul Amos, Ottawa, Kansas from Airman Cole, Glow King from Chihuahua, South Carolina, Larry Shelton living in Houston, Texas, but born in Kansas City. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us right here on our live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. We will have every single pick and analysis for every single player. Let's talk the draft order for tonight, bringing up everything. Obviously, 1, 2, and 3, Bears, Commanders, Patriots. You have to expect a quarterback for each one of those three. Past that, though, that's where the fun begins. We got the Cardinals, who we expect to be Marvin Harrison Jr., and then 5, 6, 7, and 8. Chargers, Giants, Titans, Falcons. 3 of these guys have been mentioned in trade talks. Chargers could trade back. Giants could trade up. Falcons could trade back. Titans seem to be pretty locked in at 7, but you never really know. And then 9 and 10 with the Bears and Jets. Bears have really talked a lot about Rome Odunze, but they're obviously listening to any offers that are out there. So the top 10, very interesting, I think, past about 4-ish.
Yeah.
That's where things start to get a little more interesting. Jimmy Fowler comes on saying, after asking around, pretty clear much of the top 10 is at least moderately open for business on a potential trade back. Here is 3 through 10 and what they are willing to do right now. Patriots are open to trading. Cardinals are open to trading. The Chargers, 7 to 11. They have a specific range that they're willing to go back to.
Well, no, he meant that they were open like 7-11 is open.
That's.
How do you guys not get that immediately? There's like 100 of them around the office.
I don't know, man. Oh, well. All right, well, take my youngest. I don't know. Titans, willing to listen, soft open. Falcons, Bears, and Jets are all open. So I'm assuming then the Chargers are extra open. Is that what that means?
Exactly. They're the one that actually
Already
wants
open,
to trade
correct.
down. Everyone else will be like, well, make us an offer. Yeah. It's a little bit whatever.
All right, there you go. If you're watching right now, you want to get on the show, we got a bunch of different ways you can do that. Hit the like button first of all. I just did a Bean Boozled. Got liver and onions. It's not great. I can still taste it. I would like to get that out of my mouth. Number 10, talk about your team. We're going to be talking about a bunch of different teams. If you want to get on the show, we want you to talk about yours. Guess what? A $10 super chat, we can get that. $20, you're going to get on your super raffle. We've got raffles for every single team there. So if you're the winner, you're going to get a pretty good prize pack for stuff from your team, along with some chat sports items, and then some tortilla slaps for $50. Still didn't have one of those while I've been on, and I really want to see at least somebody get slapped, even if that is me. Plus, Our MVP tonight going to get a jersey of whichever team of you're choosing for their draft pick tonight. That is the highest Super or Venmo for today. So getting on the show, pretty easy there, getting on with those Super Chats. And 24 minutes to go. It's a good time.
Closer to the likes on the Chat Sports stream. We're a little under 400 away from me to do another Bean Boozled, which will be fun.
Yeah, maybe you can get some liver and onions there. Lord Buddy Bear with a $2 Super Chat saying, does Parsons get moved tonight, Tom?
No.
There you go. Kurgan with a $5 Super Chat saying, or actually, he got a little sticker there. Sheba Dog clapping his hands. Kurgan, we will clap our hands for you. We appreciate you. Hey, Kurgan's the MVP.
He has a sizable lead for it. Sizable lead.
Pretty good.
Yep.
CJ DeYoung also coming in here, coming in from Cowboys, I believe. Here in the Cowboys report, El Paso.
Thank you, CJ.
We don't wife these 304s, $5 Super Chat saying, would you rather listen to draft coverage by Stephen A. and Skip or Broussard and Bart Scott?
Yeah, it's a trick question. You'd rather listen to Chat Sports.
That was my answer, too.
Good job, Producer Jack. The answer is Broussard and Scott, because Scott at least knows ball a little bit.
Chris B., $2 saying, I'd say more than 60% Cowboys trade back. Tom?
Depends on how the board falls. You know, if a Barton or Fautanu's there, I think they stay. Otherwise, I think there's a really good chance they trade back and get more assets, which they need.
I'll let you read this next one, Tom, because I obviously didn't get the joke.
Tom, there's still child labor laws in this country, 7-Eleven. He's calling you a child.
I am.
Is what he's doing.
This is what I am. And then back on the chat sport, Kurgan saying Houston Texans, $20. I believe he wants us to talk about the Houston Texans who acquired Stephon Diggs.
Sure, we can do that. He's also into the raffle, another entry for him. He's got a couple of those.
I think he may win the MVP in the raffle.
We won't really get to talk about Houston, I don't think, today.
At least not today. Yeah.
There's no first-round pick for them.
Their first-round pick was Stephon Diggs, basically.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they did all those weird, wacky moves to go get Diggs in the end. I think they'll probably, like, a linebacker makes sense to me. I think if they think one of those guys can be like similar to their version of Fred Warner, I think that would be appealing to them. Corner still stands out depending on how the board falls. It's tough to know, like, what's the team in the 40s going to do? I don't know. Let's see how it all plays out in the end.
I mean, the good thing for the Houston Texans is last year in this spot it was, you have to get a quarterback. You have to get this. If you get this. Now it's, you got a lot of good places. Maybe linebacker when you get to your pick in the 40s. But 1 year split, that's a pretty good way to do that for the Houston Texans. So pretty good for them. Let's take a look at some quarterbacks not named Caleb Williams and maybe who will have the best career in the NFL in the next coming years. So is it Jayden Daniels, type JD for him? You think Drake Maye will have the best career? Type DM. If you are delusional and think JJ McCarthy will have the best career, then type JJ. So get in there and let me know what you think there. I'm going probably JD or DM in my mind.
I think a good thing to mention is that where these guys go plays a big factor.
It's a big portion.
And fair or not, they are often made or broken by their situations, their supporting structure, both by the team and everything else from their support system personally as well. If you go to a bad football team, it's tough to have success if you have no playmakers out there. That's why the Bears are such a great landing spot this year.
And you get Caleb Williams, and you have the number 9 pick there to help fill out the spot as well.
You already have DJ Moore, and you go get Keenan Allen. And
your defense was already pretty good last year.
Yeah, good spot to be.
You're in a solid spot. I think for JJ McCarthy, he may have the best short-term success, but maybe not the best long-term success. Let's see what we got in the chat. Kingston here on the chat sports page saying Jayden Daniels. Bethan Dix calling me out saying JJ. Dennis Royal saying Drake Maye. We got Kingston, Jayden Daniels. Katrina Jones, Jayden Daniels. Bethany Dix with JJ once again. Everything Hudson saying JJ or Jayden Daniels. King saying Rattler. Highly doubt that'll happen.
if you say so. I'm not sold on Rattler. So
over on the Chiefs channel, Paul Amos saying JD for Jayden Daniels. Drake Maye from Lisa Cheney and Jonathan Light saying Jayden Daniels as well. Let's take a look at the big board here with the top QBs available and what exactly we see from all of them. So Spencer Rattler, you see him at number 7, but before that, number 1 through 3, pretty obvious. Williams, Maye, Daniels, McCarthy, pretty securely in that number 4 slot at this point, I would have to say. 5, 6, 7, and 8. Kind of an interesting quadruplet there with Penix, Nix, Rattler, and Pratt.
Bigger fall-offs here. Williams is number 1, first-round grade for me. Drake Maye is number 6 overall, first-round grade. He's number 2 quarterback, obviously. Daniels, late later, but still first-round grade. He's my number 3 quarterback. JJ McCarthy has a second-round grade for me, just outside my top 32. There's just more projection involved there for me from that standpoint. Michael Penix has an early third, and he's in my top 65, but we can't dismiss the medical, and he also doesn't attack the middle of the field. That scares me. Bo Nix played in a fake offense that didn't ask him to do anything but get the ball quickly, and that scares me, but he was 10 times better than he was at Auburn, so good job there. Third round grade, more of a later round grade there. Rattler has a 5th, and so does Michael Pratt. Obviously, Rattler's ahead of him from that perspective. I think Spencer Rattler is a trap where you will see the occasional, like, ooh, that's a really good play right there. Maybe we can still get the most out of him, but we're also like 4 years in. So at a certain point, like, being the flash guy when that's all you've been over your career kind of scares me a little bit. Right system, I think you could have some success, but I think you're banking on a lot more development, and developmental older prospects aren't as intriguing to me because, to a certain extent, that's kind of who they end up being. Today's show is made possible by Mando. Spring into the season with a deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances, Mando stops odor at the source, stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Created by a doctor, Mando whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but also gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to use it on maybe your family jewels or whatever. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, such as the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping as well. We also have a discount code for you guys, $5 off the starter pack with our code CHAT. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack with code CHAT. Go to shopmando.com, that's shopmando.com, and use that promo code CHAT for $5 off. That's over 40% off your starter pack, by the way. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Appreciate Mando sponsoring us here at both NFL Daily, the Cowboys Report, and Chiefs Report, since we are simulcasting at this moment on those 3 channels, and more simulcasts to come in the not-too-distant future there, Jace.
No, lots of things going on. Really do appreciate Mando being a sponsor for all of our draft coverage this weekend. Pretty nice deal for them. By the way, we are doing a little bit of a little social deal where if you go comment on Mando's latest Instagram post, I believe as we settled on, you can go on there. We're going to give shout-outs to whoever goes and spams Chat Sports on their newest post. Or excuse me,
no, you're
spamming
right.
Draft. There we go. On their latest post. We're going to put that link in the chat right now. I've got the Instagram post up so I can see the comments as they come in. Go comment Draft. We're going to put that link in the chat right now. So click on that. Go comment Chat. And I'll give some shout-outs sooner. Excuse me, Draft. Gosh. My bad there. Draft. And we will see you there. Give you some shout-outs on that one. So we'll kind of let those full in right now.
Yeah, give you guys some time. We will revisit this. We promise you. It's just when you're going to a different app, you need a little bit extra time to
take some time to scroll off there. Go
from
ahead
that
and perspective.
Is closer and closer to the actual draft. Looking forward to get it starting, even though it doesn't really start for like at least 15 minutes because the Bears are going to take their entire time.
Oh yeah,
which I know why the NFL does it. We have known for months it's going to be Caleb Williams. I think it'd be really cool if like Goodell walks out and goes, the Bears are on the clock, walks off stage, walks back on and goes, the pick is in, it's Caleb Williams. We all knew that. I think it'd be really cool. Like, wow, okay, we're moving along tonight.
It would be nice. And I'll tell you from experience, I actually went to the NFL draft last year in Kansas City. Beautiful experience, by the way, first of all. Second of all, the time in between feels so much longer when you're there. Because you hear the pick, and then you just see that clock go, and you're like, oh, boy. Mm-hmm. And, of course, in those top 10, all the time is going to tick off until that pick comes in.
Use it all.
It's crazy. Like the video. We're trying to get 50% of our audience today get on the likes. Right now, we got about 1,700 likes. We got 5,000 people watching. It means we need about 2,600 likes on this little stream we got going on. It helps us out and helps grow this stream bigger and bigger. Obviously, with the draft, we want this party pumping by the time round 1 gets fully underway. So hit that like button. We're at 1,755 and counting. I want to see that at 2,000 before the draft starts.
2,000, it's a bean boozled
that
for me because every 500 likes, it's one of those nasty jelly beans. Or maybe it tastes well. Maybe you get lucky and it's tutti frutti. or you don't, and it's sneaky socks,
or liver and onions,
or it's pomegranate, or it's old bandage, which not many
bandage.
trash cans in here to avoid puking there.
My big
Harrison's
question-
come close a few times. He's come close.
How in the world do they get these flavors? Like,
I don't know. They're sick people. They're sick individuals. That's how it happens. And we're also sick for doing it as well. So 150 likes away. I feel good about getting there before the draft actually starts in under 15 minutes. But the sooner the better, because it also allows us to continue to grow and get more audience here at Chat Sports.
Diane Rossini having a report here saying the Chicago Bears are very open for business. 7-Eleven. At number 9, telling teams they are ready to move for the right price. Per a source.
Of course they are. Like, everyone's available at the right price, That's how things tend to operate. Like, it's just, sure. Of course they are. Like, let's see how the board falls. Like, it would be weird if they were like, no, we're not listening to any calls at 9. And if there's a guy they want, they take him. If not, then they'll look to trade down. Like, it's not, I don't know. I just find the whole thing very disappointing. Or like it's like, of course that's how it is. Outside the top 2 teams, everyone's open. Everyone's open. They want to hear what's going on. They want to see what could happen.
You would be silly not to listen to offers.
Exactly. You'd be dumb to. So,
all right, let's go check in on our Mando little thing here. See if we got any comments on that latest Instagram post. Don't see any just yet. I don't know if you maybe have a different place. I know.
Sad. Get in there. Go spam draft over there. Guaranteed shout out.
Yeah.
Guaranteed shout out.
I don't see any on this latest post, but we'll put that link back in the chat. Once again, it's the easiest way to get a shout out here. Easiest way. You can go check it out there and comment draft, and we will make sure. And hey, no comments yet, but you could be the first one to be the comment on there, first of all. Pretty cool. Second of all, first one to get a shout out in result of it. I don't know about you, that sounds like a pretty dang good deal for just going on there and commenting draft. 5 letters. Not that hard. Yeah, I saw that on the monitor above my head. The Eagles and star wide receiver A.J. Brown have agreed to terms on a new 3-year extension for $96 million, the highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now under contract through 2029, and his total guarantee of $84 million is also the highest. The deal, his third at 27, was done by his agent NCAA. Obviously, this comes on the tails of the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal just a day ago.
Eagles just paid Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown massive figures for 2 receivers. Justin Jefferson, very excited. Like, great, I'm going to beat that number. CeeDee Lamb, good thing Jerry Jones said he wasn't ready to make a move yet, because the price just keeps on going up. The leaves are falling, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry's going to be keep putting in tough spots.
Great job, Jones boys. Great job.
I should have kept doing that. All right, well, speaking of this now, A.J. Brown officially with the Eagles until 2029. He is a top blank wide receiver. What do we think in the NFL? What number do you think he is in here?
Top 8? So there's a lot of good ones in that range.
I was going to say 7.
I think somewhere in that range, and you can argue even above that.
Correct, you could. I mean, there's times where he's probably one of the top 5. The problem is I think there's somewhat of some inconsistencies throughout the past 2 years or so. Just a tad in like a game here, a game there, where it wasn't maybe the best as all that. But what are you thinking? Put that number in the chat. A.J. Brown is a top blank wide receiver. Give some shout-outs to any of your thoughts down in the comments here. By the way, we are closing in on 50 likes away from 2,000 likes. It means, Tom, better get the Bean Boozled ready, because you're going to be having some fun
I'm looking
here.
forward to it.
That's one way to say it. Well, by the way, get in there, see if we have any. Do we have any?
Well, you meant the comment ones.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I see 5 from Evan W. Tiny Man says 5. Dalton's 100.
Tim's got 5.
10 says Lando. Bethany says 5. D-Nice says 10. Beth says there's an issue with the latest post on Mando, so check that, by the way. 5, 5, 6, 10, 10, 8, 15, 4, 15, 1, 6, 10. Nothing above 5 or below 5. So 5. 4, 8, 5, 6, 6, 7, 5, 10, 10, 5, 7, 1, 6, 7, 5, 7, 3, 6, 5 to 12, 7, 4, 7, 7, 1, 10, 7, 7, 5, 5 to 10, 10, 6, 4. So pretty consistent, like somewhere in that top 10. Not that many in the top 5, but that's also how the market tends to go. Like, I think most of us would put A.J. Brown over Amon-Ra St. Brown as well.
So.
And when Chase gets paid and maybe Brandon Ayuk gets paid in that same range and CeeDee Lamb and Jefferson, all of a sudden that top 5 deal, because you did it first, that top deal ends up being like maybe top 5.
Well, I think that's exactly why Justin Jefferson kind of waited a little bit, because he wants to be the top one for a long time. So hit that subscribe button as well. We got to 372,000, but now we're on the route to 373,000. Already 200 subscribers on the way there and counting. So if you're new here, we're putting out NFL content all throughout draft season. Throughout the next 3 days, we'll be live, every single one of them, analyzing every single pick. Is that the right word? Analyzing. There you go. I was about to say that didn't
Got
sound
some
right.
great pronunciations today, I've noticed. It's kind of interesting.
There you go. We're going to be live for every single pick and have analysis on every single one of them. So hit that subscribe button. Plus, we got coverage of the NFL and a lot throughout the entirety of the year, so you're not going to miss out on anything. Jaquel Powell coming in with a $2 super chat in China Sports saying, what happened to the beer bongs?
We got them available for Cowboys later tonight. I have been told I can't get as fun. I can't have as much fun. That's what I was told.
There you go. Justin coming in here saying $5 on Cowboys. Ready for Jerry Jones to draft Michael Penix at 24. Really never know what this.
I'd be kind of blown away because they didn't, that we know of, meet with him, and that would be kind of like they didn't even meet with the quarterback they took. I'd be very surprised by that.
Dwayne Jackson saying, Tom, what are your thoughts on UCF wide receiver Javon Baker? Maybe the Cowboys can snag him in the 3rd.
I got him in the 3rd. He's in my top 90, so I think there's a good chance he ends up being available.
Foxtrot Gaming, what's up, Tom? At the draft this week, going to Kentucky Derby next week. Let's go, Cowboys!
Nice, that'll be a blast.
Jeffrey Brisson, how do you feel about the Cowboys drafting Brian Thomas in the 1st round if JPJ isn't there?
Not even sure JPJ is their target. Might be Jackson Powell or might be Graham Barton. If Brian Thomas is there, I think that would be an option for them. Also, Joe Milton's a tight end. He's not a quarterback. He's not. I'm sorry. He's Tyree Jackson 2.0.
Michael Sutton, are JPJ stats a little deceiving since Oregon offense was a lot of quick passes?
From a pass protection stat, yes. They did protect him a little bit, but he allowed like 1 hurry. So that's still really good.
$10 from Brandon. Dallas needs to trade back to 34 via a Coupler trade. Trade 24 to Buffalo, then from 28. Then trade 24 to 34, rack up 3, 4, 5, and 6 picks. So lots of trades.
And then he says, and I'm fine with that plan, but then he says draft Jonathan Brooks at 34. You lost me right there. I don't want Brooks at 34. I think he's going to be there at 56. If he's not, there's going to be a good back.
Yeah, there you go. Tom, when the Cowboys are on the clock in the 1st, barring if they don't trade, what pick in the 1st round would be a head scratch for the Cowboys?
Quarterback would surprise me. Brooks would. We're 24 floors up. They're going to have to hold me back if they take Brooks at 24.
And then Jahad Busi saying, God help us this weekend.
The vibes are bad, folks. The vibes are bad.
C.J. DeYoung III, what are they singing at the draft?
I don't know. We don't hear national anthem stuff.
That's the national anthem.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack.
You can't have fun tonight, Tom. Sorry.
We'll have some fun when we go solo Cowboys later tonight. It's the simulcast right now on the Chat Sports Chiefs and Cowboys channel. I also have a Bean Boozled to do.
You do.
So.
Why don't we do that real quick? I'll read Kevin Cogson's super chat real quick. This is for Petty. Go Browns. Wolf.
Petey.
I'm assuming Petey, yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Oh, you're kidding me.
It's the blue.
You got toothpaste at work.
Yeah, toothpaste or berry blue. Let's go.
Come on. You're joking.
It's berry blue. Let's go.
Not only did you get the best one, you got the good flavor on the best one.
That's really good, too.
I can't wait for my barf the next time up. That's going to be great. But I'll take it. We are
delicious.
Already on the road to that. 2,000 likes and counting. 7,000 people now watching. So make sure you're hitting that like button because I don't know about you, Tom. I'm ready for this draft to start because it's been about a month or so now of just mock drafts, draft news, draft rumors. And now, forget news and rumors. We just get to see what happens.
If we get to 3,000 likes before the draft starts, it's 5 minutes. Once Goodell comes out and says the Bears are on the clock, which might be a little bit longer, by the way, given the way the NFL operates, and his back surgery, because he threw out his back like three years ago and finally got it fixed, I will beer bong this Red Bull. Or I guess I'll bong this Red Bull. So 900 likes to go between 7,000 people. I think that's pretty reasonable.
I think it is.
I can get all jacked up on Red Bull instead of Mountain Dew. up to you guys to get us there.
Dark Matter Wolf, $2 on the Cowboys saying Dak for Pat's third pick. QB for Cowboys. This one's on chat sports.
I don't think Dak would want to go
No.
to the Patriots.
I don't think
he has the no trade clause.
I don't think the Patriots want Dak.
I think they want their new young quarterback.
Correct. Let's talk about the best available over here. Number 1, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Nabers, and Caleb Williams here on Downey's board. Joe Alt, number 4, talked about him. Rome Odunze, Drake Maye, Brock Bowers, and Olu Fashanu. Those are the top 8. Any places there. And then we got number 9 through 16 on Tom's board. Taliese, Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, Troy Fautanu, Graham Barton, Amarius Mims, Johnny Newton, and Byron Murphy. Very
I will
offensive
risk
heavy.
it all for Amarius Mims. He's not raw. He's just inexperienced. And if the NFL wants to let Johnny Newton fall out of the first round, just like they let Brian Branch, that's fine. They can be wrong, and I can be correct again.
Tom being correct. Name a better duo.
Brian Branch was a top 10 prospect last year, and those idiots let him fall out of the first round. Congrats, Detroit.
30 Racks with a super chat here on Chat Sports saying, Tom, you and Chase ate the goats. Can Chef Howie
Are the goats.
Are the goats, I'm assuming. I'm not the greatest at fixing autocorrect in my head here. Bradbury in the draft, and can you find a good old lineman on day 2?
I don't think they're going to be able to find a ticket for Bradbury. I think they're going to be stuck with him, unless they like trade assets, which kind of defeats the whole purpose there. I think you can find a good offensive lineman, especially for what the Eagles need. Like, I don't think they need a starter. They spent a day 2 pick last year on Tyler Steen. They have pieces there. I think you could find a developmental offensive lineman to groom behind, maybe a Lane Johnson on the right side to give you some more depth on the interior. Plenty of rumors that Howie's been hunting some cornerback help, and you can get a good receiver as well to be the cheap young wide receiver 3 behind your 2 high-paid players.
Yeah.
Could be a lot of fun there in Philadelphia. Weird how some members of the media tell me the Eagles are going to die in a year, and I'm like, no, they're not. They're going to keep doing stuff, and there you go.
Howie's a pretty good genius in that facet. All right, help us be the number 1 stream on all of YouTube right now.
Yes.
Hit that like button. We've got over 8,500 people watching. Get only 2,300 likes. What's going on here? If you're enjoying the show, if you're ready for the draft to start, then hit that like button. The more likes, the more people who come and join us, plus the more fun we're going to get to have. Plus, if you share the video, that also helps us out, sending invites all over the internet to say, hey, come join us tonight. It's going to be one like any other here on Chat Sports, as we're expecting one of the best draft nights in a long time, I think. Caleb Williams, Drake Maye. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. Plus, you can subscribe because we're going to have draft coverage throughout this entire process, days 1 through day 3. Pick 1 through pick 252. We got it all covered. And hey, make sure you're commenting all night long because we're going to be talking everything going on.
Inside of 500 likes away with 2 minutes to go.
That's pretty good.
That's possible. Like that video, 3,000 likes. You owe a Bean Boozled, by the way. And 3,000 likes for the draft starts. I will bong this Red Bull. Pick your Bean Boozled, Jace. Kurgan Cold's got a $6 super chat. You know that means the 9's coming up next here. Ohanko, I assume you're going to stream the draft. We are the draft, Ohanko. We will have a lot of these picks in before the NFL announces them. What colors do you have?
Orange.
Oh, no. It's either peach and barf or strawberry smoothie and dead fish. Take that. Which one is it?
Strawberry.
Strawberry smoothie. Or strawberry banana smoothie. So a lucky break there for you, Jace. We are a minute and a half away from the NFL draft beginning. If you are ready, spam go in the comments section. Let's see if we can't break that chat record, which was 1,037 last year. What was the math on that? Either way, spam your goes in the comments section. 1,359 with about 10,000 people watching live right now.
We can beat that. Hudson Channing go. We got Dalton going go. We got Antoinette, Bushati, Little Bird, Pierce, Bethany, Peggy, Shamelin, Aaron, David, Phillip, Touchdown Goat, Mike King, Cody, Lockdown Gaming, Hayden, Schulman, Jared, Vaping, Casey, USS, Cody Barnes, Delta, Chris, Cyrena, Von David, Caddy, Star Gamer, Orange, Cameron, Peggy, Vaughn, Easy. Keep it going. Keep them going. I need more goes. I need to go.
I'll give some shout-outs here. We're 200 likes away from the Red Bull. Bong. You guys got to like the video. All right, Mike Dibble, Judy St. Martin, Atomic Gaming, Shell Mellon, Omar, Football, Hidden, Devin, Delta, Splashy, Aaron, Hidden, Shamelin, Mark, Hudson, Line, Tyler, Spades, Katie, Jake, Mike, Elite Elephant, Braden, Delta, Tyler, Jessica, Mike, Huncho, Josiah, Dizzy Trooper, Josh, Quinton, Tucker, D-Train, Judy, Leroy, Delta, David, Lando, B something, Delta, I'm back, Orange, Braden, Andrew, Football, Mike, and more. NFL Draft set to get going here right now.
Welcome into the 2024 NFL Draft. Alongside Tom Downey, I am Jace Andrews, and man, oh man, it's a special night for 32 young kids who finally get to make their dreams come true. And we're going to be live for every single pick of every single round, starting off right here on day one. We appreciate hanging out with us. Tom, what a day for the NFL.
Looking forward to it. I did promise that if we get to 3,000 likes, before the draft gets going, I will do a bong of this Red Bull here. Goodell's about to walk up, and we're 40 likes away.
We can do it.
So we're going all the way down to the buzzer here.
Don't see Goodell yet, though.
From that perspective, I am excited to see how that all plays out there. We're 30 likes away. We're right on that number there, Jace.
Hey, right there. Hit that like button. There's 3,000. Shout out your favorite NFL team and get that bong ready.
And let me do a Bean Boozled as well.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if you get lucky this time. Get your favorite team in the comment section. We got Commanders in there. What color did you get?
So it's green, so it's Juicy Pear or Booger. I've had both of them. They're both actually not very good. So cheers.
Bills, Falcons coming in here. What do you got over there, Tom? You got Green Bay Packers. Is it good or bad? Bengals, Steelers from Pickens Prods.
It's Booger.
It's Booger. That's gross.
Booger.
Bears, baby. We got Seahawks, Lions, Bills. The G-Men. We got Vikes, Commanders, Lions, New England, the Rams, Raider Nation hanging out. We got Cowboys, 49ers, Lions, Broncos, Packers, Rams, 49ers, all the teams being represented. Patriots, Cowboys, Bengals, Bills, Seahawks, Panthers, Chiefs, Titans, Raiders, Lions, Cowboys, Packers, Seahawks, Falcons, New England and Arizona, Packers, Ravens, Pats, Lions, Vikings, Cowboys, Titans.
I know we were short. We were short on the driver. Comment. Someone can grab that beer bong for me though. It's on top of my backpack. Is
it bad that I can smell that Bean Boozled from over here?
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
I can smell that.
I'll tell you that much there.
Oh man.
As Goodell did not come out, so we had plenty of time to get there, I guess.
Oh yeah.
They're doing their ridiculous. We're also less than 100 away from you doing one now.
I was about to say we're going quick.
Likes are flying in here.
They're going quick.
Likes are flying in. I'll do one once we get to 500 likes on Cowboys too.
Hey, there you go.
Which were 60 away.
That's a fair thing to do.
Brand new beer bong just for the draft.
Hit that subscribe button. Hey, we're almost 373,000. Excuse me. We were at 371 by the other day. 371. So yeah, we're really live. Come on now, hit that subscribe button. We're live for every single pick, every single one, and giving analysis on every single one. Plus, you get to watch Tom Downey do beer bongs of Red Bull. Where can you find that on YouTube? By the way, you ready for that?
There's probably a doctor watching going, "What are you doing?"
Yeah. Oh, well.
Let me get the air bubble out of here.
Be happy now. You can worry about that later. Yeah. Oh, there's the air bubble. All right, you ready over there?
Everyone
hit that subscribe button and spam Chug because he's got it going down in 3, 2, 1. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Oh, man, that's going right down the pipe. That was quick.
It's a fresh handle, so it had to put some force on it.
That was quick.
To get it going.
That was quick.
There we go.
Hey, spam Chug in the comments.
I went to
solid.
college.
You did. That's where that came from. We are closing in on 373,000 subscribers. Hit that subscribe button. You're going to find the best draft coverage right here on Chat Sports. And I promise you, every single pick we're going to be live for. Every single player we're going to have analysis on. And we like to have some fun while doing it. That's why you just saw Tom Downey do a Red Bull beer bong.
It is the sugar-free Red Bull.
If
I'm drinking a Red Bull, I don't need sugar with it. There's more than enough caffeine to get me going for the rest of the
night. Let's look at the upcoming picks here as we're literally a couple moments away from it. And
$100 super chat.
Mike Dibble.
Let's go, Mike Dibble. Hi, Tom, and hi, Jace. Let's get the draft started right. Hope everyone has a wonderful draft, even though they don't pick tonight. Let's go, Browns. Appreciate that, Mike.
Let's go, Mike Dibble.
Couple slaps. Mike, you can pick who gets slapped.
Yeah.
Myself, Jace. You can put Sam in there if you want, since he's done plenty of slapping.
Did Jack agree to this?
I did not say anything about Jack. If he doesn't want to get Get slapped
Yeah.
in there.
Okay.
Give you some entries for the raffle as well, and I'm not sure what the leaderboard looks like from that perspective. But Mike, thank you. The other guys in first there. We'll let Sam do the math on that one. But Mike, everyone spam Mike for me.
You got 2 slaps.
In the comment section, and let me know who you want to get slapped. You can just comment that, Mike. I'll keep my eye on it.
Charles Bodie, a $2 super chat. Shout out to you, Charles, as well. We appreciate you hanging out with us all night long. Richard saying draft time. $2 super chat. Thank you, Richard. It is draft time, and it is a special night. Clinton Brock with another $2 super chat saying draft number 4 with you guys. No place better. Couldn't agree more, Clinton. Couldn't agree more. Bob Robinson with a $5 super chat saying, how much do you think Caleb Williams is packing under those tighty whities? Tom, you want to answer that
Pass.
one? Pause. All right, upcoming picks here. Obviously, just about set to get going here in the 2024 National Football League Draft. Bears, Commanders, Patriots, your top 3, all likely to go quarterback, and it'll be Williams and then in order, probably Jayden Daniels and then Drake Maye. Past that, that's where the fun begins. We got the Arizona Cardinals, the Los Angeles Chargers, the New York Giants, Tennessee Titans, and the Atlanta Falcons at picks number 4 through 8. You kind of expect Marvin Harrison Jr. to be at 4, but then 5, 6, 7, 8. Lots of potential trades that could happen in those 5 slots. Lots of stuff to unravel, lots of bells to hear tonight, and lots of booing to do for Roger Goodell, even though he's got a bad back.
I don't care.
I don't care either.
I don't care. We got about a minute until. Oh, they got a special
they have
little
a
thing for
freaking
Goodell.
announcement.
Let's just start it now, then. Let's just start booing him.
Yeah.
I find it fun when we boo Roger Goodell. Let's beat
Boo
that
Roger
chat
Goodell.
rate record.
What is it? 400 something?
1,359.
Not that. I gotcha. There you go.
And did you do your Bean Boozle for 3,500?
No.
Flood the booze in the comments. Look, oh, is that the orange?
Pink.
Pink? Look at this. I think that's Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks, maybe.
All right. You give some shout outs. I'll try to eat this.
Touchdown Goat, Caddy, Extreme, Chris, Hot Dog, Hidden, Judy, Braylon, Cowboy Video, Tutti Frutti. Okay, getting some good luck there. Ace, Judy St. Martin, Remy, Touchdown, Robert, S. Robs, Chasing to the Dragon, Cowboy Videos, Aaron, Mike Dibble, spamming his boo. I've not seen who Mike wants to get slapped yet, so if someone sees that, either comment it in the comments or Mike say it again. Caddy, Elijah Tron, Phillip, Cowboy, The Jerk is Mine, Hidden Code, Mr. Stickman, Jaden, Eminem is in there too. I'm sure I wonder if he's going to make an appearance. Oh, look at that. What are the odds? There he is. Extreme, Chris Chasing, Kyle Bush, JC, and more there, Jace.
That's a lot. That's not Tim Weaver, Hall hanging out with us. And it's time to really boo because here he comes onto the stage. And there he is. Boo! Let's get the boos going in there. Screw Roger Goodell.
I'm dying at Jack just like loudly booing in our ears because he hates him.
Is that JJ McCarthy? Why are you?
There's Eminem, though. You can hear the boos
The entire
from the rest of the studios doing all their boos there.
Everybody.
Eminem, though, is in attendance.
Keep spamming those boos.
Keep spamming the boos.
We got Eamon, Miles, Judy.
Yes!
So,
you guys slap each other.
Okay, that's fair. I can.
Also, what
fair.
a coward move from Roger Goodell to bring out Eminem so that he wouldn't get booed.
He did that. Well, last year he brought out Mahomes and Kelsey. I was like, bro.
Coward.
He's a coward. He's a coward. Keep the boos. I don't care if Eminem's on the stage. Just boo. We can separate the two here.
John and Summit and Caddy
Quentin,
and Amin
soy
and
sauce.
more.
James. Oh, now Eminem's on the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't boo Eminem.
Now, no more boos. You
Stop the boo.
can't say boo.
The candy or the?
Can't say boo. Can't say boo.
Oh, let's go.
Charles, JC, Kevin,
Aaron.
Yontag, Bethany, Maverick, all in there as well. So
Hey, let's talk
appreciate
your big
that,
board
guys.
real quick before we get going here.
Let's do it.
Let's go with here. Number 1, Marvin Harrison Jr. asked the question earlier of who is the number 1 if Caleb Williams isn't there. Well, with you, number 1 is not Caleb Williams. Neither is number 2. It's Malik Nabers. Then Caleb Williams shows up at number 3. Alt, Rome Odunze, Drake Maye, Brock Bowers, and Olu Fashanu. So 3 quarterbacks in the top 8, but only 2 only 1 I don't see you don't have Jayden Daniels. Where's Jayden Daniels for you?
Daniels is down there at 17.
17.
He's,
Wow.
he's a later round 1 grade.
Interesting.
I like him. There's a lot to like. He's an incredibly dynamic dual threat playmaker, but I get scared of guys that don't attack the middle of the field, and I don't think that was the offense. Like we saw the same OC attack the middle of the field with Desmond Ridder. I think that was a thing that they didn't think that he was good at, or they didn't trust him to do very much. By the way, the size scares me. Do you know how much he weighed at LSU when he first showed up? He was
not much.
He was 170. That's what Brian Kelly said today. He
From
was
ASU,
170.
Yeah, he was a twig at ASU.
Now he's bigger now, and that's good. And he still has a first round grade. Like, I don't want to make it sound like I hate him. Like, I think he's going to be a very good NFL quarterback. I think he actually is a pretty high floor because of the mobility. But I wonder if it's, I don't think he's Lamar in the end.
Who is the most underrated player in the 2024 NFL Draft? Let me know some underrated names in the comment section down below. What are y'all thinking down there? Rome Odunze, Bo Nix is a name I'm seeing. Peyton Wilson, Spencer Rattler, Xavier Worthy, another Bo Nix, Peyton Manning, Troy Franklin, Chop Robinson. I like that one. I think he's pretty underrated. Marvin Harrison, Javon Bullard.
Bullard's a good answer. I like that one.
Tackle from BYU, believe that'd be Kingsley Suamataya. That's the one you're looking. Sione Vaki from Utah.
I love him.
That's a good one.
Because he can never leave the field. He can be your safety, running back, and special team stuff. Love him. He's so much fun.
Cooper DeJean in there as well. Xavier Worthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Quinyon Mitchell as Roger Goodell continues to bring up now Lions players so he doesn't get booed.
He did get booed after he went back up there.
He just has to accept it. Like, it's just going to happen.
Taj Washington. I'll go a different direction. I think Malik Washington from Virginia. He'll probably go tomorrow at some point. I really, really like his game. I didn't do it, but you could talk me into like, you know what? He's better than Malachi Corley.
I'm not high on Malachi Corley.
He is Ty Montgomery. So the Bears are officially on the clock here, and we know, unfortunately, they will take the entirety of their time.
Why? Are they having trouble?
No, because it's just they're going to drag it out.
Do they really want Caleb Williams, or maybe they should rethink it?
They're going to drag it out because that gets the views for the NFL and their networks and everything. So it's fine. I think it'd be really cool if Goodell just like turned back around and was like, Caleb Williams' pick. Boom. There you go. I think it'd be really fun.
Actually, be nice. 373,000 subscribers, which means we're on the road to 374,000 subscribers right here. So shout out to everybody who is watching right now. Over 10,000 people hanging out with us. It's a good time to be alive, and it's a good time to be hanging out with here on your best place for 2024 NFL Draft coverage. If it's your first time here, guess what? We got draft coverage for all 3 days, for all 7 rounds, and for all 252 picks. Plus, if you subscribe here, you're going to get some rankings, some grades, and all sorts of content related to the 2024 NFL Draft with no other than Tom Downey, along with myself. We've got a couple other guys that will rotate through here, so hit that subscribe button and join us. You're not going to regret it.
I love seeing that live number just go up and up and up and up and up.
Boom,
I love it.
Boom.
Electric.
It's an awesome thing. I want to see that number just not stop tonight.
Yeah.
Just not stop. All the way to pick 32. I want to see that number moving because it's doing it. Keep going. Hit that subscribe button, and I promise you we're going to have a fun night here. Let's hit some super chats real quick here with Brandon Murray saying big pause on that last super chat. Go Vikings.
Yeah, we're going to skip some of those.
T-Dog, Commanders better get our peeps. I'm not watching. AL.
I mean Alt?
I believe Alt.
I don't think it's going to be Joe Alt. Sorry.
It's not going to be Joe Alt. Richard Holt saying Rams trade for number 9 and draft Rome Odunze. I like that idea.
I wouldn't be shocked, and it'd be fun. It would be Sean McVay gets another fun playmaker, or maybe Brock Bowers. I think if anyone's going to maximize Brock Bowers, wouldn't it be a Sean McVay too?
I think if they could go up there and they get a Rome Odunze, then you're going to have a couple of good, awesome weapons there already with, obviously, one of the better draft picks last year as well. The touchdown report saying watching Chat Sports coverage since 2020. Shout out to you. Go 49ers. Appreciate you. Kevin Coughlin. Boo! That was directed to you, Roger Goodell, for the $2 super chat.
And maybe Sam.
Yep. Then we got some super chats on Cowboys as well. Tom, you want to read these for your guys?
Yeah. Are y'all good going all in on Brock Hoffman starting? We're looking for some competition at center in the first round. And if it's your first round pick, he is your starting center. Even if you don't go center in round 1, I would like to find some help on day 2 or day 3. Ryan Kennedy, Canadian. Tom, who would have to fall to make you pick someone other than offensive line? it would require the offensive line being gone and either a really good receiver or one of my best defensive players left. Like, I'm probably going to have Jayden Daniels as my top-ranked guy when the Cowboys are on the clock. I'd still be okay trading down to take an offensive line, though, for what they need.
Jordan Francis on Chiefs, $2 saying Chiefs fan from Lake Worth, Florida. Let's go, Chiefs. Jordan, shout out to you. Hey, pick 32 is a long night, but it's because we had a longer season than the old Cowboys over there. So that's a good thing right there. So,
look, man, I'm having enough of a hard time this offseason. Can you just not?
Yeah, that's a fair statement. Hot Rod here back on Chat Sports saying, go Steelers. $2 super chat. Hot Rod, we'll have Sperry on here in just a little bit talking about that.
Yes, we will.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Chicago Bears. The number 1 overall pick is theirs, which means Caleb Williams is probably theirs, but of course they will take the entire time to make that decision. They do have the number 9 overall pick as well, but it's pretty funny. Already on their ESPN stuff, they're already talking about Caleb Williams because it's
because that's the pick.
It's the pick.
We'll wait to do it official from that perspective, but I think that the Bears, unlike what they had the last couple times they had to take that young franchise quarterback in the draft, I think their infrastructure is vastly better this time around. The offensive line could still do with some upgrades like most offensive lines can, but it's not like it's some, leaky dumpster fire back there. Like they've invested in guys like Darnell Wright. They've got some young pieces up front. They added DeAndre Swift, which I thought was a little aggressive, but they had money to burn. They have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and will get another first-round pick later tonight. This is like, if you were to power rank from a roster perspective, I think you can have more of an argument about the coaching staff support structure. Bears and maybe Vikings are your top 2. Like, I would like to go there because I'm going to have the most success there. And I think that is really beneficial for Chicago and sets up Caleb Williams for success.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to go into an offense already with DJ Moore, along with Keenan Allen, who already gotten on the squad most recently, and a defense last year that was actually pretty good. And I don't think people realize the Bears were actually pretty solid in the back 5 weeks of the season.
They really figured some stuff out.
So I think going into this year, getting 2 top 10 picks potentially, that's a pretty nice place to go, especially for Caleb Williams, who is already set to be one of the top draft picks. I mean, people even this time last year knew Caleb Williams was going to go number 1, and here we are. It's already going to happen. Make sure you're hitting that like button because it helps us be the number 1 stream on YouTube. We got over 11,000 people watching, but I got a goal. Let's get up to maybe 15,000 people watching, and we can do it. I want to get this as high as humanly possible. Can also be helped by sharing the video, getting us out there for all to see, and making sure everybody, your friends, your family, your neighbor, your grandma, I don't care, make them come hang out with us because we got a fun time here all night long for all 32 picks and all weekend long for every single pick 1 through 252.
200 likes away from another Bean Boozled. Is it my turn? I think it's my turn. I think it's my turn. Yeah. 200 away.
Make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. We're trying to get up to 374,000 now. Already have gained over 2,000 subscribers today. You could be a part of the next 1,000 that comes in and join us that way because you'll be with us all weekend for every single pick. And you can comment on our live show. Obviously, that's the best way to come in here and talk ball. This is a community, and I want that to be exactly what we have all night, a community of chat sports and sports fans, because the NFL draft, everybody gets something. Everybody gets something. No matter where you are, you're going to have a happy day. Do you believe in Caleb Williams, or will he be maybe not so great? Type Y for yes if you believe in him to be the next guy, or type in for no if you're thinking you do not believe he is the one.
Play the odds. The Bears are due to get one right.
Yeah. I mean, how many have they tried?
A lot. The draft is not easy. It's hard to get that stuff right. It truly is. Never underestimate that, truly.
Honestly, got a couple of differing opinions here. A couple of Y's, a couple of N's. Demon saying
also,
in.
Again, you can play the odds. Top 5 pick a quarterback is 50-50 if you're lucky. I remember how great that Trey Lance, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones class was. It's going to be maybe one guy was good.
The pick is in. Let me call it.
Yeah.
It's going to be Caleb Williams. We all know that. There it is. So, Caleb Williams. Don't have the official report just yet. Do we have it anywhere?
We're good. Once it's on screen, it's good to go.
There you go.
All right, let's break down Caleb Williams. Player comp, let's start there. I'll have a great one. A little bit of Kyler Murray, bigger version. A little bit of Zach Wilson in him in a negative sense, but also Aaron Rodgers. I went with midget Josh Allen and adult Kyler Murray. I also have another fun one of it's Sam Howell, except you boosted his stats in Madden and gave him the superstar dev trait. It's like supercharged version from that perspective. Big play merchant is what Caleb Williams was at USC, and he offers, I think, extremely rare out-of-structure ability to manipulate the pocket, do things away from when there's pressure. To be quite honest, I hated the USC offense this year. I did not think it was well organized, well planned, well structured. A lot of times it came down to, Caleb, do something. And that's not a good plan for other teams from that perspective. So the playmaking is fantastic. There were multiple times in the game, it's like, how did you do this? There's one play against Washington. I don't know what it actually is. If it was supposed to be like a modified RPO or even a pro where it's the pass run option, and it didn't work, and they start to do this like fake quarterback counter trap, and he spins away. First, there's a 40-yard bomb to the opposite corner for a touchdown. It's just unbelievable playmaking that you don't see. The accuracy overall was pretty damn good. He's good against the blitz. There's processing stuff there. The downsides of, hey, why won't this work? Because that's a lot of praise just heaped upon a guy you got number 3 overall, right? He is at times too willing to big play hunt. Sometimes he just doesn't take the easy thing. You live with that, though. You live with the, hey, that we missed the 5-yard pass twice. Boom, you know what? We ended up getting the 50-yard bomb 2 plays later. It's fine. He is a fumbler. That is he 33 fumbles last 3 years. Has to work on that. Not very much under center reps. Turnover-worthy plays jumped this year. He's not the biggest guy either, but the playmaking and the what he can become is top 5 quarterback play, and you take that guy at number 1 overall.
Well, here you go. You heard what Tom had to say. Do you believe in Caleb Williams? Why for yes, in for no? What do you think? Tom, I know you mentioned a bunch of different things there, but is there one major concern with him specifically going to Chicago you have at all?
Not so much Chicago. I think it's a pretty good infrastructure. Maybe the biggest thing is if they miss the playoffs, they're going to fire their head coach, and now you're changing out offensive staffs again, potentially. That'd be maybe my biggest concern.
Got a bunch of ins here, a couple of Ys. Mike Dibble, Mundies, Siphon saying in for no. More no's than I thought I would see, to be honest. Super Key, Connor Salas, Cody Barnes, Siphon, Im saying Y for yes. Gaming Wizard saying Y for yes. Aaron Wheat saying no. Ryu saying yes. We got Steven saying no. Connor saying no. Steven saying no. Lots of no's, to be quite frank. Kind of a lot to break down with that, but I do think he will be one of the top quarterbacks pretty much right away, especially like Tom said. The situation that he's going into is pretty good.
Today's show is made possible by Game Time. You should not have to worry when it comes to buying tickets to your next big sporting event, concert, comedy, theater, whatever. Game Time has you covered. They take the guesswork out of buying tickets to whatever event you are going to. I always tell people to keep an eye out for the zone deals. With zone deals, you pick the section, and Game Time picks the seats for big-time savings, by the way, in the process. The Game Time guarantee means you will always get the best price as well. If you find tickets in the same section and row for less, Game Time's going to credit you 110% of the difference. That's a fantastic deal as far as I'm concerned. So download the Game Time app over at gametime.co. Create your account and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Terms do apply, but create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. We appreciate Game Time sponsoring us here at NFL Daily, and also on the Cowboys Report and the Chiefs Report, since we are simulcasting on both of those streams until closer to those teams' respective picks. It is slap time as well.
I'll let you go first.
One for Slam, or for Sam, one for Jace.
Yeah,
so take the headset off so we don't break the headset. Commanders are on the clock. We're awaiting whatever pick that quarterback is. I can see Adam Peters making the call, so stay tuned for that one there. Sam, slap number 1. Let's ride. That was a soft slap. It was almost a double slap because it almost hit producer Jack in the face. when it shattered across the screen, almost got him right there.
I needed some motivation, so I just.
That was a good one. That was a much better slap.
Hey,
that was good.
I was
That
practicing.
good.
You seen those slap competitions? Thinking about
Yeah.
trying out for one, you know?
Yeah,
I
there you
can't take the slap though. I can do it.
There you go. All right.
All right, you want to talk about today's prizes?
Yeah, raffle. Every $20 super chat gets you entered for a draft swag pack of your team. So draft hat, draft a T-shirt in some capacity, depending on what size and stuff is available for you. We'll get you guys something that you like. So that is for the raffle item, $20 to enter that front there. The MVP of today's show, most super chats, gets the rookie jersey of their team's choosing. So stay tuned for that one.
Let's go some super chats here from T-Dog. With Commanders, please do good this season. Well, your pick is next, and you may get Jayden Daniels or Drake Maye. So there's a good partial right there. Preston Palmer with a $10 super chat. Preston, really do appreciate you hanging out with us all night long. And then Gerald, hey, how about this one, Tom? Cowboys versus Chiefs, Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice? I have no faith.
Decay with a $1 super chat. Excuse me, I appreciate that as well. Pick is also in for the Washington Commanders. Preston, a $5 super chat saying, honestly, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just here to impress my work friends. Can you please explain what a draft is?
Draft. Players from college who are eligible entered the NFL draft, and then teams, in mostly reverse order of how they finished last year with some trades and complications there, will then take those players. It is designed to be parity-based. So bad teams pick first, hoping to get the best players coming from the collegiate ranks.
There you go. Kurgan coming in here with a $5 super chat. Kurgan, I believe is he still in the lead?
I believe he is still, yes.
Yeah, he's still in the lead there for the MVP. Kurgan also got a bunch of raffle entries. Then Justin coming in with a super chat saying, Harrison to Pats. No.
Jack just says no in our ear. I would be pretty surprised if that didn't end up happening.
We do have the pick for the
excuse me.
Washington Commanders. Believe Roger Goodell is coming up to the stage right now. Get your votes in now. Jayden Daniels or Drake Maye. What do y'all think?
We have the pick. It just lagging a little bit there on the graphic side. Jayden Daniels is the selection here, very much as expected from the Commanders. They're taking the LSU Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. We will get to why he's only 17 and number 3 overall, 3 quarterback, I should say, on my board momentarily. The positives, right? This is a dual threat in every positive sense of the word. This is a dynamic playmaker with his legs who, on a negative side, does tend to look to run before scrambling or before passing.
He takes some big hits.
Oh, we'll get to that one. Don't worry. But just a massive big play machine, like just constant explosive plays, which NFL teams crave in the way the NFL currently works. He finally had the same offense and coordinator for back-to-back years. His production exploded as a result. Despite that production, he doesn't turn the ball over very much. He's very safe because, again, he looks to run before he throws. The supporting cast help, but he was electric as a downfield passer. There were no real screens in his offense. He burned the blitz when it came. In terms of a floor, because of that mobility, I think it's actually pretty darn high. He offers the ability to make those plays with his legs. The downsides here are, my brother in Christ, please learn to protect yourself. He thinks he's Josh Allen sometimes. When he arrived at LSU, per Brian Kelly, at 170 pounds. I don't think he's not going to play at 210. Like, I think he's kind of more on the like, hey, this guy's like, hey, maybe he plays at 200. He has a very thin frame, and his play style scares me. I don't know if he has the body armor to hold up. He has to learn to slide, or I'm concerned of an RG3 scenario here. Sometimes the accuracy can wane a little bit, and my biggest concern as a passer, the deep ball is awesome, but he lacks the passing creativity that Lamar Jackson has because he looks to scramble first more than anything. And he will not attack the middle of the field. And his old OC at LSU attacked the middle of the field with Desmond Ridder. And not going over the middle and being slender are historical red flags for not working out as a player. He still has a first-round grade for me because he generates so many big plays. He is older. I mean, he was throwing passes to Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State against Justin Herbert's Oregon. I have a fun player comp here for you guys. It's Tyrod Taylor, but the Monstarred version. So they took all the talent from their guys and gave it all to Jayden Daniels because they play similar. He runs and throws deep balls, and it's really good.
A better Tyrod Taylor.
Jayden Daniels is going to be the perfect Madden quarterback, by the way. He's going to be so good.
Yes.
So good. Oh, good.
I just want to say one thing. An Arizona State quarterback just went number 2 overall.
You can claim him. I think he also gets good reviews from his coaches, by the way, which is also a really good sign. So relative to where he went, I'm not as high, but he's got a first-round grade. So the Commanders are fine.
By the way, hit that subscribe button. We got over 10,000 people watching, and we are closing. It's getting closer and closer as the former Heisman Trophy winner gets picked at number 2.
20 likes away from another Bean Boozled for me.
There you go. 374,000 on the horizon. I wanted to see that number continue to tick up all night long. So far, every time we've turned it on, it continues to tick throughout the time we've had it on there. So that's a good thing. So if you're new here, hit the subscribe button. You're not going to regret it. We've got awesome draft coverage for you all weekend long for every single pick in every single round and every single player, including the UDFAs after the fact. So great draft
That's the nerd stuff I love, baby. Day 3 is just me nerding out over guys that no one's heard of. By the way, I'm gonna get more players drafted I didn't do research on because I barely got to 300 this year. It is my daughter's fault. That's what I'm blaming 2.5-year-old Olivia because I got other responsibilities I gotta do these days.
Well, there you go. Who's going to have the best career in the NFL? We've seen one of these 3 get drafted. Is another one the next pick, like Drake Maye or JJ McCarthy?
I'd be pretty stunned if it wasn't.
Yeah, I would be surprised. Pick is in. Drake Maye.
That's your prediction?
Schultz.
Oh.
Drake Maye.
Okay.
There you
go. Teaser alert.
Good
Spoiler
pick.
alert. There you go.
Spoiler.
All right, well, let's break down. Yeah, we will tip picks.
We're going to get them early here, so we're going to tell you.
Yeah, we will not wait for the announcements from the networks because they end up getting behind, especially on day
This is
2.
why you watch here.
Yeah.
You find them before anybody else.
So
Drake Maye, the number 3 overall pick to the New England Patriots.
Graphic will be in there in a second. You guys vote. I'll talk about
keep
Drake
going.
Maye here.
Let's listen to a Tom masterclass.
I love the pick.
I like it too.
I know, Jack. I know that you wanted JJ McCarthy as the Patriots and Michigan fan. I do think Drake Maye is the correct pick here. I do think this is the good decision by New England, who you don't even have to play day 1 if you don't want to. Although I'm putting him out there. I think that some of this narrative of like, he's not good, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, let's start with the positives. Has the frame and size NFL teams covet. 6'4" and change, 223. Checked off both those boxes right there. He does protect the ball pretty well, despite some moments. Drake Maye has some of what my buddies and I call, it's the bozo gene. Josh Allen is riddled with it as well, where it's like, hey, you made a bad play worse by just doing something you didn't really need to do. And he does tend to drift in the pocket and create his own pressure in the process there. His supporting cast was not very good, frankly. Now, they finally got Tez Walker, especially this past year. Tez Walker had some drop issues, by the way. He will attack the deep ball. He had the second most yards this season. He will attack the middle of the field. I think there's some more progression stuff than some of the other quarterbacks end up getting offered. And he does do out-of-structure stuff, too. Remember that left-handed throw, touchdown pass he made? Which, like, that's like why you live with the bozo gene. Because, like, that's a dumb play, but it worked out for you, right? He also led UNC in rushing yards in 2022. He's actually a really good athlete. The comp for me is super easy. It's just Justin Herbert with a little bit more chaos kind of mixed into his game. Which is a con and a negative. I actually see some Trevor Lawrence stuff too, where like the scouts like him and there are some higher level plays, but there are some mistakes that you just don't like there. The checks and audibles came from the sideline, so there's going to be some development that has to grow from that perspective. Sometimes that release comes in a little bit low for me. Like many QBs, I think post-snap adjustments are an issue. I think there's room to grow against pressure pretty significantly, but much kind of like Caleb Williams, those higher-end plays he's able to make, the downfield passing, the middle of the field stuff, he can make every throw. There are times he just misses accuracy stuff, and I think some technique correctment will fix things there, but he's got all the traits and the ability that you're looking for in a potential top 10 quarterback.
Do you have any concerns based off his, let's say, lack of consistency in college? Because there were some times where he just dropped some absolute eggs.
You saw with Caleb Williams, too. When you don't have 2 first-round picks at receiver alongside you or an elite running game or an elite defense, sometimes you are forced, like, I got to do it all. And you have to kind of reel that back. But there were moments there were like 2 games he would have won if the receiver just caught the pass. And then later he threw the pick. So the concerns, yes, but talent is there.
There you go. Drake Maye, the number 3 overall pick to the New England Patriots. And just about going to script right now. Picks 1 through 3, all quarterbacks. Let's do some super chats real quick while we got some time. PEF, Capri. Capri? Great. Josh Allen to the Rams for a late pick. I'm calling.
I doubt.
No. Randy with a $10 super chat. Randy, shout out to you. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Lance Dunbar's burner saying, what pick will be the first moment? Either via trade, surprise pick, etc. Because last year, we already had that at this time.
We'll get a trade soonish. I think that'll be our first, okay, let's go. By the way, Cardinals are not expected to trade this pick.
No.
So we're riding with the chalk then. I would assume Marvin Harrison Jr., but who knows? He took 2 visits, Cardinals and the Bears. So I would assume, but we'll see.
Christian saying Packers going to draft Ladati James.
He got that one. Okay, there you go. Obviously not, but it's funny. Thank you, Christian.
$2. Summit is D1. Go Dolphins. I hope the Dolphins get the Michael Penix Jr. I am 13 years old and a football player.
I don't think they'll go quarterback.
I
do owe a Bean Boozle, by the way, though.
You do.
So you keep reading supers. I'll do this.
Summit, appreciate you. Keep playing well. Red Hawk FN, a $1 super chat. Shout out to you, Red Hawk. What'd you get?
Pomegranate or Old Bandage?
Old Bandage.
I'm also out of Red Bull. I probably need another one in the near future if you can grab one, just in case there's a little bandage in it, because then I'm cooked.
Take that hit, and Vigorous with a $2 super chat coming in here.
We're good at Pomegranate. Let's ride.
Bang. Another super chat saying Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Saints. Who dat?
Wouldn't it be nice?
That'd be nice. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
About 32 NFL teams would love to get him.
Yes. Monica Sanchez, my Chiefs gal, saying Chiefs Kingdom. Woo. Monica, appreciate you hanging out with us all evening long. The Chiefs pick coming up later on in the night at pick number 32. We're simulcasting right now on both Cowboys and Chiefs. Tom Downey and Jace Andrews with you. Appreciate hanging out with us all draft night long. Picks 1 through 3 in with Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, and Drake Maye in that order. And the Arizona Cardinals right now on the clock at round number 4. Monica, we do appreciate you. We'll be live later on, specifically for Chiefs at around pick 28, and you said Cowboys around pick
18, 19. We'll see. Timing is a little bit TBD based on whatever chaos ends up happening.
Well, here's what we have right now.
But we'll
not
be here.
chaos. We got Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, and Drake Maye. What I would call exact order I'd probably put them in rounds picks 1, 2, and 3. Caleb, Daniels, and Maye. And then Ryan Kennedy saying, question for Tom here. Who would have to fall to make you pick someone other than O-line here on Cowboys?
Maybe one of those top receivers would intrigue me the most in the end.
Jeffrey coming in saying, do you think Dak gets traded during the draft with a contract standstill? If so,
No, they won't, because he doesn't want to go somewhere where they're sacrificing their draft capital. So no.
Pick is in for the Cardinals. As we get another super chat coming in here from Jose Ruiz saying, hoping Dallas can pull some magic these next few days. Go Tom and Cowboys.
Thank you, Jose. Appreciate that, my friend.
The last dodo. Hashtag Cowboys. Been watching Cowboys Report since Rico Gathers.
What a time to be alive.
Baylor legend. Ryan is saying, haven't really paid attention to the offseason. Who are we looking, or what are we looking at for trades?
He clarified for draft. Offensive line has been a very popular target for them. But they might be gone, so who knows?
And then CJ saying, Tom, you ate the last bean. It's snot.
I did not eat a snot bean, but I appreciate it.
That you had the booger one.
Oh, I did. You're right. I did.
Yeah. CJ DeYoung, lots of watchers don't like him. Why?
Meaning Caleb Williams?
Yes.
Contrarians, and also people just don't like quarterbacks sometimes. It's fine.
Some people hate the top. What can you say? Cody Hamilton saying, Tom, who do you think the Cowboys are going to take if they don't trade their pick there?
Barton or Fautanu were there. I think that makes sense. Otherwise, if they're gone, maybe the trade down starts to make a lot of sense from that perspective.
All right, number 4, and the selection is Marvin Harrison Jr. He goes number 4, and once again, we continue the script as the Cardinals get a top-tier wide receiver, and you're number 1 on the big board, Tom.
Yeah, because I know ball. I literally wrote down my first note. Don't overthink him. Don't be silly and not think that the 6'3", 209 receiver who moves incredibly silky and smooth and has the bloodlines and the production of everything you would ever want in a number 1 receiver isn't the best player in this year's class. My first note for the good, basically everything. The movement skills are rare for somebody that size. I know he didn't test. He would have tested super well. He gets open. He makes a bunch of plays in some contested catch situation. every route he ran total was about 3.4 yards per play. That's elite production. He does it. You don't find guys who move at this size. The bad is, there's not much. He's honestly, there were some drops this year. Maybe the quality of the throw wasn't the best either there. He was better in contested catches last year than this year. Again, not every contested catch is created equal. That is a red flag. The biggest knock I have on him is there were a couple ankle injuries. He'll be fine. He's a little thin. He could add some weight if he needed to. He is not a rare, after catch player. Not bad, but he's not like Jamar Chase, where the first guy is always going to miss. This, in general, I hate the use of the word generational. It's used too much. It's used. You can't have a generational prospect every single year. That's not how that word works.
Then it's not generational.
This is the best player I've scouted right alongside Quentin Nelson in the years I've been doing this. So, and Nelson's been was a day one Pro Bowl offensive guard there. I think Harrison might be a day one Pro Bowl wide receiver. This is a special prospect at the position. My player comp is there's a little bit of AJ Green to him, like the build wise. I think he might be better than a fringe Hall of Fame wide receiver. So that's kind of where we're already at, starting off as a draft pick. So this is an easy A for me. This is a no-brainer.
Leading us right into the next talking subject. Grade this pick. Obviously, from here is where the fun begins. Grade this last one here. Marvin Harrison, round 1, pick 4, A, B, C, D, or F. We'll get some shout-outs to whoever gets in there. Who we got in the chat? We got Chuck saying A, Jack saying A or B, Mr. Stickman saying A, Mr. Stickman with a bunch of A's, A++ from Gaming Wizard, Josh McBride, lots of A's, a C from GM, and then Penguin giving an A, Miss MW Lover, 7B, A+ from Logan, James the 49ers fan saying nah, F from a couple of people up there, but majority of A's and B's throughout there, and then a couple of other letters in there, F and D, just kind of floating around in there. All right, today's show is made possible by Mando. With summer right around the corner, listen, we could all use some deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Mando stops odor at the source instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances by stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. Created by a doctor, Mando's whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to put Mando on all those tough places to keep clean, especially in those crevices. Best of all, Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. And with free shipping, new customers can get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to cover over 40% of your starter pack using code CHAT at shopmando.com. Once again, you can get that 40% off your starter pack by using code CHAT at shopmando.com. Their products are super amazing. Again, with summer coming around, you want the deodorant that you can use absolutely everywhere. Mando is your place to go. That starter pack is super, super amazing. Shopmando.com. And, hey, we got some amazing product for you right here. Pretty
Deodorant
nice.
wipes for me.
You got wipes already?
There
Hey,
you go.
I like that you can put this wherever, because the deodorant sometimes hard to get in crevices. You can just wipe
Yeah.
this wherever. It's nice.
Yeah, simple, easy,
Easy.
and pretty affordable too, which is awesome.
Let's recap these first 4 picks here, with Caleb Williams being the obvious number 1 overall pick, Jayden Daniels at 2, Drake Maye at 3, and then MHJ, the second generation of wide receiver there. from Marvin
Draft
Harrison.
begins now.
It does.
Do the Chargers trade down?
Or do
Do
they
they
take JC Latham?
Do they take Latham? Do they take my best available player, Malik Nabers? Do the Vikings end up moving up here? This is where the draft begins.
Adam Schefter, Chargers are keeping number 5. No trade.
Ooh, okay. So no trade. No trade. There we go. So my best available here is Malik Nabers, Joe Alt, Rome Odunze. I've got JC Latham much lower. That has been a very popular pick as of late. Which, by the way, for the Giants fans out there watching, this means you're going to have a chance to take JJ McCarthy if that's who you want, that he is available. So, because the Chargers are not going to take JJ McCarthy. It's not going to happen.
I'm
so
thinking Malik Nabers here. I think they're not going to go JC.
That's what I would do.
That's what I
you
would
need
do,
a playmaking wide receiver. He's a dynamic playmaker. That's the route I would go.
I would go Malik.
I think you can get it. You can go offensive line if you want to. Selfishly, I would like to see this be JC Latham because that's what I had in my mock draft. But at this point, I'm kind of like, I don't care about doing the whole chaos thing there of like, if I get what I get right. You know, I got 4 right in a row. We're off to a strong start here in the end. Okay, Sam, I get it. You have money on things. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, he mentioned about 1,000 times he's over there dancing.
I was about to say, he's had about a ton of things.
Giddying from that perspective. So we'll see about what the Chargers end up doing here. I would be disappointed if they took Latham over Joe Alt. Like if you're going offensive line, you should take Alt. If you're going receiver, you take Nabers. So I am excited to see how this all plays out in the end.
Then, knowing this, do we think JJ McCarthy is a Giant?
I have heard conflicting reports if they want McCarthy. And all of a sudden, like, if it is Alt, or if they wanted Nabers, then okay, what's the plan there? Like, Tennessee's like, okay, well, it's not a quarterback. Are we going to get Alt, or are we going to take a receiver? Like, so this pick, with them picking it here, this drastically impacts what happens over the next couple of selections once we get that pick in. Or at least, reported enough.
You want to know the pick? I got it.
Stand by. Do not.
It's not Ricky. No, it's Albert Breer.
Pretty sure he's on. Whatever. Give some shout-outs here first, Jason.
Let's give some shout-outs. What is your team here? Patriots. We got a bunch of things. Yeah, there's the pick. Steelers, MPJ to Seattle, New England picks. Patriots pick F. What's your favorite team? Got Chargers in here. Chargers you're picking. The Jets, Vikings, Alt, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins, Cowboys, Seahawks, Vikings, Ravens, Dallas.
All right.
Colts.
Announce that pick, Chase.
There you go. It is offensive tackle Joe Alt, not JC Latham.
Tennessee's in shambles right now, I think. A little bit.
Tennessee is trading back.
I think this is the correct pick for the Chargers if they're not going to go with the receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have to figure out who's your left tackle, who's your right tackle. Alt has, I think, only played on left side in his time at Notre Dame, but he's my number 4 overall player. You're getting him at number 5. That's as best value you're normally going to find when it comes to a top 5 selection there. He is just 21 years old. He is almost 6'9". He's 321 pounds. The athletic ability, in terms of the testing and the tape too, is just nuts. It's a 5.05 40. It's a 4.51 shuttle, a 7.31 3-cone. The 9.04 broad is absurd for a dude that weighs 321 pounds. I think there's some Andrew Whitworth in his game. The non-bust version of Robert Gallery. And the athletic comp is Jonathan Ogden. Like, that's the caliber of player here you're going to get. Size, athletic ability. He wasn't even a full-time offense lineman until college. Wouldn't really tell that from his technique. He was a quarterback and tight end growing up a little bit there. There is a little bit of finesse to his game. I'd like to see him be a little bit more of a power player. But I think the overall talent is absolutely incredible. The leverage might occasionally be a minor issue. Top 5 player to me, number 1 ranked offensive tackle. Chargers love, and Jim Harbaugh loves offensive linemen. It's a better pick than the JC Latham rumors would have been.
Yeah, that would have been a reach. I think Alt is the right pick. It's the best player available. They get him. Also, speaking of the Chargers, Adam Schefter with a little bit of report here around Justin Herbert. As in recent weeks, both the Patriots and the Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had interest in trading Justin Herbert. And the answer was, quote, a flat no.
Of course.
So they love Herbert.
As it should have been.
Correct. They're going to take a little bit of a cap hit, and that's fine with them. Herbert is a good quarterback. I think it's a little bit weird because we're starting to see some of those people come in to say that maybe Herbert isn't as good as everybody thinks he is, but he's just had not really a great situation. But now, got a little bit of help on the offensive line, hopefully more protective. It's just about having Quentin Johnson having hands again.
And we'll see what ends up happening with getting another receiver and maybe in day 2 and whatever Michigan players end up adding as well.
It's a deep wide receiver draft. They'll get somebody. So, all right, let's kind of recap. Let's recap these top 5 picks here real quick. We got Caleb Williams at round 1, pick number 1. Jayden Daniels, round 1, number 2. Drake Maye at 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. And then the most recent pick down at the bottom of your screen, number 5, Joe Alt.
All right, Giants. Do you go with Malik Nabers or do you go with JJ McCarthy?
Welcome in here. We are now live on our Commanders channel as well. We appreciate you joining us. We are live on our main chat sports channel. Tom Downey, Jace Andrews recapping and going through every single pick here in the 2024 NFL Draft. If you're joining us just from the Commanders stream, we appreciate you joining us. Congratulations on your pick of Jayden Daniels, and we're happy to have you here. We hope you continue watching all throughout the night because I hear Tom has some pretty fun draft notes on some players later on.
I have 300 players, so some of them, and there will be more that don't get drafted, and I will drink as a punishment as a result there. So happy to be simulcasting here on our Commanders channel, our Chiefs channel, and our Cowboys channel as well. You're watching the Chat Sports live stream right now as we await the Giants pick here at number 7 overall. Shout out your team for me in the comments section.
Let's give some shout-outs to whoever shouts out their team. We got Giants from Mike in there. Giants suck, actually, is what he's saying. Bucks saying games are life, saying Bucks. B-Shot saying Patriots. Patriots from Germany. Lions, Seahawks, Titans, Steelers, Detroit Lions, Bills, Ravens, Colts. We got Packers and a lot of other people going on, Steelers, Jaguars, and all that. So really do appreciate it. Keep shouting out your favorite NFL team. That's going to be obviously a fun thing.
Probably got some Giants fans in here right now.
We do.
I guess.
We do.
Probably
number
some
6
Titans
pick,
and Falcons and more fans.
We're starting to get into that little bit of, all right, this is the draft now, and what do the Titans do? What happens? The Giants, the pick is in. Is it in?
We'll see.
We'll see.
I would assume this is two players here. It's either Malik Nabers, who gives them the dynamic playmaker that they've been searching for, or this ends up being they go quarterback and they go with JJ McCarthy. I've heard conflicting things in terms of how much they actually like him. Or are they in love with him or not?
If the Giants select Malik Nabers, Titans trade back? You have to think so.
Just take Rome Odunze?
Is that? I mean, you could probably get him a little later. Is he really that worth it to you? Pick is in for the Giants. Who is it? Is it Malik Nabers? Is it? There we go. Malik Nabers is the pick here at round 1, pick number 6 for the New York Giants. Daniel Jones, you are safe for now. You have a new wide receiver in a top-tier guy from Louisiana State University, the Tigers, Malik Nabers.
Yeah, this is my number 2 overall player and thus my number 2 overall receiver as well behind Marvin Harrison Jr. If you want those explosive plays, if you want the playmaking, the chunk plays, the explosiveness, I love what I see here. And I think from a player comp perspective, there are a couple former LSU receivers who stand out. From a, making guys miss, from an after the catch perspective, from big plays, there is some Jamar Chase to his game. He had 30 forced missed tackles this year at 6 yards after catch on average. So that's just incredible numbers, a 4.38 40 at just under 200 pounds. And I think from a body type perspective and being able to take those short plays the distance, I do see some Odell Beckham to his game. He's not the same dynamic, crazy catch guy, whatever either, but I see the playmaking. 3.64 yards per route run was even better than Marvin Harrison Jr. It is as impressive as it comes from the dynamic playmaking perspective. He gets low on his routes. He generates separation. He makes guys miss after the catch. In almost any other class, he's like, yeah, this is the wide receiver 1 pretty easily. It's just that there's Marvin Harrison in this year's class. The negatives here, pretty limited. He's never going to be a jump ball guy at that size, most likely. I don't think he's as great working through a bunch of contested catches. It's fine. He's a smaller guy. He's the dynamic guy. Sometimes he gets a little cute with his releases and it's kind of bouncing around a little bit. Again, you make so many big plays, it's fine. He did have an arrest on Bourbon Street back in 2023. Charge was later dropped, so that's fine. The left shoulder might need surgery after the season. He'll be fine, though, this year, so whatever. The Giants got a playmaker. No more excuses for Daniel Jones, and they got the best player, I'm sure, on their board that was left. And I guess they didn't like JJ McCarthy enough. So Nabers, 6, Giants. Now we wait for Tennessee.
Let's run through some super chats real quick as we have caught you up on all the picks from 1 through 6. Brad, how do you think the Seahawks get a second round draft pick if they do?
You have to trade down. You have to trade down in the first round. That's the only. I don't think they're going to trade future capital.
There you go.
So we'll see. That they're a real trade down candidate, frankly. I wouldn't be stunned if that's something that they chose to do. I think in general, with Tennessee at 7, Atlanta at 8, and even Chicago at 9, we're kind of in the range here of a trade happening. Is Minnesota? How long can Minnesota wait? In theory, it's Minnesota to go get their quarterback. How far down does JJ McCarthy slide? We'll see.
Kurgan, another one saying, smash that like button with $69. First of all, nice. Second of all, do exactly what he said. Smash the like button. We're over 4,000 likes in, and we got close to 2,000 people watching. Let's go, Kurgan.
Who do you want to get slapped? We're about to bring Sperry back on, so stay tuned for that one as well. Maybe you want him to get slapped or slap somebody.
There you go. Max Sauce, $5. Appreciate you as well. And then Tucker saying Titans getting Bowers, Brock Bowers at 7. I got Chigi Okonkwo. I don't know. That'd be an interesting pick. I personally think the Titans should trade down. Chuck Dola with a $2 super chat as well. Appreciate you, Chuck. You are a legend here. We do appreciate you hanging out with us. As Titans are on the clock right now, as we have picks 1 through 6. Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, Drake Maye, Marvin Harrison are 1 through 4. And it's my time because, well, we got Sperry in the wings. So, Tom, you take this one away.
Jace, see you later tonight. We'll bring Jack Sperry on here momentarily. If you're just now tuning in, we are simulcasting here on our Commanders channel, our Chiefs channel. You'll see Jace again in a little bit here, folks. You will see Jack Sperry momentarily as well. Commanders, Chiefs, and our Cowboys report also streaming right now here on Chat Sports. And no surprise at the start of the draft. Caleb Williams goes number 1. Jayden Daniels goes number 2. Drake Maye goes number 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4 to the Arizona Cardinals. That was pretty heavy chalk. A little bit more surprise at pick number 5, to an extent. Joe Alt, who is certainly rumored. It's not an, oh my God, what happened? It was okay. That was a possibility, but there have been a lot of JC Latham buzz. Trade down buzz aplenty. Chargers stand pat. Take, I think, the consensus, number 1 offensive tackle in this year's class. And with JJ McCarthy on the board, the Giants pass. And they choose to take Malik Nabers and get a playmaking, explosive play machine, as Sam kicks the camera. L's in the chat for Sam. Sorry, buddy. Nabers goes 6 to the New York Giants. It's a very tightly compacted space. Well, that's why we're expanding here. And that puts Tennessee on the clock here at number 7 overall. They had been so heavily linked to Joe Alt, and now we don't know what Alt's gone. Is this do they take the next best offensive tackle? Fashanu, Fuaga, Latham, whatever that player ends up being. They probably are working the phones to trade down potentially. Does Minnesota want to jump up here? Does Denver want to jump up? I know that they like JJ McCarthy at least a decent amount. They go Brock Bowers. Do they go Rome Odunze? Do they go with the Jamar Chase Penei Sewell meme 2.0 where they end up adding the receiver with Brian Callahan's offense in Cincinnati? I am very excited to see how this all ends up playing out. The pick is in here, by the way, Sam. So we'll have to get, offensive line. They need offensive line help. We know that pretty heavily from that perspective. This is something that they have to do, whether it's in round 1 or round 2, round 3, whatever. They need to get some impact playmakers. That pick is in, by the way. We'll bring on Jack Sperry here momentarily. But it is an offensive lineman. And it ends up being that just Alt and Latham end up being flipped. And JC Latham is the pick here for the Tennessee Titans out of Alabama. This is the powerful run-blocking offensive lineman who they're going to hope Bill Callahan develops into a superstar caliber offensive lineman. He was the best offensive lineman, maybe even for 2 years in a row, for the Crimson Tide. His size shoe, by the way, is 18, which is absolutely hilarious because he is, after all, 6'5", almost 6'6", 342 pounds. He's played in a variety of offensive schemes in terms of zone and gap. Power player. And you even look at him, and it looks like a powerful offensive lineman, right? He does carry, I think, the weight pretty well. He got to 360 was his listed weight, a little bit high, higher than what I would like from that perspective. The hand usage, I think, is very good. The footwork is choppy. And that's what this comes down to. That's why I have him as a cheater first, second round grade, why he is lower. He did not test for a reason, because the testing wasn't going to be very good. I think you plug him in at right tackle. Now, taking him at 7, maybe they can play on the left side as well. He did play left guard, by the way, as well previously, which you have this guy named Peter Skoronski in Tennessee. He's just going to stay at left guard. I think that makes the most sense there. We'll do some oversetting. This just comes down to, do you trust the athletic ability, the quickness of the feet to hold up there? Player comp-wise, Marcus Cannon, maybe that's on the lower end for what you'd expect there. If you have visions of Evan Neal dancing in your head, I get it. I get it. It's a little early for me. I think they pretty clearly wanted Joe Alt, and now we'll see what ends up happening here with Tennessee and how they develop him. I will say this: if anyone's going to get the most out of JC Latham, isn't it Bill Callahan? Of all the players, isn't that who is going to be? Coach isn't going to maximize him and make sure the technique is good enough that if there is some slow-footed quickness, it's not going to be a big issue there. So it was a little early for me. I will never lie to you guys. The board's done in advance. I'm not going to rig it for certain teams. But I think there's a lot of things to like about the powerfulness that JC Latham brings. And Bengals style with Bill Callahan was powerful offensive lineman. We've got another one right here. We'll bring on Jack Sperry momentarily. Let's beat last year's chat rate record. Spam go in the comment section right now. The goal to beat is 1,359. The number last year was that figure. We got close previously. The previous chat rate high was, looking at my numbers here, 1,232. So we were ultra close. There's 9,000 people watching live right now. We should have the ability to get there all the way. So if you haven't already, if you have, even do it again. Spam go for me in the comment section. I will give some shout-outs here. Robert, Hayden, Cole, Yanada, Billy, Mike, PFF Productions, Michael, Hayden, Omar's Burner. Let's see what else we got in there. Mike Taro is in there. Hayden, Cole, Chris, Billy, Lewis, Hunting Hound. By the way, the Titans only just now announcing this pick, by the way. So we are pretty far ahead on that front. Let's bring on in then Jack Sperry. Welcome back from your Commanders solo hosting, and as we continue our simulcast here.
Yeah, I mean, Jayden Daniels, the pick. I'm really excited about what he's going to be bringing to the Washington Commanders here. I have a feeling that Caleb Williams and Jayden Daniels are going to have a chance to be really good players in those respective organizations. Drake Maye is going to have a chance to develop behind Jacoby Brissett there in New England. But if I had to choose between one of those quarterbacks that's going to bust in the league, you might disagree with me. I'd probably go with Drake Maye because of the infrastructure that kind of seems to be crumbling there in New England.
All right, give me some shout-outs here for me.
All right, let's give some shout-outs here. We got James, we got Hunton, we got 12 Taco, we got Alex, we got Jay, we got James, we got Bennett, we got Summit, we got Soggy Cereal. That's one crazy name right there. We got NFL Edits, we got Alex Garcia, we got Yantan, love that name. We got Hot Rod 24, my man Hot Rod's in the chat. We got Jeff Rhodes, we got Omar's Burner. What's up, Omar? We got Melissa. We got Ghostface, we got Geo, we got Touchdowns and Takes, we got Tristan, Needles, Nolan, Jay, Nathan, and Gaming Wizard.
Get to tweet text, Sam.
Okay, so make sure you guys spam go in the chat. We got to beat this record right here, guys. We haven't done it yet. We break this record every single year. It is a tradition unlike any other here at Chat Sports where we beat the chat rate record.
The Chat Sports account.
So help us out right now. All right, so let's go.
Well,
sure.
We have the pick in, and this is our first stunner. You guys ready for it?
Whoa! Ho, ho, ho.
Michael Penix
wow.
is the pick at number 8 overall. After signing Kirk Cousins to a massive contract, Michael Penix, before JJ McCarthy, at number 8 overall.
Well, my 4 quarterbacks went off the board, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're right on that one there. He'll sit for a little bit behind Kirk Cousins. Wow.
For the record, I did not think Penix would go before McCarthy. I did have him ranked above him on my big board this year, but wow. You just signed Kirk Cousins, and now you're getting an older quarterback to sit for a couple years? You just signed Kirk to a 4-year deal.
Look, I'll be honest. I think it's a bad pick. I'm sorry. I think it's a bad pick.
Listen, I like Michael Penix Jr. I think this is a bad pick. I mean, what are we doing here? You need an edge rusher.
All right, let me start positive. How about that? And then we'll get into the many negatives I have here. The arm strength is a plus. And I don't think the motions is an issue either. What I always do is flip it. Flip it and watch it as a righty. The motion's fine. It's a little loopy. He's got long arms. It's fine. As a pure passer, he's very good. In fact, I think as a pure passer only, you can justify him as being quarterback 2 even. And even like he can drop back. He has a great arm. The deep ball stuff is awesome. He feasted on downfield throws. He doesn't turn the ball over very much. His pressure to sack rate was super low. There are some underlying concerns we'll get to there in a little bit. He's the first FBS player with 4,500 plus passing yards since this guy named Patrick Mahomes. He's a tough kid. I think he interviewed very well. And he's intelligent. All of those things are very good. The downsides here are he didn't like throwing right very much. He absolutely benefited from an elite supporting cast on the offensive line and the receiving core. Before the championship game, they were at 60+% on their contested catches, and you drop that down. The highest was USC was at 48%.
Yep.
So that's a big difference. We're talking a handful of throws. That does change the number pretty drastically there. Sometimes I think it's kind of all gas, no brakes on the touch. And he doesn't offer any mobility. The athletic ability is there, but he never ran. And I think in the current version of the NFL, you have to be able to run and move. Like you have to be able to get out of the pocket. And when he was moved off his spot outside of the Texas game, it wasn't good.
No, it wasn't.
Now, the Texas game was great, and I think that gives you some confidence why it could be better. I think there actually is a decently high ceiling for him, even more so than the floor, because he is a really good passer. And we have to mention the medical. Clearly, it passed for Atlanta, but he had multiple knee surgeries and multiple shoulder surgeries. Someone was like, injuries happen to everybody. Yeah, but it's because when they do happen. So this is our first stunner, and I am blown away.
And by the way, I just thought of this. Our friends over at the Raiders Report, the 2 nightmare scenarios for our friend Mitchell Renz, JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix, those are the only 2 first-round quarterbacks available for them to take. Oh my goodness, man. Grade the pick in the chat right now. A lot of people are giving it F, and I honestly don't blame them. I honestly don't blame them.
I'll say this. Penix was the hardest eval for me this year, at least one of them.
Yeah,
because I didn't know, is he a second? Is he a third? The grade. I'm just there's things to like and things to be concerned about.
The thing, for me, I was somebody that was like, I actually agree a lot with what you just said with your evaluation because it's correct. He doesn't provide any value. Yeah, it doesn't really... he doesn't provide much value in terms of playmaking out of structure. He needs to be an in-structure guy, and in order for him to have success in the National Football League, he needs protection. He needs good weapons, like he had at Washington, but he proved that if he had that, the guy can sling it. He can read safeties down the field, rotations really, really well. The mental processing is there. I thought with a team like Minnesota or Las Vegas, he would have been a really good fit there. With Atlanta, it's what's the plan here? He's older. And it's like I don't even think he's like a super high upside guy either because he doesn't bring the playmaking element to the game either. I think he's more of like a trailer rather than a truck, so to speak, if that makes sense.
I've seen some Sam Bradford comps I like. He turns 24 in May, by the way.
Sam Bradford's a great comp, actually. All right. So right now, JPJ Edits gave this a Z-. So not even just a failing F. It was a Z-. John is giving it an F. Geneva is giving it an F. John is giving it an F. Brad says, learn from Kirk. But it's for how long? He's under contract for 4 years. Now, you can get rid of him after 2 years, the way the contract's set up.
And you're missing out on some of the benefits of having that rookie quarterback contract.
Yeah, and you're wasting pretty much the first 2 years of Penix's contract, the affordable contract stuff. This doesn't make sense to me, man.
We're close to setting the record here.
Oh. All right.
Pick 8.
At pick 8. Let's break it right now. But you know what?
You owe Bean Boozled if we get there.
All right. If we get there, I'll do a Bean Boozled. Absolutely. Listen, man, every single grade in the chat right now is an F. There's a bunch of Zs. That's how bad this pick is to me. And this is somebody in Michael Penix Jr. where I thought with the right fit. I think in Minnesota, he would have been a really good fit with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Minnesota.
Bombing it down the field. With Devontae Adams with the Raiders. But here with Atlanta, it just doesn't make sense to me. You needed an edge rusher. Like, I don't understand this pick from the Atlanta perspective. It's like, why get Kirk Cousins if you're going to take Michael Penix Jr. at 8? I don't get it. Fine, Jack. I just want to talk about how bad this pick was, but fine. Click that thumbs up icon if you hate this freaking pick, because I do. Oh, my gosh, man. I didn't like the Latham pick, by the way, too, because it's like you need a left tackle. I don't think Latham can play there. Some of these picks here in the top 10, I think, are complete wastes of picks.
4,598 is the mark to get to. That is
Let's
the record
get there right now.
from last year. We are on the verge of getting there already. It's a Bean Boozled for 4,500.
By the way, okay, fine. By the way, did Mr. Jace Andrews have to?
He did do.
Did he do a bad one?
Did he have any bad ones? Or did he get lucky the entire time? Pretty sure he got one bad one. He got liver and onions. That was it. I did get what we think was dead fish. And I also got one of the blue ones, too, which was awesome. So
blue ones, that one's cheating. We should just take out the blue one entirely.
That's such ridiculous.
The toothpaste one, it's kind of like the buttered popcorn one, where that one's the double bad one.
I actually don't like the buttered popcorn's terrible.
Yeah, I know, but
it's
like
so bad.
that's why I'm saying it's the opposite. Like the toothpaste one, it's like, if you get toothpaste, it's like a mint flavored jelly bean, which isn't great, but it's not terrible. With the buttered popcorn one, it's like it's either you're getting rotten egg, which is terrible, or it's buttered popcorn. Come on, let's get to 45, baby. Come on, click that thumbs up icon. Let's get there right now. We need to get this going. If you hate this Michael Penix Jr. take, make sure you get it right now. Now let's get into Rome Odunze, who is the pick for the Chicago Bears at number 9. And this makes sense. This is
awesome.
He works out with Caleb Williams in the offseason. They worked together before the draft process. They took the same flight to Detroit, all these different things. This is a match made in heaven, and now you cement arguably one of the scariest trios of wide receivers in football. What do you think, Tom? I love this pick.
He's a top 10 player for me. He's number 5 overall. This is like Nico Collins with more hype, like the one we saw in Houston this year, to be clear on that front. You guys know the meme about like the Roman Empire is what dudes think about, which I don't think about. This is who he's literally known for, the Roman Empire. That's what his dad named it after. So truly, the meme is come alive here. Consistent growth over the course of his collegiate career. Had some drop issues as a sophomore. Those went away this past season. Deep ball machine for an offense that loved the deep ball there. 75% contested catch rate, which is one of the highest on a 28-1 sample size, by the way.
Yep.
Which is about as high as I can recall seeing it there. Good build, great athletic ability, 4.45 40-yard dash. Competitive player. He broke a rib and punctured a lung this year, and it was never reported. He just kept playing through it because he was worried the team doctors might sideline him there. Not a dynamic after-catch guy, but he's also not bad. In many classes, if this is your wide receiver 1, Bears get him at 10. Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, fantastic picks here for the Chicago Bears in round 1.
Absolutely. My comp for him was DeAndre Hopkins. If you're getting that, if you're getting that kind of player right here, and you're adding it to Keenan Allen, what's that, Jack? Sorry. Oh, there's a trade alert.
Oh.
Okay, at number 10. So
it's the Vikings.
And the Vikings are trading up.
McCarthy.
One spot for McCarthy.
Well, I promise you they were worried about the Broncos jumping up for JJ McCarthy.
So you know what this means? Bo Nix is going to be a Las Vegas Raider.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
I need that.
I have my doubts on that one there.
Oh, my God. If I'm the Raiders, I'm taking a player. I'm not taking Nix at 13.
So we'll get I'll read off the details here real quick. Vikings get 10 and 203. Jets get 11, 129, and 157. Remember, this is we don't want someone to jump in front of us and get our guy.
Yep.
So this is way less expensive than what anybody thought it was going to be to get JJ McCarthy in the weeks and months leading up to this year. Minnesota, if they do get their quarterback here, as we assume, played their hand pretty well.
What if it's Nix here? What if McCarthy is the 6th quarterback
Patrick Seaton might jump out of our 21st floor story building here.
What if all the smoke on McCarthy was just literally like the biggest collective smoke screen in NFL history? Is that impossible? I think this is McCarthy. Don't get me wrong. He's a great fit for what Minnesota likes to do schematically. He's got good infrastructure around him. I think this is McCarthy, and I like this slight move up for Minnesota. You're not giving up too much.
You're not getting wild and reckless with it. You're not overpaying, and you're still getting the guy that you wanted. And you get to get out of the first-round pick still.
Yes.
Extra assets there for Minnesota.
Awesome. At Johnny Newton, if he's there, I think that he would be a perfect Minnesota Viking, man.
Johnny Newton.
So what? This is our first trade.
First trade.
Like, I mean,
It's a slight move back for the Jets
Which
to make
is-
whatever guy they want still.
which is a little weird because the stuff that we were hearing coming in was that everybody was trying to trade up into the top 10.
We hear that a lot, and it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and it doesn't always happen. And this is the only trade in the top 10. You're moving up just one spot. So who do you think the Jets take at 11, though?
I had linked them to Fuaga, however we're going to pronounce it.
Yep.
We'll probably just do both at this point.
Bowers is still on the
there.
board.
Or Bowers. I would guess it's one of those two guys.
Yeah.
And then you continue that tackle run.
I wouldn't be surprised either with Fano out of Washington.
Yeah, I could play him at guard, too.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of Vera Tucker, where he's got
Like
that
that one.
versatility, and they obviously loved him. So, like, I could see the Washington tackle prospect getting taken there. But honestly, I think it's Brock Bowers because you can add that dynamic offensive threat there over the middle. I think that's perfect for Aaron Rodgers with Rome Odunze off the board. I think it's going to be Brock Bowers at 11, and you pick up 2 picks in the middle
All right,
rounds.
do we want to bet on it? Loser does a bean boozled. You get Bowers, I get Fuaga.
Well, what if it's Fano?
Then nobody does bean boozled. It's a wash.
Okay.
You in? Let's do it.
All right.
Let's have some fun.
All
tonight,
right, here we
baby.
go.
Let's have some fun with this.
I feel pretty good about that. And honestly, I actually like this pick for the New York Jets here, getting 2 picks in the middle rounds back.
Yeah.
They don't have a ton of picks this year. Maybe they take a quarterback.
No, they're not going quarterback.
No, not at 11. I'm saying later in the draft.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
like try to get like maybe a project of some sort. Maybe if Michael Pratt falls a little bit, he might be a good fit. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play forever, folks, so just keep that in mind. All right, so make sure you like the video if you haven't already. We have a trade here. The Minnesota Vikings are on the board. Patrick Seatman is praying. This is not Bo Nix. He is a big JJ McCarthy fan. I have been saying for a long time, McCarthy better be praying every day that he's a Minnesota Viking, and that's what the pick is going to be here. At number 10, JJ McCarthy is a Minnesota Viking. Mr. Tom Downey, how do you feel about this pick?
I think at 10 as opposed to going up to 5, you feel a lot better about it, don't you? You're giving up not nearly as much assets there. I think he fits really well in that Shanahan-McVay style offense, which is what the Minnesota Vikings run. I think he did a lot of really good pre-snap stuff. Needs some more stuff in terms of the post-snap side of things there, which McVay asks more from the pre-snap perspective, so I think that does match up pretty well. He attacks the middle of the field, something that Kevin O'Connell likes to do. In a way, there are, as a pure passer, some similarities to Kirk Cousins with what he does. Now, I think he's a way better athlete. Coaches are going to love his mentality and his mindset and all the maturity stuff there. It's the classic debate of, okay, you didn't do this stuff. You weren't asked to do it. Is it because we just didn't ask you or because we don't think you can? I think it's more of the former, that they just didn't ask him to do stuff. He made a bunch of plays on third down that led to really big results for Michigan. He has not lost many games. Coaches and teams care about that more than maybe I do right there. I have some player comps here for you, Sperry. A couple different ones that I kind of like. The shooting sleeve gives me Derek Carr vibes, which I don't think is actually a great comparison for him. Do you remember Aaron Brooks at all? That Saints quarterback.
Nope.
I'm going way back in the day.
No.
I kind of get some vibes there because he's skinny too, but he's a good athlete. He can throw.
Yep.
I think the peak version, who was like a fringe top 10, more of a top 15 quarterback, Andy Dalton.
Yeah.
Who could run and was pretty accurate.
I feel like the comp that people usually give is Alex Smith.
I don't hate that one.
And I don't hate that one at all. For me personally, I have Daniel Jones just because
I hate that.
I think he's very conservative as a play caller. Daniel Jones is very similar in that way. He needs to improve his downfield accuracy, in my opinion,
especially going left.
Especially going left, and now he's going to be throwing to Justin Jefferson, who's of course a deep threat. So
It's a great landing spot for him.
It's a great landing spot. If he's going to succeed here in the National Football League, it's going to be here in Minnesota. So, I think it's a good fit. So here we go. We got the Super Chat menu here. 500 likes. Every 500 we get, we're doing a Bean Boozled. I've already had a bar-flavored one. I don't know how many you've taken.
Oh, you owe one. 4,500. You're up.
All right.
Let's do it. We are 10 likes away from the record as well, which is electric as far as I'm concerned. What color was it? Oh, he didn't like it. It was bad.
It's rotten egg.
Oh, the rotten egg. I love it. He's got to pound something to get rid of that taste, huh?
Anyway, we got $10 Super Chats. We'll talk about your team. $20. You enter the Super Chat raffle. That tastes so bad, dude. $20 Super Chat raffle. We'll talk about that here in a second. $50. We got these tortillas. Slaps. By the way, we still owe a slap, I think, for Kurgan's 69 a while ago.
Who do you want to do, Corrigan?
And then highest super chat to the MVP today is going to be today's MVP. And what you can win today, $20 super chat enters you into the raffle for the swag pack. You get an official draft t-shirt for your favorite team as well as a hat. You also get some little tidbits here, some additional items here from Chat Sports, a bottle opener, some sunglasses. And then today's MVP, you get a rookie jersey of your favorite team's new player. So check that out right now. Sam, you got something to say?
Making history in this year's NFL draft. For the first time ever, we got 5 QBs selected in the top 10. For the first time ever, no defensive players selected in the top 10.
That's just what this draft is,
I have one defender in my top 10. So that's not shocking to me, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of mock drafts didn't even have a single defender.
I'm doing pretty good.
I'm doing pretty decent too. I obviously didn't get the Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, don't worry. Nobody got that one right.
That was the bracket buster right there for all the mock drafts out there. We got some supers here, $5 from Del Cohen's. He says, I really hope the Cowboys deliver Mozzie Smith without Dan Quinn's sabotage and trade down. We need multiple picks in the second round. Tom, you got anything to say about that?
I don't think it was sabotage, but you got to get more out of Mozzie, yeah.
Yeah, Lucas Awan here, $5 super chat says, y'all, can you guys say, Mom, don't get the $30 one? Great draft guys. What does that mean?
I don't know what that refers to, and now I'm kind of scared we said something
Lucas, maybe it's time to put the Hennessy down, my friend.
That's fine.
I mean, it's draft night. We're having fun, right? $6 super chat from Kurgan Cold, followed by a $9 super chat. Oh, no way, another 6. Spam those nices in the chat, by the way.
Followed by
another 9. Spam those nices in the chat for me.
This is my kind of guy. Tell you what. He's running away with the MVP.
Kurgan Cold is running away with the MVP. He wants that Steelers rookie jersey. I mean, what if it's Ayuk? Do we get him an Ayuk Steelers jersey?
Sure, it's fine.
Okay, $20 super chat here from Karen Terrier Mom, Corinne. Okay.
Corinne.
It says, great job as always, Marsh. I got to get in on the jersey. We're not Giants simulcasting. Simulcast. I keep getting that wrong.
We'll make sure that gets passed over to Marshall.
So we'll make sure that gets passed over to Marshall. Thank you so much, Corinne, for that $20 super chat. Yes. Blood Slinger. Man, that's a scary name right there, Blood Slinger. $5 super chat says, out of all of your mock drafts, how many times have you been right?
Like, final ones are the ones that matter. For Cowboys, I've missed the last 3 because the guy I had was gone. But that was on a run of like Van Der Esch. I got Taco Charlton right. I was hot for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it kind of called off since then.
And there's always like, if people are really expecting people to get mock drafts right, it's like, what are we really expecting? There's a bunch of different options. Nobody's going to get a mock draft all the way right.
10 player pick matches, I did pretty damn good.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlike the overall ones.
Yeah, me too. $5 super chat here from Jeffrey Brizzen. Who says, what do you think of Elijah Jones in the later rounds? Also, Audric Estime or Jonathan Brooks. Tom, you want to just give a quick summary of those?
Over Estime. Jones is the Boston College corner. Have a sleeper on him, but there's some off-the-field stuff you got to figure out in the vet there. That's why he had so many visits. Like, he kind of just like left the team late in the year, which was kind of weird. That's why teams they want to figure out what the hell's going on there. Brooks over Estime pretty easily, though, for me.
By the way, a little tidbit on Jones. #1 man coverage grade per Pro Football Focus in this class. All right, so sleeper there for Elijah Jones. $2 super chat from Ryan says, could the Cowboys pick a wide receiver or linebacker? Tom?
If the board goes the wrong way, yes, but I'd be a bit surprised if that's the route that they end up going.
$20 super chat from my man CJ DeYoung, and he says, why are there commercials during the live stream? So those are YouTube ad breaks. It's just part of the program here.
That's how we keep the lights on.
That's how we keep the lights on here, and why we can do this free for you guys.
Help me feed my family too.
Exactly. I almost spilled all the Bean Boozles.
It's almost a party foul.
All right, we're gonna roll through these here. $2 from Marcus, backup punter for the Cowboys at 24. No. Eddie, $2 super chat. Dallas went draft a running back to the 5th round. Watch.
They really want Brooks.
Yeah, I think they want Brooks pretty early. Fernando Garcia, Falcons pick was crazy AF. I don't get it because they could use it as a bargaining chip when teams that need a quarterback. I don't get it either, man. That was pretty bad. $2 super chat from Justin. Based on this top 10, is it good or bad for Dallas, Tom?
Good enough. Penix going, I think, helps too.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 here from Renegar, the kitty. I hope I'm saying that right. Rengar, the kitty? There we go. Cowboys sweeping Commanders this year. Nope, Jayden Daniels going to win at least one game.
Less confident than I've been in a while. How about that?
All right.
Going to sweep the Giants, though. Yep.
Yep. Mark O'Gorman coming in with a $20 super chat says, "Let's go, Jayden." Appreciate you, Mark. $10 from Mike Berner says, sent in a pear-shaped character. Thank you so much, Mike. Luke O'Gorman, so it looks like the O'Gorman family is watching, and they're sending in their 20s. I love it. Says, "Let's go, Jayden." Thank you so much to the O'Gorman family for sending in those super chats. Now, Mr. Tom Downey, let's go over the picks here that have gone down in the top 10.
Now, Caleb Williams, number 1. Jayden Daniels, 2. Drake Maye, 3. Marvin Harrison. Going to bring it. All right, we will bring in our Steelers and Dolphins channels as well. We will launch those simulcasts. Your picks coming up here in just a little bit. So Steelers fans, Dolphins fans, welcome into the live stream here at Chat Sports. Anyway, Williams 1, Daniels 2, Maye 3, Harrison 4. No surprises there. Joe Alt 5, not a surprise, but wasn't maybe the most commonly mocked pick. Malik Nabers was popular. JC Latham 7, a little bit of and then Penix an 8. The shocker of the evening.
That is going to be the storyline of the night when we're done. We're going to be talking about that pick for a while.
Blown away by it. Rome Odunze at 9 to the Bears. JJ McCarthy at number 10 to the Vikings. They move up one spot. The Jets trade down to number 11, and they have made their pick. Olu Fashanu out of Penn State, so no one does a bean boozle there. Different offensive lineman off the board there, Sperry.
So do you think... Here's the thing, man. Does he start over Tyron Smith right away at left tackle?
No, but you know that Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith aren't going to stay healthy for a year, so there's your long-term.
Yeah, that is very true. Literally everybody on that Jets offensive line has an injury history. Olu's going to find a way on the field. Fantastic pass protector. Still has a little bit of work to do as a run blocker, but you know he's got the physical tools you look for. He's a great fit for this scheme from a skill set perspective. I like this pick. I thought it probably would have been Fano out of Washington because they liked Elijah Vera Tucker,
Fuaga, so
but I love Fashanu here. I think he's a great player. He's my number 2 offensive tackle this year. I think it's a good fit.
Yeah, similar grades. See the player very similarly as well, so I won't go too far in depth on this one. Comp-wise, athletically, Jets fans know this one. DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Ooh. Similar athletic testing. He's 6'6", 312 with 34-inch arms. One note, surprisingly small hands.
Yeah.
8.5-inch hands, which is like rare outlier size. You can see that brace on his left knee was a meniscus injury that he kind of battled through, which the knee injury overall was a slight red flag, but clearly not much of an issue there. And you can also see from the photo alone, those hands are low.
Yep.
And that's a coaching thing. I don't like the hands low. I like them high. It's just less movement because you're going to get into the shoulder pads. Why bring them up? You're asking to get swiped back down. He's trading under Duke Manyweather, though, the O-line guru. So, I look, he's a top 10 player for me. Love the pick for the Jets.
Yeah, I think that this works. Like you said, smaller hands, but I think that his hand placement is actually pretty decent for like having smaller hands. Plus, he's got pretty strong hands. He does have good power there in his arms. So I think that this is a fantastic pick. I agree with you. He's a top 10 prospect in this class. And I really do like the fit here with the New York Jets. I think he's going to be a good player for a long time, and we know somebody on that offensive line next year is going to get hurt. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers. This is a great pick for the New York Jets. I'm a little surprised they didn't go with Bowers, though, just because you're not going to get a Brock Bowers later in the draft.
No, but
you're not going to get an Olu Fashanu either.
You weren't going to get there were a lot of things you could have gone, and they would have been good picks.
Yeah, I mean, if I were the Jets, I probably would have thought I could maybe get a developmental tackle in the second or even the third.
I'm giving it an A. Spoiler for our draft grades, it's an A for me.
I like the pick. I'll probably give it an A too, but like I probably would have thought it would have been Bowers because if I would have put myself in their mindset here, I probably would have said I can get Brock Bowers now and then maybe get like a Patrick Paul in round 2. I don't know, but I like the pick. He's a good player.
All right, Broncos coming up next here, then the Raiders, but today's show is made possible by Game Time. Prices tend to drop as the event gets closer. So use Game Time. Don't stress out about who Denver's picking, like maybe or maybe not. Producer Sam's going on right now. Don't worry about that. Don't stress. Use Game Time. $20 off with your first purchase. When you use code CHATSPORTS, that's CHATSPORTS, Chat Sports. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. You can find some cheap baseball tickets, folks. You can get them super affordable and just be able to have a nice afternoon at the ballpark. Don't worry about your stress from whatever's going on in the NFL draft. Instead, use Game Time. Links in the comments and the description. Promo code CHATSPORTS over at GameTime.co. Sperry, the pick is in.
Yes,
we
it
have
is.
taken the toasters out of Sam Brown's house as the pick. That's an inside joke. Bo Nix Sperry's the pick to the Denver Broncos.
All 6 quarterbacks of the first 12 picks of the draft.
Everyone else is like, yes, this is great.
And by the way, the Raiders, I know Mitchell Renz is over there in Studio B just
He don't
going
know.
crazy, so excited that he is not going to have to call Bo Nix games. Or at
Can
least,
we mic Sam up for a little bit here?
yeah, can we get Sam on here? Sam, I have been telling you for literally months since the start of the draft process, you are going to have
He says he's busy.
Sam, you are going to have Bo Nix, and you are going to like it. And as a Steelers fan, I cannot wait for Monday Night Football Week 1 because that's what it's going to be in Mile High Stadium. It's going to be Russell Wilson versus Bo Nix, and they're going to win 30-6. Let's go.
Look, let me start positive here. This is a 1,000-time better player than the dude we saw at Auburn. The Auburn player was bad. The Oregon player was wildly productive. He has athletic ability. I think the arm is solid. He never fumbled at Oregon after 10 fumbles at Auburn. It was kind of hilarious how he fixed that problem there. He doesn't turn the football over. It was a 1% turnover-worthy play rate, basically non-existent right there. He has a very quick time to throw. He will execute the offense as it is asked, which maybe Sean Payton was burned by Russell Wilson not doing
most
that
definitely.
this past year. The arm is solid. The mobility is there. He was good under pressure, but hardly faced it. He will attack the middle of the field. Here's why he is a third-round grade. I mean, he's inside my top 90, and that's it. This was a check-down, short passing game merchant at Oregon. The average depth of target was bottom 5 in college football. Like, there was one read out, one read out, one read out. I think his eternal clock gets sped up sometimes as well, and that was a fake offense. That was a Mickey Mouse offense. Now, that's a compliment for college teams. Kind of like how when you go to Disney World, you want it to be Mickey Mouse. In the NFL, it's not going to work that way. This was RPO, screens, vertical shots. It's my NCAA 14 playbook. It works marvelously. But here's the stat to sum this up. Despite 120 more completed passes on 140 more attempts than what JJ McCarthy did, he completed 7 total passes more on 8 more attempts beyond 10 yards. There was 900 yards on screens this year. This is a very different offense. I think Peyton can make the most out of him, get the most out of him. My player comp is Midget Mariota. There's my final burn. I don't like it, Denver. I'm sorry. I don't like it.
Yeah, especially competing against Mahomes in that division. You know, it's Sean Payton is going to have to coach his ass off to compete in that division, playing him twice a year.
You don't have top 10 quarterback upside here.
Yeah, you don't.
So why'd you take him? Because you have to go beat Mahomes.
Well,
that's what I don't understand. I give analysis, Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, my comp for him is Kenny Pickett. He does a lot of things pretty good. Like, he's a pretty good athlete. He's got a pretty good arm. He's good with like his first read, but he's not really going to go like full field 4 read, full field progression, right? He's not going to do that. So really good decision maker within that first read, and then he's a pretty decent playmaker as well. But yeah, man, I had a round 2 grade on him for a reason. I just don't see a lot of high-end upside. I think he's probably a career backup in the league. And now
he's starting now.
You're sitting there in Denver, and you got Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, and Ben DiNucci, and that is probably the saddest quarterback room in the entire NFL right now.
Couple notes. Make sure you guys subscribe. We have no defensive players yet.
Yeah, no defensive players in the first 12 picks, folks. That's unbelievable. The Raiders got to take one, right?
Yeah, right.
Defensive tackle, corner, because they can't take a quarterback. That's
They're
unless they go
now.
Rattler, but
They're
that's
gone.
not happening. So
I would die.
this is just crazy, man. Click that subscribe button right now. We're going to be here for every pick in the first round here, every pick for the entire NFL draft, all 3 days, all 7 rounds. We're just getting started here at Chat Sports. Make sure you click that subscribe button right now. Let's try to get to 374,000 subscribers before I have to go off for the Steelers pick here soon. That's my goal, all right? We can get there, right? Just over 200 subs, we can get there. I'm confident in that. Raiders on the clock. I feel like this has got to be where the first defensive player goes.
I think they like Terrion Arnold. Talking to Mitch, I think they also like Fuaga.
Yeah, and I've heard rumblings about Byron Murphy if he made it here,
He's available.
and if you combine him with Christian Wilkins,
Honestly,
that's disgusting.
I'm sure a lot of people here are Raiders and Saints and Colts and Seahawks and Jags fans. Make sure you guys are sub. We'll be here for all the picks for all 3 days. You got to feel pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Like you've had all these quarterbacks go off the board. If you're the Raiders, who maybe they wanted Penix, maybe they didn't, who knows? You're sitting here going, all right, all these teams, like I get the pick of any defensive player or probably a top 10 guy on offense this year. And I think you're feeling pretty good if you're one of these teams right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. He's personally my number 1 corner.
Big fan of his game.
I really love his game. I mean, but I really like the defensive tackles here too. You've got Christian Wilkins, but like interior pass rush is very important in the National Football League. If you have a really good duo, like you can really wreak havoc. If you're going to get to Patrick Mahomes, you better get up the middle to him because he's just so good in terms of maneuvering the pocket, in terms of the edge pressure. I could see this being a Byron Murphy here, but honestly, I could see this being a trade. I could see this being a lot of things for the Las Vegas Raiders because I thought they were going to be in the market for a quarterback here, and I just don't know what to do with this pick now.
I think this gives them the possibility to just take best of play. Sam says,
Yeah, we'll give him Bo, is what he said.
Bo for 13. Yeah, there you go. If you say so. All right, take it away, Sperry.
All right, so spam your favorite team down there in the chat. I'm going to give it 25 seconds, and then I'm going to pick a random team, and we'll talk about him here. Raiders pick is in, by the way, so we should get news on that soon.
By the way, Sam is mentally unwell right now. That is Sam Brown, our Broncos
Well, he
fan.
shouldn't be.
How is Petey doing right now?
Dude, you are.
Oh!
Oh!
Announce it, Sperry.
The Raiders are selecting Brock Bowers, tight end out of Georgia. Very interesting pick.
Going to run 2 tight end set with Bowers and Michael Mayer.
So
Sam wants to flip that
So
so
you
bad.
just got Michael Mayer last year out of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And now you have Brock Bowers from Georgia, who's a great player, but I feel like this team needed more than another tight end.
Here in the end, and this is how they're going to spin it, this is how I would think about it too, pretend he's not even a tight end. Pretend they just drafted their number 2 wide receiver to pair with Devontae Adams. Pretend they just drafted their Hunter Renfrow replacement. Because in many ways, I've seen comps to George Kittle for Brock Bowers, and I can't quite figure out why that has been made overall. He's not George Kittle.
No, he's not.
I think supercharged Evan Ingram
Yeah.
is what this looks here.
He's unique. He really is a unique
By the
prospect.
way, is Brett out there? Can I say my line that
Brett is out there.
that we had to read? Can someone go ask if I can say the Aaron Hernandez line for Brett as the? Can I say that on air? Wait for yes. This is I'm doing it. This is Aaron Hernandez minus all the murders that went on. Like that's who this player is. This is an explosive and crafty receiving threat who can do a lot of stuff from the slots. In fact, in 2022, that's where he spent most of his time, was as a slot receiver. Spent 48% of his snaps there, 10% out wide, 40% in line, and 2% of the backfield. Like, there's no confirmed testing, but I don't need to see athletic testing.
I'm not worried
when
about
I saw him run away from SEC safeties. Like, he's fast. Like,
he's very fast.
He's a 3-time All-American. He had ankle surgery this year, missed 2 games. That was it. He is a after-catch nightmare. He's averaged about 8 yards per catch after the catch, which is more than like Marvin Harrison did.
Yeah.
Don't treat this as a tight end. Treat this as this is your new number 2 wide receiver, playmaker, dynamic threat, and a supercharged Evan Ingram minus the drops stuff.
So you think he's going to be like a true slot receiver, and then Mayer's going to be the true inline guy there?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Adams is going to be the other legit threat on the perimeter there.
And you'll use a lot of 2 tight end personnel.
Sure.
But you'll use Bowers as a wide receiver.
I got to say, I don't hate it. It
it's
gives you a
different.
lot of versatility on
It's
offense.
different.
It gives you a lot of possibilities on the offensive side of the ball. And when you have Gardner Minshew as you're going to be your starting quarterback, and I know Raiders fans right now are saying, hallelujah, Aiden O'Connell is going to be our starting quarterback next year.
Minshew, by the way.
It's going to be Gardner Minshew. So you got to get creative. And, you got Devontae Adams, who is a legit number 1 guy. And now Brock Bowers is going to come in. He's going to be your chess piece that you move all over the place with crazy formations and shifts. I kind of like this from Las Vegas. I'm not going to lie.
It's different, but
I like the thinking
unique.
from Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco here. That's for damn sure, man.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll pick a team right now.
Yeah, I got screwed.
Buccaneers. Okay. Buccaneers are interesting to me.
They're in the weird range.
Because they actually have, for a playoff team, they actually have a lot of things that they could address. They could use an edge rusher. They could use a corner. They could use inside linebacker after losing Devin White. Like, they have a lot of things that they could address. I think in round one, probably edge or corner, whoever's the highest on their board.
I think would make the most sense.
Probably
maybe
what's going to happen.
interior O-line, depending on who's there.
Yeah,
maybe.
If like Barton is there, which I highly doubt, maybe Jackson Powers Johnson. But yeah, I personally think it's probably going to be like Jared Verse if he falls, or there's a bunch of good corners in this draft. I'm sure Terrion Arnold or Nate Wiggins will be sitting there for him.
Yeah.
That's probably where I would expect the Buccaneers to go. So one more here, Tom, if you want to pick a team.
Yeah. I see Colts. Oh, say what? Okay. Colts are coming up here, by the way. There will be a corner for them. Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, and Brian Thomas Jr. I think they would have loved if Brock Bowers fell 2 more spots. They would have been very, very happy right there. But I think again, when you're in this range right now, the Saints pick, who they're listening for trade offers, by the way, the Saints are. Maybe Philadelphia. They were rumored to be trading up. We'll see. Saints, if a trade down or pick somebody. Colts, Seattle, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, even. Like, if you got to be feeling great right now.
Yeah, if you wanted defense, you are ecstatic.
Or O-line has not really gotten hot yet.
Yeah.
I think it's about to.
Yeah, especially if they take a player here, it's going to be a tackle because they need 2 tackles, all right? Trevor Penning stinks. And then Ryan Ramczyk, you don't know if he's going to play football again, right? So you need to take one right now for sure. I don't know which one it is. I would probably go with Fautanu out of Washington is probably who I'd take, but
gives them position flexibility too.
Yeah, but there's also Taliese Fuaga here. Who I really like as well.
Slightly surprised he's there, but I don't think he's going to last that much longer.
Yeah.
Although maybe he does slide. Maybe teams don't think he can play tackle. In which case, like, that's how guys like Fuaga and Fautanu fall. They don't trust the tackle, but kind of like Graham Barton too.
Absolutely. So, what's crazy is I think the New Orleans Saints are going to take a tackle here, Tom. And then it wouldn't surprise me if the guy that I kind of connected to the Colts to start today's exercise, Brian Thomas Jr., is the pick for the Colts. And we might go the first 15 picks without a defensive player, which would just be unprecedented. I don't know if I'll ever see that again in my lifetime.
Probably not.
And it's not like there's bad defensive players. Like, I have a super high grade on Quinyon Mitchell. Okay, we got 2 super chats here. So we got Cody, who goes, okay, so producer Jack is letting me know this is Michigan Football Report legend Cody Mumford. Is that how you say it? Anthony, go blue. Thank you so much, Cody. We got more super chats here. All right, Jeff Davis here, $5 super chat, says just ready for the Cowboys to fumble the 24th pick or trade out of the first round. Thoughts, Tom?
The vibes are bad, folks.
$5 super chat from Lone Wolf, who says, for the Cowboys, W/trades, 30 Graham Barton, 35 Jordan Morgan, Trey Benson, 87 Edrin Cooper, and Justin, I don't know how to say his last name. Aboyshby. Great at for me.
I don't
really
know.
Quick.
It's an A. I don't know how we're getting all those picks, but I love it.
Lone Wolf.
Barton isn't getting to 30, by the way.
Probably not. $2 super chat from Rob W. Thank you so much, Rob. We got $10 from Duncan. Says, hey, Tom, with all the offensive talent falling, do we still go O-line? It seems like everyone might GT got jump at as many of these O-line as they can, and they won't be there. Might as well go D-line.
Very well might happen. And we'll know, I think, around the Dolphins pick how that's going to play out there. So I would not be surprised if that ends up happening. So we'll wait and see. But that's a real possibility. They get jumped and they take like a Darius Robinson at 24.
Saints haven't taken a pick yet, which is, I think they're definitely looking to trade down. $10 super chat from Marcus Arnold says, I don't see any good left tackles in the first. Do the Cowboys take the best left guard or wait until later, take the best linebacker with 24?
I think if there's a guard that they like, if it's like, Fautanu falls or Barton there, or maybe a center, I think they're going to take him.
Sure, yeah.
And then linebacker, the Edrin Cooper, I kind of wouldn't like it.
Yeah, this is a bad year to want to need an inside linebacker, my friend. It is not good whatsoever. We have a pick here for the New Orleans Saints. Not yet? Not confirming?
Go back up to the top. It's there. We're good.
All right, there it is. We have confirmation. It's going to be Taliese Fuaga out of Oregon State to the New Orleans Saints. What do you think here, Tom? You think they're going to plug him right in at right tackle and then try Penning again at left tackle if they can't get another guy?
I think that's the plan with Ramczyk's uncertainty long term. There has been some pronunciation drama. So all of the pronunciation guides
Say Fuaga.
say Fuaga, Taliese Fuaga.
Yeah, Taliese.
And then at a Senior Bowl interview, he's like, no, it's Taliese Fuaga. Like
Yep.
how Tua Tagovailoa has the invisible
It's Samoan.
NG in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, I don't know. Well, I think for him, it's kind of like either's fine type of deal, like because he's grown up with a trickier name.
And at the very least, they need guard help too.
And
he
he
would
can
be
plug
an
in there.
all-pro guard.
If Ramchek's back, you plug him in at guard. So that makes a lot of sense to me
Yep.
for the Saints. He actually was a top 10 player for me. I didn't think I was going to like
Wow.
him as much as I
Okay.
did. I'm like, there were people like, his arms are bad. I'm like, no, they're fine. The length gets checked off enough. It's 33-inch arms. It's long enough this day in college football. He's a powerful player. That Oregon State offense hit him a little bit in pass protection. Like it wasn't a true drop back, full heavy passing offense right there. There were concerns like, how good of an athlete is he? Survey says incredible. Like 6'5", almost 6'6", 324, and a 5'1", 340, a 32-inch vert, and a 9. Incredible.
Yeah.
Never allowed a sack in college.
Yep.
Now, again, I think the offense kind of hit him. He'll do some oversetting stuff, which would be mitigated by a move to guard on the inside. But you're filling a need. You're getting a value player. Love the pick for the Saints here.
Yeah, I like it. I like it too, man. You can plug him inside if you need him to. He's going to be able to play right tackle if Ryan isn't able to go, at least to start the year. Like you said, elite physical talent. He moves really well as a run blocker too, which is something I like for a guy his size. I think he's going to be a dominant run blocker, and we know Clint Kubiak's going to want to run the football there in New Orleans. I like the pick, man. I have no complaints.
Will jump a little bit. He gets a little trying to get ahead of it.
Yeah,
the ball starts
and
up.
that's because I don't
okay.
think his lateral quickness is like elite, so he tries to
more straight line.
overcorrect at times, and he can lose on the inside at times in the drop
I think
back
it's also
passing
kind of
game.
cover up some of those arm length stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So
Which happens. And
I like the player, number 14th overall
Um,
player taken. I
yeah.
like it.
Comps here: Jamal Brown athletically, maybe not quite as good. At guard, I like some Brandon Scherf athletic ability there.
Yeah. I like both of those right there.
You have a starter on the offensive line. You did it. Good job, Saints.
Tom just gave you the thumbs up sign. You need to give us the thumbs up right now on the stream. Right now we've got almost 5,000 likes.
Shatter that mark from last year.
Shatter it
baby.
right now, all right? I will do another Bean Boozled, all right? I hate doing these things, but I'll do it for 5,000, all right? I have my price, Tom Downey,
Okay.
all right? 5,000 likes. We're less than 200 away. Am I right on that? No.
Math?
Yeah.
You're
200
just
away.
over.
Exactly 200 now, okay? So we're 200 likes away. Click that thumbs up icon. If we get to 5,000, I'll do another one of these things. I hate doing them, but I'll do it for you. It's the NFL draft. It's football Christmas. We're getting going here on Chat Sports, man. I absolutely love it. Let's run through the picks here, Tom Downey.
How do you do it?
All right, let's do it.
Give some analysis. For a second.
I'll give my thoughts.
Rapid fire.
Caleb Williams, next Patrick Mahomes.
No. We went over this. We talked about this last year. Patrick Mahomes comps are banned.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
You lost your privileges. The draft world did when they said it was Zach Wilson.
Okay,
They're banned forever.
I think that we view comps like just fundamentally differently. Is he going to win 3 Super Bowls in the same amount of times as Mahomes has? Probably not. Is he going to win 2 MVPs in the times Mahomes has? Maybe not. He could, but maybe not.
Probably not.
Okay, probably not. But the play style is the closest we have seen since Mahomes when he emerged in the second season of that Kansas City offense. You just can't say any other way.
Honestly, Mahomes,
like if you have to compare his game and his play style to anyone,
Kyler Murray.
no, it is Patrick Mahomes because he's bigger than Kyler. He throws over the middle way better than Kyler does.
Not that much bigger though.
Yes, Kyler's what, 5'10"?
Yeah, but we're
3.5 inches taller.
closer.
Just a little bit taller? Are you kidding me? This guy, I think, in my opinion, he is the best quarterback prospect that's ever entered the league. Now, I wasn't around for Andrew Luck, all right? I wasn't around for Manning. Like, I've only been doing it for 7 years, okay?
Yeah.
He's the best guy that I've seen from college heading into pro. I love that pick. I think they're going to compete for a playoff spot immediately. Jayden Daniels, Washington, love that pick. Drake Maye with New England. He needs to develop. New England, don't rush him. Marvin Harrison Jr. with Arizona. Love that pick. Kyler needs a dominant perimeter threat. You get that with him. Joe Alt, I'm very happy they took him instead of Latham. Alt is definitely the number 1 tackle in this class for me. Malik Nabers. If you're going to stick with Daniel Jones, he's not going to be throwing the ball down the field. You need somebody that can win after the catch. Malik Nabers does that for you. That's a fantastic pick for them. I don't like the JC Latham pick. You had guys that can play left tackle at a high level available there. You went with a guy that I think is going to be a guard in the National Football League. I don't think he has. He might play right tackle. I'm not sure if he's a left. And I don't like Dylan Radins on the left side either. Michael Penix Jr., worst pick of the draft. I don't think any pick that's going to happen is going to be worse than that. Odunze at 9. I love that for Chicago. Great chemistry with Caleb. That's a really scary wide receiver trio. JJ to Minnesota. I love that Minnesota didn't overpay for him, but he is a good fit there. Olu Fashanu out of Penn State. Love that for New York. Somebody's going to get hurt on that O-line. Bo Nix to Denver. They needed a quarterback, but he's a round 2 guy, in my opinion, probably a career backup. I don't see him as an impact player in the league. Brock Bowers, very interesting pick. I'm interested to see how Luke Getsy uses him.
It's different.
He's not the most he wasn't the most creative offensive mind in Chicago, but things might change because if you're taking him here, you have a vision for him. And then Taliese Fuaga out of Oregon State for the Saints. They needed a tackle. They got that guy. I like that pick right there. And now we have the Colts, Tom Downey, and there's still no defensive players that have gone.
That's pretty wild. Dallas Turner is kind of sliding a little bit more than I think most people thought he was going to. This might be a good Quinyon Mitchell range here. Troy Fautanu there. I'm high on Graham Barton quite a bit there. I got my guys, Amarius Mims, Johnny Newton. Byron Murphy is there too. So if you want a defense, you're in pretty good shape there. Jack, take it away.
All right, today's live stream is brought to you by Mando Whole Body Deodorant. You can get $5 off a starter pack today when you use code CHAT at shopmando.com. Ditch the soap and step up to the plate with Mando Whole Body Deodorant today. Developed by a doctor, this game-changing formula is safe for your body, for your entire body, and knocks out odor like a champ. Mando is made with mandelic acid, which picks off odor at the source, keeping you fresh for up to 72 hours. Mando is available in solid sticks, invisible cream, body wash, cleaning bars, and deodorant wipes for on-the-go use. Don't let foul balls ruin your game. Switch to Mando and keep your body odor in fair territory by taking advantage of their special offer for new customers of $5 off their best-selling starter pack when you go to shopmando.com and use code CHAT. Guys, I use their body wash every single day, the bourbon leather body wash. Absolutely love it. I highly recommend it to anybody. Now, I've always kept my odor in check, but man, the people here at Chat Sports, before we started partnering with Mando, it was getting a little bit rough here. I'm not going to lie, but after we started partnering with these guys and they got some Mando products, everything has changed for the better. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick of deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and 2 free products of your choice, like this mini body wash that I showed off earlier, plus free shipping. Luckily, I have a discount code to help you get hooked on my favorite smelling whole body deodorant on the market today. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. A big thank you to Mando Whole Body Deodorant for sponsoring today's live stream. All right, man, show some love to our sponsor, Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Spam Draft on their latest post. Is it on Instagram or is it
Instagram?
It is on Instagram. So go to Instagram right now. Check out Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Spam Draft on their latest post. And the link is going to be in the chat. Producer Jack is putting that in there right now. Go there right now. Take care of that. And are we doing shout-outs for everybody that does, Producer Jack?
We will. We'll probably come back to it.
We'll come back to it. So if you do that, we will come back to you and we'll give you a special shout-out on the show. Really appreciate our friends at Mando for sponsoring today's show. I see Kurgan Cold with another 69. Somebody's getting slapped on the show. And I don't think it's me, Tom Downey. All right. So now let's get to the Colts pick. And it's going to be, ooh.
I know, right?
My number 1 edge coming off the board. Very nice. Tom Downey, take it away, my friend.
Look, talent-wise, ignoring the medical stuff, number 1 edge I think is a very popular refrain there. I got him at 19 overall because of the medical stuff.
Apparently they checked out.
Yeah, you never know until the draft, right? Because it's, he was medically retired at Washington due to a neck injury.
Yep.
And then had to get that all sorted out and figured out from that perspective. The production was incredible. 21.5 tackles for loss this past year with 13 sacks. 20% pressure rates the last 2 years. So every fifth play, he's impacting the throw and getting after the quarterback right there. 5 forced fumbles. He had 34 TFLs in 25 games at UCLA. He's a really good athlete. He's not as freaky as like the Jalen Phillips, which I think is a good comp with the medical concerns there. Goes in a very similar range.
Same number.
I like a Trey Hendrickson comp.
I don't hate
He's
that.
not an elite run stopper, I don't think.
Hendrickson doesn't have a cross chop.
No, he doesn't. Like, but they also like they win. They get pressures. Despite not being.
Yes.
They're also very similar builds. He's got the Euro step, which I'm always a big fan of, which I like to see.
It's just beautiful, man.
There.
Just beautiful.
I thought Fuaga did a pretty good job against him.
Yes, he did.
That was kind of the one knock. I thought the length isn't great, but he got an impact pass rusher. A little surprised it wasn't a corner, but the first defensive player off the board finally.
Yeah, I mean, they like athletic freaks. I wouldn't say Latu is a freak athletically, but let's just face it, Kwity Paye has been fine. He's not much of an impact as a pass rusher. He's a good run defender. And then Samson Ebukam? Is that? Yeah, he's the other edge rusher there. He's fine.
They love getting pass rushers.
But like Latu is like a legit number 1 edge rusher day one, in my opinion, if he can stay healthy. There's just not many guys that can pull off the cross chop move because it takes such balance and bend and athleticism. I think Latu's going to be a really good player if he can stay healthy, and that's kind of a big if with his history. So make sure you spam draft. A few shout-outs. Where do we see them?
I got to pull it up here. I got
Tom's
it pulled up. Let's see. We've got, let me go to the top of these so I'm not missing anybody. A. Jones, Immortal Life Trippy, Joseph CEO, Zach 2C, almost clicked on somebody, Jared, Shane Amick, Bethany, SU Pressure, bunch of those from SU Pressure. Mirko's got a bunch of them in there as well. Crystal 42, Jam Walder, Bridge Racing. I think that's Wookiees. Might be mispronouncing that one from that perspective. Let me keep scrolling down here. I don't want to get the Raiders ones in there necessarily either. Save those shout outs for those people. Think we're mostly caught up here. Let me keep scrolling. I think we're about caught up there. Psycho Modern. It keeps it loads and then it scrolls past where it's currently at, which is very frustrating. I think we're about caught up there, guys.
All right, so let's kind of recap the picks here.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, and Drake Maye go off the board. 1, 2, 3, straight chalk. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4. Joe Alt to the Chargers at 5, not JC Latham like it was rumored to be. Malik Nabers, a great fit for the New York Giants. JC Latham to the Titans. Michael Penix Jr., the crazy pick of the day at number 8. Rome Odunze pairing up with his buddy Caleb Williams there in Chicago. Great day for the city of Chicago, if you ask me. JJ McCarthy, trading up for him if you're Minnesota, not giving up too much for him, getting the guy you like. Olu Fashanu from Penn State going to New York. Love that fit. Bo Nix stinks. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I blanked out there for a second. Taliese Fuaga to the Saints. Really like that. And then Laiatu Latu to the Colts. They needed a really good number 1 edge rusher. They get one here at number 15. And then coming up here, we get Seahawks. Then we get Jaguars, Bengals, and Rams. What can we expect from these next 4 picks, Tom?
Seattle's kind of a wild card, new-ish regime kind of in there. They've been linked to Fautanu because they have the similar coaching staff here. Jacksonville could go. The corners are all there for Jacksonville, so that stands out. Brian Thomas is there. Bengals are going to get a good trench player. I think they feel maybe Dallas Turner now with the Trey Hendrickson trade request suddenly starts to be appealing a little bit more than because I didn't think he was going to be here. Yeah. I'm very surprised he's there. I thought he'd be a top 10 pick. He's my number 1 defender. Maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes, but there's only been one defender taken, so who knows?
Yeah, exactly. So next up here, we had
the second through.
Yeah, so we got. We're just cycling through. So I don't know if we're going to see a trade up. Do you think we'll see a trade up here?
I mean, if you were a team that was
wait, who is this? Who is this on the phone? Do we know who that is?
I think that's Latu.
Oh, is that? Are they just replaying it?
ESPN is only just now getting to the pick. I'm pretty sure that's Latu. Yeah.
Okay. But there's some teams we still haven't seen an Ayuk trade yet. There are some, I'm not sure if we're going to. We did hear that if the Steelers are going to trade for him, it might not happen until they're on the clock.
Yeah.
So that's still a possibility. Same thing with Jacksonville. They need a number 1 receiver. It's going to be interesting to see how these wide receivers fall to me because you got Adonai Mitchell, you got Ladd McConkey, Xavier Legette. I think is somebody that's going to sneak in here tonight.
Would be shocked.
Watch out for the Bills. They love those deep crossers, and that's what Legette. That's his specialty.
Yeah.
So I still think we're going to have a run on receivers here. We're starting to get a run on tackles.
I think it's going to continue.
And we just had our first defender, so we'll see if there's a run on defenders here in the middle part of the first round. All right, so now let's get into, if you're just joining us here, we do have a couple of giveaways today. We have a raffle item and then an MVP item. So $20 Super Chat gets you in the raffle to win a draft swag pack. You get an official draft hat for your favorite team, official draft T-shirt for your favorite team, and a couple of miscellaneous little gifts here from Chat Sports, like a bottle opener and sunglasses and all this good stuff. Great little swag pack there for our raffle item winner. And then our MVP today, rookie jersey. So your favorite team. And whoever they draft tonight, that's the jersey that you will get if you are today's MVP.
Kurgan Cold in a runaway right
Kurgan Cold is just running away with it right now. We got some super chats to run through here. Jameer CP says Penix to Atlanta. I'm still scratching my head. I don't know how to feel. Terrible pick.
Don't like it.
Plain simply. Yeah, Kirk Cousins, I mean, goodness gracious. He just signed there. I wouldn't feel good if I was him. Lone Wolf.
Jack says he hates to interrupt, but he's got something here.
Jack's hijacking the show here. What's up?
Oh,
okay. So Rossini said the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. This is hilarious to me. From what I learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. I mean, I think everybody's stunned. Like he completely uprooted his family to go to Atlanta, sign a 4-year contract.
His family's from there. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
But also, yes.
But still,
also,
you're
yes.
leaving a good situation in Minnesota to Atlanta, who then immediately drafts your successor, who, by the way, is an older quarterback that cannot create outside of structure. It's like, and the more I think about this pick, the more I hate it. $2 super chat from Lone Wolf here. It says somehow Burton and Powers Johnson were there at 30. I guess we'll see. Then we got $69 super chat from my man Kurgan Cold. He says, I'm out on the Bengals fan. Keeps talking political trash. He should be blocked. I'll see y'all later.
We'll tell the team behind it to take care of it.
I haven't seen
it.
Yeah.
Look,
we're talking football here. We're not looking at the chat like all that much.
We'll do our best. There are people who are going to do political stuff no matter what. So honestly, just ignore it. I know it's easier said than done.
Appreciate you, Kurgan. You're a real one. $2 super chat from Chuck Nola. And he says, that Penix pick is the worst pick of this decade. Probably, it's up there.
I don't know about
Alex Leatherwood to the Raiders.
I hated Bo Nix anymore.
Cleveland Furl in the top 5 was pretty bad, too. Okay, Jameer CP. Another one says, Penix nice. My sleeper QB, Las Vegas, a better fit. Yeah, I like Penix, too. You know, I had him higher than JJ McCarthy on my personal big board this year. With the right fit, I think he has a higher upside, like, with better help than McCarthy does personally, but he needed that right fit, and I'm just not sure if he got there with Atlanta. All right, so we got another pick here, and it's Byron Murphy, defensive tackle out of Texas. I actually mocked Murphy to the Seattle Seahawks in my final mock, so I nailed that one here in the middle of the first round. Thoughts on Byron Murphy to the Seattle Seahawks?
He's 16 overall for me. He goes 16 overall, so, pretty right. I'm a bigger fan of Johnny Newton, but that's fine. I know I'm different than most people on that
I love him
front
too,
there.
man. I really do.
A little shorter. He's 6'1", 297. Arm length is solid, though, and 32 and 3/8 arms. Actually benefits him, gives him good leverage, allows him to play low, and low man wins, High motor, really great athletic ability, sub 4.9, 40-yard dash. It can be a little late to trigger sometimes, I think, off the snap, but once he does, he fires forward pretty well. Great production, 16.5% pressure rate, 8.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, bunch of pressures. Not the biggest guy, a little light in the pants. Did get to 306 at his pro day.
There it is.
He said he was surprised how much he weighed at the combine. I think he didn't think he was going to be that light, which, it's fine right there. Doesn't get pushed out of gaps, and he actually played a bunch of nose guard for Texas.
Yeah.
Even with Devontae
Good run defender.
He's a good run defender given his size. Interior pass rusher, Mike McDonald coming over from the Ravens, saw how good Justin Madubuike was.
Yep.
Now he's got another one here. The easy comp for all the undersized guys is Geno Atkins. I don't mind that one here. I think Shelby Harris athletically. But the better version than what Seattle had. Like the good version.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. Byron Murphy, just crazy athlete. He's just a psycho on the field. I think this is a great fit with all the rotating disguises that they do and all the different stuff they do with their safeties and their nickel and their inside linebackers. You need to have a really solid defensive line. They needed help on the interior. I mean, this is a no-brainer to me. You need interior offensive line help if you're Seattle, and I know a lot of fans are probably clamoring for Graham Barton here, for example. You can get a good guard on day 2 for sure.
I'd agree.
All right. See you, folks. I'm going to be taking off here. Tom is going to have you. We're going to have Jace Andrews on here
Give him
in
a
just
second.
a little. Oh, give it a little second.
Yeah, got a couple times there, but Jags on the clock here at number 17 overall. If you are just now tuning in, we will recap the picks for you as we simulcast for the time being on Cowboys, on Chiefs, on Commanders. Dolphins is Dolphins just now shifted off, or is that about to be? Not quite yet. Dolphins TBD on that front. By the way, we have a trade up. Minnesota is jumping up to number 17 overall with Jacksonville, only giving up 167. I wonder if that might be a typo there from the reports. We'll see. But Minnesota is on the clock here all of a sudden. Okay, this makes more sense. It's 167, a third and a fourth next year. I have a prediction. I'm going to go Dallas Turner. They're giving up a lot of capital here. Next year's class, a third and a fifth, or a third and a fourth, plus 167 overall this year, as Minnesota is now on the clock here, trading up with Jacksonville to get that number 17 overall pick. Some top players on the board here. Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, the corners would be a good fit for what they like to do on defense with Brian Flores. Offensive linemen, Troy Fautanu are there. Graham Barton is there. Amarius Mims is there. Johnny Newton is my guy. I love Newton. I would love that pick. I don't think the NFL's as high on him as I am. That's fine. Terrion Arnold is there. Nate Wiggins, at least on my board, Nate Wiggins, Jackson Powers Johnson, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Brian Thomas. So Minnesota, 2 trades up in round 1 of this year's class, a 5th this year, and their 3rd and 4th round picks next year. That tells me there is somebody that they desperately wanted that maybe they didn't think would be on the board for them. And they're jumping up 6 spots and really, really limiting next year's draft capital to make this happen. Is the only other pick that I've seen come in this year, a 3rd and a 4th next year, when they already moved on from future picks next season as well, to an extent, to make this happen. So Minnesota, ultra aggressive here in round 1. You can get those predictions in for who you think this pick will end up being. I would guess defense, Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, all available here on the board at this time, as that pick should be in very, very shortly with the trade up coming in here. There it is. The pick is in. Sperry can suck it. It is indeed Dallas Turner to the Minnesota Vikings. This was my number 1 ranked pass rusher in this year's class. He's actually much higher than JJ McCarthy was for me on this board. Top 10 player for me in the class. He's my number 1 ranked defensive player, my top ranked edge rusher. The Vikings were in the market for more pass rush help because they had lost Daniil Hunter. They had lost Marcus Davenport. They had only added Jonathan Grenard. Now they find a way to acquire, I think, the best pass rusher in this class with the non-medical concerns that Laiatu Latu had suffered from. And I bet when they do their post-draft press conference stuff, they're going to go, yeah, we didn't think Dallas Turner was going to be there. We had a chance to get our highest-rated defensive player. We thought it would have been silly to not go down that path and acquire him. He plays bigger, in the same way that kind of Nolan Smith does, by the way. He plays a little bit bigger than his size. I don't think he has, at almost 6'3", 247 with really long arms. That's not someone you would think is a good run stopper. I thought he held up pretty well. The length really helps him from that perspective. Gives him some frame to grow into there as well, by the way. He can drop into coverage. I hated when Alabama did that. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Stop doing this. Why are you dropping into coverage? That's dumb. That's lame. You shouldn't be doing those types of things. The long arm and the burst he has off the snap, 4.48 40, a 40.5-inch vert, 10.07 broad, elite athletic ability. All of that allows him to convert that speed into power. And that benefits him in a pretty major way with what he's able to do as a pass rusher. He is young as well. He's 21 years old. The athletic comp here, hopefully a better football player, is Vic Beasley, who's not the biggest guy, but very athletically gifted, offers the burst. I think Nolan Smith, a better version, works well too, where he's a bigger player. So Couple future picks next year. It means next year's draft won't be as good for Minnesota when it's all said and done. But I do think this was a really good, aggressive move by the Vikings as they build out their current core. JJ McCarthy, the quarterback, and going to have some success with Dallas Turner on defense. Quality pick there by Alabama. Hats off to Minnesota. I like being aggressive there. They'll feel it next year with lighter draft capital. But hey, adding good players isn't a bad thing at all. And you're getting they'll say he's a top 10 guy on their board, just like he is for me. Just like he is for me. So Minnesota trades up to 17. They take Dallas Turner. Number 18, Cincinnati, now on the clock here as we bring on Jace Andrews. Jace, how you doing, buddy?
Welcome back. We're good. Brian, good to be back. Bengals on the clock now. Are they really about to get Brian Thomas Jr. here?
I bet they take an offensive lineman.
Think so?
I'm gonna bet Amarius Mims here.
That would be a good pick.
Well, think of Jared Verse, Shawnee Newton, Quinyon Mitchell is there when I didn't think he was going to be. So that is a dark horse candidate as well.
Very much so.
I'm excited to see who they pick. A lot of good options here.
Lots of good options. We are closing in on 374,000 subscribers, getting close here and just less than 120 away. So hit that subscribe button. We got coverage of all 252 picks. Plus, I believe, Tom, you got 300 players, you said? So UDFAs, we're going to cover it too.
I got to 3. Oh, there's going to be a lot of guys I didn't get to. There's going to be about 20, 25 guys I did not get to in the end there.
We'll get it off. All right. Well, with that being said, I believe we're getting word your time is calling for Cowboys.
In a little bit here. Yeah.
Really?
A little bit.
All right.
Stand by. We got a few minutes here.
All right. Let's go to a couple of super chats here real quick.
Let's
keep going.
That's fine. That's fine.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Go and go to Jace. That's fine. Go and go to Jace.
Let's keep going. Jameer CP with a super chat saying, who should the Rams pick? A couple different options for the Rams. I think, they're closing in here. I think, honestly, probably going offensive lineman with them would maybe be a very good shot. But going in here with the pick, see how that goes. Jim and Molly Bennett saying, who will Tomunism forever be taking at number 3?
Who's here? Oh my God. Tell him I'm taking Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison. There you go. That's who he's taking. Brian Aycock. This one's from Dolphins. I got Dolphins. Hello from Bass to all Finn family. Jim, Tom will text you tonight. There you go. Hello from Badass to all Finn family. Like the PH there a lot. That's nice. Someone from Cowboys? Okay. Dwayne Jackson, $5 super chat saying, Tom, if all the good O-line are picked, should Dallas trade out at pick number 24? I believe Tom had mentioned that he said yes, if O-line aren't there, the potential to trade out is something that we could see from the Dallas Cowboys. Random Vids with a $5 super chat saying, do you think the hip drop tackle has affected the draft this year? I'm going to go with no. I think that you're still going to take people based off their athletic ability. I don't know how in the world that would kind of like maybe affect a little bit, but it's not something I would see being a huge thing. Blood Slinger saying, F Chugs. I second that, of course. Power saying, with all the QBs and tackles getting picked, that made it so there is a ton of great players left. There's a ton of amazing players left, especially on the cornerbacks. There's Quinyon Mitchell as well. There's Kool-Aid McKinstry as well. There is a lot of different good cornerbacks, along with wide receivers that are still available. Brian Thomas Jr. and A.D. Mitchell. Poff Daddy along here. Jack? Poff Daddy saying, trade back or go with D pick. Board looks big. Is this one? This one's on Cowboys, right? This one's on Cowboys. Honestly, the offensive line is still pretty. I think Amarius Mims is a great pick for the Cowboys if he's still there. I just don't see if he's going to be there, though. There you go. All right, the pick is in for the Bengals. Let's go to this next super chat real quick. We want to hit that real quick? There you go. NGA Recruiting's $2 super chat. So the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. They do not go Brian Thomas Jr. They go Amarius Mims, the 6'7", 340-pound lineman from the University of Georgia. Number 4 overall offensive tackle, the 14th ranked player. Amarius Mims is a guy that I really like seeing play, and I think he is a very good fit and a team that needed an offensive lineman. If you look at the Bengals, they've got a couple of question marks right now, with T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson both requesting trades, and Amarius Mims now going to help block Joe Burrow, who has had a bit of an injury problem since he has got in there. Now, only 800 career snaps, but when he is healthy, he is playing amazing. The question is, will he stay healthy, and will that affect, obviously, a Bengals team who has had some injury-prone players throughout their past couple of years? Let's just say that. He's very big, and I think that's why there are some concerns with that injury. I know that is something, though, that the Bengals have liked in Amarius Mims. Given the size, he is going to be able to block Joe Burrow at an effective rate, especially in a very good defensive conference there, or division, with the Steelers being in there and TJ Watt. You're going to need some very good offensive linemen. This is going to help out in a team that the offensive line very much struggled in there. So Amarius Mims, they are the round 1 pick, number 18 for the Cincinnati Bengals, an offensive lineman that, to me, kind of fell a little bit. I mean, 18 is a pretty good slot for him. I would like that pick for the Bengals. Let's kind of recap what we've seen from this 2024 NFL Draft so far. Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick. Jayden Daniels at number 2. Drake Maye at number 3. And then Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4. Pretty much following the script from picks 1 through 4. Caleb, Jayden, Drake, all the ones that we expected to see in those top 3. And then MHJ, nothing new there. Alt going at pick number 5 is probably the one that maybe started the surprise movement. Then you have Malik Nabers, JC Latham at number 7. The Titans, who are really heavily linked to Joe Alt, then proceeded to then not get him, and they didn't trade back. They stuck with their gut, got an offensive tackle in JC Latham. And then the biggest pick of the draft up until this point, the Falcons, who just guaranteed $100 million to Kirk Cousins. They draft Michael Penix Jr. And the 24-year-old with some injury struggles lands in Atlanta, and a tight-knit quarterback competition coming up. Is that the quarterback of the future in a couple years? Lots of question marks, but ultimately that's the way the Falcons chose to go. Rome Odunze at number 9 to the Chicago Bears. You pair him with Caleb Williams, and you have an absolute stud of an offense in Chicago. You have some amazing guys around them, along with DJ Moore, and of course the signing of Keenan Allen, or rather trade for Keenan Allen. That's a very good offense in Chicago. JJ McCarthy in the trade there goes number 10 to the Minnesota Vikings, as the Vikings move up 1 slot ahead, going to the Jets. And the Jets there take Olu Fashanu. Brock Bowers, the tight end, he falls at number 13 with the Las Vegas Raiders. That's a very good pick. I like that one a lot. And then Taliese Fuaga from Oregon State, the Hawaiian native, goes to New Orleans, playing with the Saints in the Superdome. Laiatu Latu, the edge from UCLA, in round 1, pick 15. Steelers. Gotcha. Byron Murphy II, and then there at round 1, pick number 16. Obviously, the Jaguars then traded with the Vikings. That was Dallas Turner at 17. And then the most recent pick, Amarius Mims, at pick number 18. So there's your most recent picks. We appreciate you joining on there. Joined now by Nick Roloff.
Let's get it,
Let's go.
NFL fans. What's going on? Welcome to be here. We've had an electric NFL draft so far. All my Dolphins fans tuning in. Let's go. We're picking in a couple picks. We'll be here to break that down live as well. But it's been a lot of stunning selections here, Jace. I got to be honest. You see Michael Penix going 8, the first 14 picks being all offense, which means, well, defensive players that are very, very talented are falling into the mid and early 20s, which will allow, our Dolphins here picking at 21 to potentially go that route or even on the offensive line. But, there's a lot of good players still out there, Jace.
Terrion Arnold's out there. Quinyon Mitchell. I'm kind of surprised. We're at pick 19, and he is there. We'll see if his next pick is up. But the Rams, currently on the clock right now, have got pick number 19 overall, as we see. Looking for a defensive tackle edge, maybe a cornerback. Maybe this is where we finally see Quinyon Mitchell go. They do have 11 total picks with 4 in the top 100. Rams are in an interesting situation being at 19. What do you think they go with?
I mean, it's kind of unbelievable. This is the first time they're picking in the first round since 2016 when they took quarterback Jared Goff. An interesting guy. I wouldn't surprise me if they went corner with Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, but could they go Jerzon Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois? Because, listen, Aaron Donald retiring in the offseason. They could look for his replacement. Byron Murphy just went off the board a couple picks ago to the Seahawks. Could the Rams go for that Aaron Donald replacement and Jerzon Newton? It wouldn't shock me, but there's also Jared Verse there as well. So, you know, I just expect them to go defense with anything.
I think this is a very clear defensive pick. It's either, I would probably agree with you to go defensive line, but given Quinyon Mitchell is there, it wouldn't surprise me if they took him, given being at 19, that's a pretty good slot for him.
I'll tell you what, I thought it was fascinating that a report from Diana Rossini is out there that they tried to trade up into the top 10 from 19 with Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia, in mind. It's a little bit of a stunner if you ask me. They stay home here at 19, and as long as there's no crazy trade back or anything like that, I'd expect them to go defense like you mentioned.
Yeah, I like Verse. I think that's a pretty good one. But, again, over 2,000 days in between their last pick. That's in the first round. That's kind of wild. Like, the fact that that is just an actual thing is crazy. All right, let's try and beat our chat rate record here. We got Rolly on the stream, which means the positive vibes are here.
You know, I'm trying to bring the energy. I need the energy reciprocated from the people in the chat. Come on, spam those me's.
We're giving shout-outs to everybody who spams me, so get down there and spam it as fast as humanly possible. Hunter Man is in there. I see Swimmer of Age. I see Wesley typing me. Weston typing me. Y'all need to keep spamming it because I want to break the chat rate record from last year, which is over 1,000. I believe we can do it. Big Pop. We've got Lionheart, Paul, Saul, Hunter, Robert, Kaylee, Darth Vader, Robert, Lionheart, Kaylee, Moshi, Saul, Eric B., Scott, Marcus, Swimmer, Hunter, Big Polo, Lionheart, Kaylee, Paul, Nike, Marcus, Jay, Ralph, Kelly, Jay, Frank, 12 gauge. We got Destroying Dog. We got Mia, Kelly, Dallas, Kyle C., Frankum, Dallas Hoffman, Robert, Cowboys, Corey, Jay, Caden, Red Raider, Caden. We have Rams fan, your pick is about to be up, my guy.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't been announced yet, but I'll tell you what, I'm looking at my guys in Dolphins today. We got Dolphin City. Hey, it's Lance. Ty, man, you're everywhere, as you always are. Fins fan, Ricky, Byron, Tanner, John Boggs, Joao. Keep on spamming those me's. Get the me's in the chat. Wherever you're watching from, wherever stream you're on, type the me's. Show me how amped you are, because we're trying to break records here in the 2024 NFL Draft as we wait for the pick to be in. And it looks like it is in. Jared Verse. Listen, we know ball for a reason, Jace. We called it. Jared Verse, the defensive lineman, the edge from Florida State, heading to the Rams. That is now all three top edges are off the board now, with Verse being the final one.
Very good pick here. I actually like this pick a lot, especially for a team that did just lose Aaron Donald. Verse is not going to be Aaron Donald by any stretch, but he's a plug-and-play guy. Pick 19, you're going to put him on the defensive line. He's going to create pressure, and he's going to be very good, especially for the height and weight he has. 6'3", 254, but the kid can move. Number 2 overall edge that we had, and somebody that I really think is going to prove that you can come in here and immediately succeed, especially being around the top 20 picks. Again, very, very good kind of blend of everything. I don't think he's like a specialist at one specific thing, but I do, however, believe he is like a jack of all trades. He has the size. He has the speed. Okay. He's got the speed, got the speed, got the size. And again, he can do a lot of different things he can do on the edge along with ball rushing. So Jared Verse, a very good pick there. And like Rolly said, we know ball. What can we say? All right.
We're going to sign off, Cowboys. Go ahead. We're going to go give it to Tom Downey, our guy. So go check it out over there.
Live. We are live here on the Cowboys Report. It is time for the solo simulcast. As promised, we got you guys covered here for the rest of round 1 as the Cowboys rapidly approach their upcoming pick here in the first round. The recent picks, Amarius Mims to the Bengals, Jared Verse to the Rams. So one of your offensive linemen are off the board. What we have coming up here are the Steelers, Dolphins, Philadelphia. Minnesota was at 23. It's now Jacksonville. The 2 offensive linemen I have my eye on are Troy Fautanu and Graham Barton. I am anxious that one of those is going to go here to Pittsburgh. That is what is worth keeping an eye on. Maybe one at Miami. And we shall see what happens with Philadelphia. That could certainly end up being a offensive line pick. I do want to go to the Super Chat menu when we get a chance, too, by the way. I think we just kind of ride don't worry about the big board too much. Just ride on the picks and what's happened so far and those big L3s. That is producer Chris, by the way, behind the scenes on today's show. This is the Super Chat menu. A little bit different than what it was on the simulcast. This is your chance. The bosses aren't going to let me drink that much. 50 likes is a bean boozled. I actually owe 2. We're past 1,000. Do you want to take one, Chris? I don't know if you're muted or not, but you can go to the double cam there. You're definitely muted, by the way. So there you go.
Okay.
We're at 1,000. Do you want to take one or no?
I'll take one.
You'll have to get that double cam set up there. $20. You are entered into our jersey raffle, which is for whoever the first round pick ends up being for the Cowboys. Dwayne Jackson, C.J. DeYoung III, and Rengar the Kitty are the $20 that are in so far. Apologies, some other smaller ones that came in while we were transitioning. It's not going to be able to get to those there. $20 for that. $51 if you want to do a tortilla slap. I am told I can't get as drunk this year. However, I can do unlimited number of beer bongs for $100 super chats. And, of course, you go in the Beer Bong Hall of Fame. The most super chats today, or across the draft, I should say, the largest volume amount, is going to get, for the first time ever, this custom Cowboys Report football. Cowboys Report logo, MVP, we can sign it or not. That is for the most combined super chats over the weekend of the NFL Draft. I will keep track of them throughout today's live show as Daniel, a $20 super chat. You are into the raffle. I'm going to take one of these Bean Boozleds here. Oh, boy. This is either, I think, toasted marshmallow or stink bug.
Oh, the stink bug's awful, man.
Yeah, let's try it. Bottoms up, first one.
It's got to be the good one.
Toasted marshmallow for sure.
Yeah.
You want one, Chris?
I'll take one. I'll take one.
Uh-oh.
You know.
This sucks.
You know really, really quickly if it's a good one or a bad one.
This is buttered popcorn or rotten egg. They're both bad.
I like butter popcorn.
No, you don't like this buttered popcorn. I promise you. You're not going to like it.
I'm going to get the trash can, though.
I promise you will not like it.
It's not butter popcorn.
You have to finish it. You can't be spitting this stuff out. You got to finish. Like a man.
Well, actually, it might be butter popcorn.
Butter popcorn sucks, right?
Okay,
It's not good.
okay.
It's not good. Thank you, Daniel, for the $20 super chat. The butter popcorn just does not taste good.
I really honestly cannot tell which one it is.
It's butter popcorn. If the butter popcorn's not good, the rotten egg is terrible.
Yeah.
That's the one that makes people puke there. So Steelers on the clock here at pick number 20. I'll maybe do some good comment drivers here mixed in there. Oh, this is perfect as well. Okay. Jared Verse, Amarius Mims, Dallas Turner, the last 3 selections. Vikings trade up for Turner. The run on offensive linemen has happened to an extent with Amarius Mims gone. It's can Fautanu or Barton get down to pick 24, which I think is what they prefer. It's all think. Who knows if it's actually true or not. We'll see what happens in the not-too-distant future. But pick is in for Pittsburgh, waiting to see who that pick ends up being at number 20 overall here. I had thought this would be an offensive lineman. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. We'll get to that pick here momentarily. At pick number 20. Some super chats coming in as well. We appreciate that, guys. Some 20s. I will make sure you guys get into the entries here. Carlos Fernandez is into our giveaway. That'll be done in the night. Once the last pick is in, we'll do that duck race there. And the Wandering Mexican is also in. As the pick is in here for the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 20 overall, Troy Fautanu is off the board. So one of your offensive linemen is no longer available. Push that across. Don't wait. At number 20, and then you'll have to change that on the clock. It keeps it does that every time. It's tricky, I know. So one of your offensive linemen are gone, and now it's a matter of, do you get Graham Barton past the Miami Dolphins? Do they take a defensive player? Do they take Barton? And if Barton is gone, then what do the Cowboys do? There are some good defensive players there, but it's getting a little bit thin. Could a trade down potentially happen? Super chats here. The last dodo, $5. You get closer to our pick, the more and more nervous I get. Please have something to ease my thoughts with our coming pick. I think they'll be able to trade down if they don't have the guy they want. This next pick's going to matter a lot. Carlos Fernandez, should we go D or left tackle?
It's a good way in.
It is a good way in. You can type in D or LT. I think if Barton is there, I think that's the pick. If he's not there, is it Darius Robinson? Do they trade down? Do they go Tyler Guyton? Because I think he'll be there. I don't know. The Wondering Mexican, by the way, Carlos, into our raffle. What do you think will happen if the O-line is there or gone for us at 24? I think if Barton's there, that's the pick. But Brian Thomas Jr. is also still there, who they have shown some interest in. He could be a Dolphin too, by the way. The receivers are not, the run's not happening because it's a deep class. We'll see. Michael Reese, who is the best fit for the Cowboys if all the offensive line, I think, are gone. I think they like Brian Thomas Jr. I think they like Brian Robinson. I think a trade down would be great. I'm not especially if Barton's not there, trade down and get more assets because you need picks too. Don't take Jonathan Brooks. That's all I ask is don't take Jonathan Brooks. Tyrone Sanford says Pratt from Tulane. Day 3, if you want a developmental piece, sure, but this team took Trey Lance in the 4th basically last year. So this year, I guess. Not getting my hopes up there. Primus Inter Paris, America's team and Dallas Cowboys Nation in the house. Make this pick sick. Oh, my friend, how I hope you are correct. I am putting you into the raffle. $20 entry for the Cowboys jersey, whatever that first-round pick ends up being, or I guess first pick if they trade down, or maybe the day 2 guy potentially as well. Tyler Madison, $20. You are in as well. Tom is the best chat sports reporter there is. Let's go Cowboys. Hoping for a good tackle to fall to us, fingers crossed. The tackles are kind of thin, unless you believe Graham Barton tackle, which I think is an interior player from that perspective. So we shall see. NJE Recordings, who are the best players to make it to the second. Let's wait and see what happens there. We'll have to see from that standpoint. Chris, how do you pronounce this name?
Leaky butts.
Leaky butt. There you go. It says buttered popcorn is the best. No, it is not. It is frankly quite disgusting, by the way.
I love the profile picture on this one.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's when my hair's longer. I get it cut long and then I get it cut short. Long and short. Long and short. Samuel, last season was a big letdown. It's been a while since I've sent a comment, but you keep in football. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Samuel. Happy to have you here for today's live stream. By the way, ESPN is just now showcasing the Troy Fautanu selection, which we mentioned.
It's been so slow.
I think he's going to end up being a top, the left guard, left tackle. They're always behind. They always get him ahead. So, Brett, do they not want JPJ? I don't know. Both Dane Brugler and Brian Broaddus had said that they don't think he's a fit at 24. So either they don't have him graded that highly or there were medical stuff that popped up. We'll have to wait and see. I honestly don't know. Could be a smokescreen too. Who knows? Scott, $50 super chat. Scott, tell me who you want slapped, if it's me or somebody else or whatever. Cowboys need to trade back a lot of value that shouldn't be on the board at 24 to get a team to overpay for them. The issue is if Barton's there at 24, I don't think you can trade down and get him still. I think somebody else will take him. So you have to be careful trading down too far and missing the guy that you want. Chris B, swear if they go Brooks, I'm actually really out. We are 21 floors up. I will jump. They will have to hold me back. Wes says, I want to trade down regardless and get more picks. A trade down is not the worst thing in the world because it does allow extra draft capital. That's why I'm rarely going to be mad at a trade down. Even if there's a guy I like, I'm like, you're getting more assets. That's fine. That's not a bad thing necessarily. So we are caught up on those supers. Scott says Tom's choice. Do you want to get slapped then?
I'll get slapped.
Let's go to a comment drive. Let's try to set the chat mark, and you have to go get one of the tortillas out there.
Okay.
If you don't mind there. So, Dolphins on the clock. Pick is not in as I sit here sitting. We'll stand here, standing, I guess, from that perspective. The challenge right now is to set the comment record. We should have that weigh-in there somewhere. Like the challenge one from last week. We should have there it is. Last year's chat record was just 439. So everyone spam win in the comment section while producer Chris goes to get a tortilla. Maybe grab one of the Happy Dads too, just in case we get a $100 super chat for a bit in the kitchen. I don't know where the tortilla is at. You might have to grab Sam quickly or Sperry, whatever. But just be quick with it. We want to beat last year's chat rate record. 439 is the number to beat. We actually got to 450 before I even came live on today's show. So everyone spam win. Let's shatter that mark right now. Let's blow it out of the water as the Dolphins pick is in here at number 21. We'll break that down momentarily. Philly at 22, and then it'll be Jacksonville at 23, and Dallas up on the clock here in just a few moments. The Dolphins on the clock here at 21 overall. We are awaiting that selection. I am excited to see how this all ends up playing out here. Spam those wins. We're so close. We're at 410. We're right there. Keep spamming win. Let's set that new high. Get those comments flowing in there. We're close. We're close. Colby Nation, I see your super chat as well. Spam win because the Cowboys need one. They need a good pick here for where for the way the offseason's gone. They need something solid here. Well, hopefully we have that Dolphins pick soon. You can go quick full screen and come up and I'll slap you. Because it's Theo's choice. I don't want to get slapped tonight. I've had enough slapping tonight. We'll go to that. In theory, we have the Dolphins pick, but after we're done with that, if you don't already have it. Spam those wins. Oh, we're 410, Chris. We're right there. We're right there. Waiting for the next update. Waiting for the next update. Dolphins on the clock. Pick is in. We shattered it! 1,000! Oh my God. Blew it out of the water! You guys are awesome! Absolutely crushed it. Let's go. Guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to slap producer Chris here. Should have that Dolphins pick in a moment. That pick is in, by the way. We'll go full screen here for. Oh, did it just come in? I saw it change. Pick is Chop Robinson out of Penn State is the selection at number 21 overall. That is good for Dallas. It's good for Dallas. Yeah, you can just go full screen with that. That's perfect, Chris. I had him at 26 overall on my board. Second round grade. Best available pass rusher. The first step is unbelievable. The burst he offers is as good as anybody's in the NFL right now. He also didn't produce. For all of those athletic gifts, he had a handful of sacks in his career. He is Odafe Owe 2.0 for me. So one of the potential Graham Barton spots is gone. 2 to go. Let's bring on producer Chris. He was behind him. He was on Giants today too. All right. This is for that, I guess. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. That was bad. Back slap. Oh, man, got my ear. Bounces off the TV. There's not quite enough room in this particular studio. So maybe I'll fold it next time. Maybe I'll fold it is what I do. So Chop Robinson off the board to the Dolphins. Some quick stuff on him here. That first step is stupid good. I mean, you can just go watch any highlight. It's like, oh my God, he's off the ball so quickly. Good size, 6'3", 254. 4 sacks this year, 5.5 sacks last year. How are you that explosive off the ball and you're not getting production? He's kind of a part-time player at Penn State. I had a second-round grade on him. It's not that big of a reach. I guess they really wanted Jared Verse, who went off the board, pick earlier, to the 2 picks earlier to the Rams. So Chop Robinson off the board here. This is perfect. Yeah, then you go to the one. Dallas Turner, Amarius Mims, Jared Verse, Troy Fautanu, and now we wait pick number 22 overall. On the clock graphic, I think should fit, by the way. Perfect. The Philadelphia Eagles are now on the clock. I had my eye here for them, at least, on the corners. They're both there. Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold are on the board here for Philadelphia and Jacksonville.
That's been the biggest shock for me.
I am very surprised that they're both there. Truly am. Let me make sure I'm caught up on at least the $20 supers We got Scott's Big 50 in there. I think I got to get this one in from Colby Nelson is in there. So again, the Super Chat menu today, and we'll go through the list here and again in a second. Let's go to the Supers, then we'll go to the Super Chat menu on tap for today's show. Chop Robinson to the Dolphins, of course, here. Colby Nelson, $20. Who was your number one inside linebacker this year? Thoughts on our need at that position compared to other positions at O-line? I got Edgerrin Cooper as my number one inside linebacker. He is a second-round grade, and he is at 35 overall. I have Graham Barton as my 13th best player this year. I was surprised how high he ended up coming. He just off the charts athletically. First-round grade. If Barton is there, I want him to be the pick. So badly don't want to be the pick. Dwayne Jackson, a curiosity, any chance Higgins gets dealt during the draft like A.J. Brown did a couple years ago? I would be surprised. I think that, especially at this point, like they're just going to keep him. And I think that's their plan going in. So that's 2 entries now for Dwayne, by the way, in the $20 race. He's 10 back, and I'm only going to count the big ones for purposes of doing the math and everything. 20 and above for the largest Super Chat, which is 50 right now from Scott. Another couple Super Chats coming in here. $5 from Lance Dunbar's burner. Can we make Chris drink? I think we got bad draft driver system last year. I wouldn't be mad at Thomas or Arnold if Barton's gone. I would agree they'd be among the top guys on my board, plus Johnny Newton. Guys, I didn't think we were going to be there, frankly. So I'd be down there. $100 Super Chat. It's a beer bong for Chris.
Yeah.
Or shotgun, whatever you prefer.
Absolutely.
Those are the rules. The bosses said it has to be 100 and above because I can't get too drunk this year.
And I got to run the show.
And you got to make sure I'm not getting out of control there. JT says, team trade back, make it happen, GM Tom. If Barton is gone, I am screaming trade at the top of my lungs. That is all I want to have happen if Barton is gone. Because I think at that point you can trade down and get something similar later on in round 1, whatever. I don't think Barton's getting past Tampa. He might not get past the Bucs. Maybe even another team jumps in front of you. Barton's there at 24. Like that's who I want, and I'll be really happy about it. I was surprised he ended up being 13 on my board. I really was. First round grade. I got 3 first round grades left: Quinyon Mitchell, Graham Barton, Johnny Newton. I don't know if they take those guys, but that's what I would do. And you get a first round grade, and I'm happy. Happy in a way I wasn't happy last season. So thank you, JT. Let's go to our Super Chat menu for today's live show. It is a little bit different than what it was on the simulcast we were doing earlier. Every 50 likes is a Bean Boozled. It's one of those nasty jelly beans like cappuccino or liver and onions or buttered popcorn or rotten egg, birthday cake or dirty dishwasher. We are 300 likes away from me doing another one. So like that video if you haven't already. Every $20 Super Chat gets you entered into a jersey raffle for the Cowboys' first-round pick today. Now, if you would rather wait till the round 2 pick, I think we can arrange that as well. If maybe you want a running back potentially, that's fine. But jersey raffle for one of the Cowboys' draft picks. $50 for a tortilla slap. I haven't gotten to do one yet. $100 gets you in the Beer Bong Hall of Fame, and I or Chris will do a beer bong. In fact, for the first one, for the first night only, we'll both do it. How about that?
Okay.
We'll both do one. So $100 for that. I was told I had to put the price tag there. Quote, you can't get as drunk as you've done some years. I said, that's not fun. The people love it. And they said, well, too bad. So unlimited beer bongs, $100. For that beer bong, and you join the Hall of Fame. We'll put your initials on the beer bong as well. We have a special blue one just for the NFL draft this year.
Nice.
Special new one, fresh, clean, all that good stuff. So like that video. Make sure, of course, you are subscribed as well right here on the Cowboys Report. We are awaiting the Eagles pick at number 22 overall. Jacksonville traded down. They are at 23, and your Dallas Cowboys are in the hole at pick 24, with a lot of speculation on corner being the pick here. Scott P coming through, $100 Super Chat. Let's go. Everyone type Scott in the comment section. And OG Rungtag, he puts in $100. Let's go.
We're going to need more.
All right, let's ride. You know what? We'll each do 2. F it. I'll do 1, you do 1. I'll do 1, you do 1. I'll crack this open here. I'll do the watermelon. Watermelon. Let me send a quick message here. Make sure this is closed off. Scott and OG rung tag coming through. Eagles pick is in. JT Daniel, it's 100 spree.
Oh my God.
We need more. We need more. Oh my goodness. I said that the bosses don't want me to get too drunk. Scott does another 100.
Oh my God.
What is going on? Give me all the beers.
I'm just
Give
going to
me
have
them
to go get
all.
more.
Just go get more beers now. We need beers. Yeah, you do
Yes.
1 too.
Yes.
We'll do a beer bongs.
How many beers? Beers or
Just get the happy dads and just get a bunch. Me, we'll do 100. We'll do double, and then 5 in a row. I'll come in. Let's go. All right, first one coming up here. All right, James is getting more. What a time to be alive, folks.
It's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
If you
in a row.
if you want to get a Merbonga, by the way, you can get one of those too if you want. There's like 8 of them out there.
Yeah.
Tell James to grab one for you. Get that air bubble out. There we go. A couple more air bubbles. Don't want that pop in your throat wrong.
Pause.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, first one coming in. Woo! We have the pick for Philadelphia. You just grab the Merbonga. Merbonga. Can you grab a Merbonga for Chris too? Merbonga. Merbonga. Just we got a lot of them. I said if we do 100, we'll each do a beer bong, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $600 super chats in a row.
The Wandering Mexican.
Woo!
This is
Let's
insane.
go! Quinyon Mitchell, the pick for Philadelphia. It's not Graham Barton.
Oh my goodness.
We are so close to Graham Barton, Chris. I can smell. Dwayne Jackson!
Dwayne!
$100
No.
super chat! Make it 7!
You guys are
We go to shot
absolutely
fun?
insane.
Oh, okay. Appreciate that.
Yo,
We got a dizzy bat too? Give me the dizzy bat. I'm going to do a dizzy bat too. We got dizzy bat.
I've never done one of these shot funds before.
The shot funds are tough. I would do the Merbonga.
You think?
Just do Merbonga.
Yeah.
You can do the shot fun. Have fun. All right, here's number one.
I'll do the Merbonga.
Do the Merbonga. Do the Merbonga. We got a lot of these here. Quinyon Mitchell, my number 1 ranked quarterback, number 11 overall. It's honestly a great pick for Philadelphia. Really good selection there. Jacksonville on the clock. Then it is Dallas. I'm going to get a tweet set up here for
Now, what is this thing called?
Merbonga.
Merbonga. Okay.
Michael Sutton!
Oh,
Another 100!
God.
That's 8 of them!
I got some reinforcements coming. Brad's gonna come do one.
All right.
Reinforcements are coming.
We're getting reinforcements here, too. Here we go!
Somebody come in there and do that, or you guys do that?
All right, there's 2. Give me long arms for the win. Coming on screen, James Yoder, the boss, the CEO, the founder of Chat Sports.
Mr. Vikings.
Mr. Vikings now. Big Michigan fan, too. Big Michigan fan.
Big Vikings fan now.
The Michigan fan, that they might say.
All right, let me get this going now. I'm doing one of these foo-foo light beers so I can find the fridge.
A little pink one?
Yeah, oh yeah, so I bought this for Harrison.
For Caleb Williams?
Yeah, he hasn't used it yet to my knowledge. So,
All right.
well, I got a lot of foam line. So,
Yeah, that's okay. Let it pour out.
Here.
So that,
Go take us full. Chris, or unless you're doing
He's going to do some, too.
All right,
Okay.
Tommy. Let me, hold on. Oh, geez, I almost splashed myself. All right,
3, 2, 1, go! Woo! perfect timing.
That's foam.
That is all foam.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Woo!
Come back in another 1 second.
All right.
You guys are crazy.
Hey, Sam. No, didn't take that. Sorry, my bad. There's only like 2 of them, so it's tough. Honestly, I'll take a photo, Sam. We should take photos. There's only like 2 of the Bean Boozled explainers, so we should take the photo of them and have a couple of them there. All right. Woo!
Have we kept count at all?
I have done 3.
I've done 2.
You've done 2. James did 1.
So that's 6.
6. This will be 7.
Okay.
I don't know how many we're supposed to do because it was
Yeah.
it was supposed to be for 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So these will knock it out.
Well, but remember, we're supposed to do at least 2 each. So I think we owe at least 10.
Oh, God.
Because I said the first one counts double, and then OG, Rungtag, JT, Daniel, and Scott all put them in at the same time.
Oh.
So, Dwayne!
Oh, my
$200!
Oh, my gosh.
This is Raiders level.
I may. So Brett, what happened was I told
you were
them.
stupid.
I told them. I told them that I couldn't drink as much this year,
Couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
and we had no hundreds for beer bongs. I said the first one who does it, Chris and I will both do one, and now there's been 10.
All right.
So-
Who we got? We got the OU guy. We got the OU guy.
No, I want Barton.
I don't know which one that is.
Duke.
Duke.
The
Offensive
Duke
line.
guy.
No, you can't.
Yes, you
take
want
a
the Duke guy.
You cannot take a guy from a basketball school. We have learned that. Daniel Jones.
The what, 2 wide split screen?
O-line is good, though. O-line is good. Here we go.
Do you have that one?
I don't think so.
Come on, Cowboys. Let's go.
Give me Barton.
Let's go. Barton sounds great. Tom likes it. I like it.
How about the wide screen one?
Come on. Let's go,
It's
baby.
it's not on that one. It requires 2 cameras for it. Hand me that other Happy Dad.
Can you use the
It might work, but I don't know if it's set up to do that right now.
come on and do one with your time, boy.
Come on up.
Oh.
Jags pick is in. That's fine, actually. That's perfect. Yeah, that's bigger.
That's better.
Program is right.
All right.
200 from Dwayne. I have to get caught up on like all the biggest super chat stuff here too. All right. Ooh.
Pace yourself.
Wait. Jags pick in?
I haven't seen it.
It did on the clock thing.
All right. Here's feeling good all the time.
Here we go.
Yes, the Jags pick is in. Brian Thomas Jr.
All right. Brian Tom. Oh my God. Woo!
So the Cowboys are on the clock,
Cowboys
baby.
on the clock. Graham Barton is on the board. This is who I want. Bring me Graham Barton. It has been a long time since the Cowboys drafted my top available player. That is what is going on right now.
Can I interest you in Mikey Sanders still? I know defense, Cowboys.
Day 2, I love him. I love him day 2. That's my guy. He's going to be a Charger, though.
Ozzy, Taco, Mike. Come on.
I like how Dwayne says, don't drink and stream. This could be embarrassing for everybody. So, Brian Thomas Jr., which actually was one of my mock draft picks. I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to wait until after the pick at least. I think there's medical stuff with Jackson Powers Johnson. Graham Barton is a freakazoid athlete. He is a perfect Dallas Cowboy type of player. Bring me Graham Barton. What we will do, Chris, is once it goes to the pick is in, once we get the pick is in for the Cowboys, just leave this up, basically, and go to the big player L3, and I will turn around, and once it is in, you tell me to turn around.
The bottom one.
The big one.
Yeah.
The big one. And then we will do the instant reaction and do the full cut there. Okay. Just like we did last year. And I will jump if it is Jonathan Brooks. all the reporting all week long had been they really like Graham Barton. So that would be my hope, is that it's Graham Barton. Who do you want the Dallas Cowboys to draft here in round 1? Go ahead and sound off for me in the comments section. Now, I'm okay with the trade down, too. I'm okay with the trade down. But I want Graham Barton. I would like Graham Barton. So I'm going to do this last beer bong here. A lot of good comments coming in too. And I wouldn't be mad at guys like, Jackson Powers Johnson. Someone said Byron Murphy's off the board. Man. This is number 8 for me. Or 7, 6. I don't know. I've lost count. There's a lot of there's a lot of carbonation in my stomach right now. They got 5 minutes technically until that pick is in. Let me breathe here. Hold on. I think this gets us caught up because you've done 3 or 4.
I've done 4.
4. Okay, this will be 6 or 7 or 8. I don't fucking know. Brett did 1. James did 2. The math is mathing enough for a drunk guy. All right.
I spilled so much. It's
How'd
okay
you
though.
Spill it.
I was just trying to go too quick.
Oh my God.
Everything was happening so fast.
Right.
I was over at Giants and.
That's true. All right, get some shout outs in here. I'm gonna get caught up on all these supers that have come in and make sure we've got everything from that perspective.
Let me know in the comments right now, guys. Who do you guys want? Cowboys are on the clock right now, baby. How many mock drafts have we put out? So many. So many. You guys know who you want by now. Paul's saying Graham Barton. Let's see a lot of Graham Bartons in there. Seabass is saying Graham Barton or JPJ. Moose is saying trade. He would like to trade.
I wouldn't be mad at trade, but I really wasn't sure that Graham Barton was going to be there. He is. That is who I want. Because if you trade down, he's not going to be there. Not going to be there for you.
Micah said Xavier Worthy. Newton. Just any center. Blake Cora. A lot of Bartons. Let's see a couple trade downs. DeJean. Take Terrion Arnold. Would you be mad at that?
No, he's a good player. But I want Barton. But if you had told me Arnold was picking 20, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. If you told me going into today, I would be like, great, Arnold's a good player. Draft a QB. They're all gone. All the quarterbacks are gone.
That was insane.
It helped
that
Dallas.
Run was insane.
It forced guys down. It helped Dallas. Breathe here.
Here we go, baby.
I'm feeling it. I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling it here. I really am. Someone said, give me Mahomes. Pretty funny.
Spencer Rattler.
I
guess he's still on the board.
So there was a report that Jimmy Johnson was going to be in the war room this year, but they're showing it now. I don't see him in there. I did not see Jimmy in the war room there.
I didn't know there.
Which I think would have been dumb anyway.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just don't need 80-year-old Jimmy Johnson advising on players he hasn't watched. It just doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't.
I see Zach Frazier in the comments as well.
I wouldn't be mad. I like Zach Frazier a lot. He's a top 40 guy for me, I think. Top 35. Let me see where I got him ranked.
I like
35.
this one from Juan. Guyton and We Riot. Not or, and.
And. I don't. I'll pass on Guyton. The Commanders come up and trade for him. That's my mindset. So. 2:20 to go until the Cowboys pick is in. They were still having their conversations in the war room when ESPN showcased that there. Who do you want? Graham Barton. So I want. That was all the reporting was that they like Barton. And that they don't hide things well. They had guys they had their eye on last year that weren't available to them. All the reporting was they like Fautanu and they like Barton and they maybe Guyton. Give me Barton. I will be. Graham Barton is the best available player on my board left. He is 13th overall on my board. I just want him. You have taken care of one of your left guard center spots, and you can figure out from there. I don't think he's going to play tackle for you, though he played that at Duke. But you've got a starter on left side of your offensive line if you take him. And you feel better about your O-line room, and you can go into day 2 feeling pretty decent about where you sit. I would like that to be the case. So I'm excited about this. There's a minute to go, and Dallas has not submitted the pick yet. So they're going to use all that time. maybe they talk trade too.
John Machado? Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
He's saying Cowboys, Stephen Jones has looked to be working on a trade back.
Okay. I'm going to pull this up here. I get anxious about a trade down. They're trading it. The Lions have traded up to 24. All right, we'll get the trade details graphic set up there. The Cowboys are trading down, so we will wait and see what this looks like here. The Lions have moved up. I would bet this is going to be Quinyon Mitchell. Or no, he's gone. Sorry. Maybe Terrion Arnold. The Cowboys are trading down. It's more picks. It's more picks. We don't have the details yet. I'll keep an eye on those. Hold on. I think I've got it. They got a third. And they sent out a... Hold on. I can't read this. This is ridiculous. I'll wait for somebody else who doesn't have weird non-spacing there. I think they got a third and sent out a seventh, I think is what happened here. But TBD on that. So Detroit is on the clock. Dallas has moved down to pick number 29. And now we're going to be a little bit more anxiety-induced here. I don't think... Again, I'm never going to be mad at a trade down. You needed more assets. I'm a little surprised they traded away from Graham Barton. And now we got to wait. Does he get past Tampa? Does he get past Green Bay? Beyond that, I think he'll get to you. I think. I have the details here. Okay. Wow. Honestly, it's a hell of a trade. You got pick 73 from the Lions. You got an extra third now. That's mid-third. That's a really good. That's really good. You got a third, you give up a 2025 seventh too. Whatever. Pick 29 and 73 going to the Cowboys. The Lions get pick 24, so now we wait again. All right.
I believe we have that in as well.
That's fine. The pick, by the way, for Detroit is Terrion Arnold.
Well, I guess the player.
You were right on the
Wrong
player. You're right on
team.
the player. All right. So a first and a third going to the Cowboys. Lions get a first and a future seventh, which I could give an F about. I don't care. It's a future seventh. That'll be picked like 230 or 220, whatever. A first and a third. Let me give you the trade value on these here too, folks. By the way, love the pick for Detroit. Love Quinyon Mitchell to the Lions.
Well, we thought about Kool-Aid earlier in the week.
We did. The difference here, the trade value chart says this is worth pick 100, and you got pick 73. So you honestly won this trade by the value of a fourth rounder, an additional fourth rounder. So look, I'm never going to be mad at a trade down. And if you can somehow get Graham Barton, I'm going to be excited. And if you have to settle for Zach Frazier, I'm fine with that too. I'm fine with that. I wanted Barton, but you won that trade. You won it. You won the deal, you know? I'm fine with it. Tampa at 26. That's the team that has me worried. I don't think Green Bay would do it. They might take Guyton, by the way. It might be a Guyton spot. But, do you have my best available? Is that an option here? I don't know if it is. I know there's a lot of weird graphic stuff there. You won the trade. You needed more assets. Now I can get a defensive lineman, a linebacker, a running back, whatever, or another offensive lineman, whatever, on day 3. You won the trade back. I am happy. It is a W move, ZI. You can spam W in the comments section. It's a good pick. Mike McCarthy might not be happy. I don't care. It's fine. You got really good value there. Here are my best available players on the board. You are now several spots away from picking again. Graham Barton. I doubt they do, but I would go nuts for Johnny Newton. I really would. Terrion Arnold, Jackson Powers Johnson, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell. Beyond that, I've got Tyler Guyton. We have it. Perfect. Kingsley Sumataya. I was surprised how high I was on him. I wasn't expecting that one. I really wasn't. I didn't think it was going to be a top 32 player for me. I kind of honestly, once I get past pick 29, once I get past A.D. Mitchell, I go, I don't like this that much. It's like, shoot. There's a tear drop. It's not reflected. Xavier Worthy. If they take Zach Frazier, I'm not going to be mad. He's a good football player. He got that dog in him. I would be happy about that. Like, if that is the worst case scenario, I will be okay. Edrin Cooper, I would not sleep on Darius Robinson either. I'm going to push that there, Chris. I do like Mikey Sainer still. By the way, to put where perspective we're at, ESPN is just now announcing the Quinyon Mitchell pick. Just now. Or the Terrion Arnold pick. Sorry, I get excited because I think Western Michigan. I would not sleep on Robinson. We talked about a trade down scenario happening here. We talked a lot about that. It has happened. It is Green Bay, Tampa, Arizona, Buffalo, and Dallas. It's these next 2, maybe 3 picks that has me anxious. And you still get Barton. And if you don't, you got an extra third. I had Barton pretty high, but it's not different enough in terms of the positional value boost at center that I'm going to be crying about it. I will be okay. Green Bay, Tampa, Arizona, Buffalo, and Dallas. Let's hit some of these super chats that have come in. And then we got a couple of those to get to, and then we'll go through the super chat menu and recap any more picks that have come in. With the Packers on the clock, again, we are ahead. Although did the Packers pick just come in? Whenever I see the on the clock change, I get excited that the Packers pick is in.
You're gonna like it.
It is in?
It is in.
I'll turn around. Let's have some fun here. Tell me once it's good to go. Once it's on screen. Can I guess here?
Yes.
It's Green Bay. You said I would like it. This
I think you like it for the Cowboys.
Is this Cooper DeJean? No. Is it ready? I know that's always slow to load.
Sorry.
Green Bay. So it's not an offensive lineman.
Well, I didn't say that.
Is it Guyton?
Nope.
What's the pick then? Turn around here. Sorry. Sorry. I know you're not ready. You're not ready. I got excited for no reason.
It's ready when you're ready.
Okay. I didn't think Jordan Morgan was going to be a prime pick. How goes it, Brett? We'll get to the pick when it comes in and do the grade, the reaction for it. Just all together. By the time we get the trade out, it would be at the pick. So I think we do grades title. Yeah. Sorry, behind the scenes stuff there. I didn't think Jordan Morgan was going to be a Cowboys type of pick. The arm length issues that are real for him meant he wasn't going to be on their board. They do need offensive line help. By the way, the database we're using has him as a guard. I would try him at tackle though first. I'll gamble on that front. But the Packers have to invest in the offensive line. That Packers fans think, well, we get lucky every year. We can just take some of those. We can just take 4th round guys. Not always how it works there. Let's run through these super chats here. We'll go to our super chat menu, and then hopefully Tampa's pick is in. I think it'd be fun to do the turnaround. We'll see. Red Hurricane, Graham Barton round 1, Patrick Paul round 2. I would have felt a lot better about Patrick Paul if you had kept Tyron Smith. Perfect developmental guy for a year. If he gets to round 2, great. I'd be okay at that point. He is on my board. He is. By the way, chatsports.com/board has my big board available. Chatsports.com/board. I've got Paul at 56. So you're right there. Right there. The notorious Jerry Jones versus Joe Biden. Who wins? The fans. JT, they didn't pick Linderbaum in their past. Are we surprised? Also, was that 1,000 one of the best on the show? That was one of the more wild runs we've been on. Outside of like the 500s that have come in. That was fun. $100 still stand for beer bongs. They might be shared. Chris might have to do one, but they stand. They stand. Wes, W. Tom, W. It's going to be Zach, F. for Barton. I'd be very happy. Like Zach Frazier, like in terms of like my round 2 grades, one of my most favorite. He got that dog in him, man. Zach Frazier. What's up, James? Oh, no, we're on a cut. Okay. James has offered another $100 beer bong, by the way. That's the CEO of Chat Sports. Oh, we never mind. Off the board. Ignore that. Last note about JPJ Frazier. I would do that. The reporting from the last 24 hours from guys like Dane Brugler, guys like Brian Broaddus, that they was an option at 24. Maybe to trade down he is. They brought him in for a 30 visit. That makes me think whether that was medical or whatever, it didn't go that well. But still, I've got JPJ at 21. I'd be happily surprised. You wouldn't hear a complaint out of me. I like this. 4 picks on day 2, got a third. You have no fourth, you have 2 thirds now. And you can still move around if you want to on day 2. Especially if you get a great player here at 29. I'll be a happy camper. Matthew, watch if he's Spencer Rattler. I will literally jump. Like, I know I've joked about that. They will have to hold me back from smashing the window on the 21st floor here in downtown Dallas and jumping. I will do it, I swear to God. I am not even kidding. We are also 70 likes away from another Bean Boozled, which will be fun. All right. Waiting on the Bucks pick here. They've only just announced the Green Bay pick. The pick is still in for Green Bay. It's Jordan Morgan. Again, we're a good 5 minutes ahead of the picks here, if not more. Samuel, scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you? It might be the alcohol, but I feel pretty good right now. You won that trade. You got an extra third. You needed assets. That makes sense. If Barton goes off the board, I'll be disappointed. But I also know that I'll be excited getting an extra third. Like that was a really good trade for you. The Lions overpaid by a lot. By the value of an additional 4th round pick, they overpaid. So we'll see. Is the Bucks pick in? Just did the on the clock change. So background, the on the clock you see at the bottom there will change when Sam is inputting the pick there. So I'm going to turn around. So I'm anxious here. I am very worried this pick is like they need a center. I had long thought if you'd moved down from 24, Tampa was going to take Graham Barton, which would be really disappointing to me. And then you're kind of into your trade down candidates from that perspective. So, you can tell me when it's good. I am going to assume this is Graham Barton. I'm going to assume that this is who they ended up taking, and I get a little bit sad, and then it comes down to some of your trade down candidates. So I'm assuming it's not in yet there? Or is it in yet?
You can turn around. I was just letting you go.
Damn it!
Yep.
This is the downside of trading down. He wasn't going to make it to you. He wasn't going to make it to you.
JPJ it is.
Or Zach Frazier.
Or Zach
Guyton's still there. I'm keeping an eye on the Commanders trading up, by the way. Commanders might want Guyton. I can live with Guyton. It's not perfect, but I can live with it. And you get the additional third. I would almost... He's higher on my board. I would almost rather have Frazier. I do not want Patrick Paul. I don't want that in round 1. That's not a fun idea. So Barton's off the board. That was my best available player at a Duke. So we will vote who you want in round 1. I'm done with your fake GM talking. Unfollow. All right, Roy. Bye. Why are you here if you don't want draft analysis?
See you, bitch.
Why? Why are you here? I'm also not mad to trade down again. I will reserve full judgment until they get with their extra third round pick. They really, I think they got blown away by the offer by the Lions. Those are strong offers.
The only thing that kind of sucks about it is you've talked about it so much how you hate the day 2.
I don't like my round 2 picks.
Like
I get to pick 20 and go, I don't love these guys with where they're ranked on my board. Like it's like all mid-round guys. So somebody has to go there. Let's go to the big board here in a minute too. There are guys I like available still. I think are good football players. So I will be excited. I will enjoy having that extra third round pick. But man, I really would have liked Graham Barton there. Trading away hurt. I told you, you weren't going to get past Tampa. That was the spot I was worried about. Best available. I know that I am probably higher on Johnny Newton and Jackson Powers-Johnson relative to the NFL. And as I have said about Brian Branch, that's fine. The NFL can be wrong. They can be wrong. I don't care. Newton's going to be a stud. JPJ does have medical. Someone at Super Chatted weeks ago, could Nate Wiggins be in play? And I said that there's a non-zero chance that the board falls the right or wrong way, that Jackson Powers-Johnson is your best available or that Nate Wiggins is best available player. We're right there from it being a possibility. I love Kool-Aid McKinstry. You run our Bama channel. I love him. Yeah.
I think people are ridiculous for putting in. I mean, I get the injury with the foot and stuff.
The Jones fracture is the only reason why he's not above Terrion Arnold for me. It's the only reason. I don't know if this on our Cowboys show before. I have 19 top 100 grades at wide receiver. I have 19. I have never done that in my life. Lad McConkey, A.D. Mitchell among them, Cooper DeJean. I never thought he was a safe first-round pick because I questioned the agility and man coverage. Guyton's there at 30. Guyton and Sumatai. Somebody had to be 30 or 31, but damn if I'm not anxious about it. They kind of, I was honestly shocked how high Guyton and Kingsley came in on my board when I stepped in. I'm like, well, I guess that's it. Because like right there, I go, I don't love the value here. Like these guys I would rather put them at like 40 and 45 on a normal board. But like there's a teardrop there for me. Like I love Zach Frazier. He got that dog in him, but he's also not an elite athlete. And that does scare me a little bit. I like Edrin Cooper, but it's an off-ball linebacker. He fits a Mike Zimmer scheme to a T. There's a non-zero chance he's there at 56 for you. I am higher than most on Mikey saying we're still Dallas is not going to take him. Don't worry about it. Keon Coleman is CeeDee Lamb's cousin, by the way. You guys know who he is. Darius Robinson's a great option. Oh! Never mind. Picks in. Arizona at 27 overall is taking Darius Robinson. That was one of the Cowboys' fallback options. Robinson at 27. Guyton, JPJ, or Frazier. That's my guess. And I don't think the Bills are going to take any of those guys. I think the Bills are going to go wide receiver. I'm not. All right, here's my take. If you're going to take JPJ or Frazier, trade down again. Trade down. Because the Ravens, Niners, and Chiefs are not going to go tackle. Or center. They will go tackle. At least one of them will. So, Guyton's 30th on my board, but like I don't trust him. I feel like that might be the pick. JPJ's got medical red flags. Frazier is coming off a broken leg that he returned incredibly fast from. But if you're targeting JPJ or Frazier, just trade down. And if you want Guyton, You got to take him at 29. He's not going to get to you past the Ravens, Niners, and Chiefs. It's just not going to happen. So I almost put Robinson in my final mock draft to Arizona, by the way. I'm pretty sure I think I put Chop Robinson there. That might cost me. I'm going to pull up, by the way. Robinson, Cowboys did like him, by the way. He was an option for them. He is a tweener for me. He tested like a defensive tackle. By the way, the pick only just got announced for Tampa. We're a full pick ahead of ESPN, by the way. He tested like a defensive tackle who was better at edge this year. And that does scare me a little bit. As I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be outside the top 10. But a good class overall for my mock draft. It's fine.
You know, we talked about the draft coming up and the Cowboys actually have to do something, but there's a non-zero chance that they don't make a first-round pick.
I genuinely wouldn't mind that. Because unless you really want Guyton, like if you're like, we'll just settle for JPJ or Frazier, call Carolina. Call Carolina. That's fine. And you can move that. The Panthers can get their wide receiver, AD Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, whatever, and you get to sleep on the first pick of a day, I believe since the Troy Aikman draft. I think that's the last time Dallas has led off a day with that first overall pick. So I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate a trade down twice, especially because the downside was Barton wasn't going to fall to you. I was worried about Tampa. I was really worried there. And they took him from you. But you need picks. And in general, I'd rather have 4 picks, 4 shots than 2. You know? So I'm almost at team trade down again. I was at Barton in the first, if not trade down.
I think a lot of people would be mad.
I get it, but you might feel better once you get to having, an extra 2 extra day 2 picks. Or an extra day 2 and a day 3 pick. Like, I'm not.
It's just, do you think those guys are going to help you win now?
Yes. They're all top 100 players. And you need a left tackle and or center or a left guard, a defensive tackle, edge depth. Honestly, if CeeDee Lamb goes down, you are fucked at wide receiver. You have nothing at wide receiver beyond him. And Cooks and Jalen Tolbert, you need a running back. You need a defensive tackle, edge, linebacker. I wouldn't mind a corner. It's like I can live with a trade down. And I would have taken Barton. I get that. I would have. But trade down is better than just reaching on somebody. So, Iowa Bean Boozled here, Chris. Every 500 likes is a Bean Boozled. Next one is Chris's. Oh, no. It's going to be one of the nasty ones. Barf Peach. Something else. It's like rotten egg. It's dead fish or strawberry smoothie.
Dead fish is absolutely awful. Yep, it's a bad one, isn't it?
Yep.
I bet it does not sit well on those.
It's barf.
5, 6 beer bottles.
No, it's really not going to sit well at all. Oh, boy. That's nasty. Woo! All right. Let's hit some of these super chats. It's in my teeth, too. That is so freaking gross. I hate it. Oh, my God.
Terrion Arnold is falling all the way here now, too.
Oh, he just got taken.
Oh, yeah.
Lions.
Yeah,
Lions
my
with the
bad, my bad.
JPJ or Frazier, please. I'd be a happy camper. You traded down with the Lions for a 3rd-round pick this year. You have the pick originally owned by Minnesota. So you have 73 now as well. Trade alert? Trade coming in, Chiefs? Trade?
Alert.
Trade alert. The
alert.
Chiefs. Guyton? It has to be Guyton, right? Or is it a receiver? The Chiefs are at pick 28 now. And then Dallas up next.
Yeah, so they're definitely
As for Carolina, I think if you were to trade down, you would ask for pick 101. I don't know if you'd get it. Maybe you'd send something back to it. It's an overpay, but not as much as what the Lions did. All right. So the Bills are no longer on the clock. The Chiefs have jumped up. Guyton and Kingsley Suamataia and all of the wide receivers are on the board still. Outside of Brian Thomas, so Xavier Worthy? I assume tackle or wide receiver here for the Chiefs. That would be my guess. You got to turn off auto, maybe. Might be your issue there. Chiefs are now on the clock at pick 28. They jump up. Bills trade down. If you heard the gong, it's Raiders. Raiders had some fun tonight. So the Cowboys are now on the clock with the Chiefs pick in. Let's go rapid fire on these supers. Look, if you trade down to Carolina and get Frazier or JPJ, I'm fine with that. You told me that this morning. Great, cool. I would have assumed Barton was gone, but it's fine. I'm more okay with Guyton because of the trade down. I am more okay with it, but I just want to see that they take it 73, you know? Like, if they get, like, Brandon Dorless, I'm like, great, I'm in. Like, that's an awesome pick, you know? Justin Cooper DeJean. I don't know if Zimmer would like him. I think Zimmer wants man coverage, guys. I have concerns about Cooper DeJean's man coverage ability. That worries me. CJ. Boys will take JPJ because he's a health risk. But at the medical check said he's great. He's 21st on my board. He's one of the best players left. I would be happy with it. It means he checked past the medical. I would be happy. I'd be very happy. Is there a wide receiver back you because of 29? Running back? Absolutely not. I have no desire to a back at 29. I'll be sad. It's a dumb pick. It's a stupid pick. Receiver, I do have Ladd McConkey, A.D. Mitchell, and Xavier Worthy in that range. So I wouldn't be mad at it. Mark, good steal value. My top four guys are Johnny Newton, Jackson Powers-Johnson, Nate Wiggins, and I think Kool-Aid McKinstry is such a classic Mike Zimmer corner. I love that fit for him. Carolina to give it to trade up. You'd ask for their fourth. I don't know if you'd get it, but that's a bit of an overpay. But the Lions overpaid. I'd be okay with that.
And the pick is in.
Pick is in. Xavier Worthy. Chiefs add some speed again. There you go.
That makes sense.
Chiefs. Xavier Worthy with the uncertainty around Rashee Rice. Let's go quickly here. I won't spend too much time on it since the Cowboys now on the clock. Same thing. I will turn around once the pick is in.
Okay.
Xavier Worthy, the fastest man in football, right? Or Xavier, however you pronounce it. He is bigger than Hollywood Brown. I think Jamison Williams comp makes more sense. Now, bigger as in taller. He's 5'11", 165. 4'2", 140 is just stupid speed. You don't find that speed. Offers punt return value. He makes guys miss. The actual deep downfield throw results were bad. So Quinn said he's a bad downfield thrower. He's not good at it. But he tracks the ball well. He'll be a better deep threat. I love the fit in KC. I love that fit, being able to go downfield. He was pick 31? 32 on my board. 28. I like it. Good job, Chiefs. Travis. Cowboys draft. Let's get X or one of the corners. F trading down. We're getting rocked because of it. The one guy you would have drafted was Graham Barton. Right? But you needed picks. So I am a little disappointed about not getting Graham Barton. That's who I thought they would have taken. The Lions overpaid by a lot. So I'll be a little, if it's Tyler going to be like, oh, fine, whatever. I'm not going to love it, but it's fine. I think just record from YouTube. Just like screen record, yeah. Van Der Esch passed the physical too. Yeah, but Darnell Washington didn't. He ain't passed that physical. You miss some and you hit some. I don't know. Kyle, JP just said, I don't know why people would be mad at this. It's not football related to me. If you take JPJ at 29, I'll be very happy. No complaints at all. Michael, we're drafting Elliott. Oh, wait. Again, if this team takes Jonathan Brooks at 29, I will throw my pen across the room.
Just don't hit me.
It's a dumb pick. I would like to have JPJ. Cowboys on the clock here at pick 29 after the trade down scenario. Who do you want the pick to be? Sound off into the comment section right now. Who you want the Cowboys take pick 29 on the clock? Cowboys awaiting. My best available players as your comments come in. They won't do it. I have Giant Newton High. I don't think he's going to go round 1, but I would be very happy. Jackson Powers Johnson, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Ladd McConkey, Cooper DeJean, A.D. Mitchell, Guyton, Sumataya, Zach Frazier, Edrin Cooper. Robinson off the board. And then I'm out of my top 40. I've got 1 first-round grade left. I don't think they're going to take Newton. I'd be very happy because I love his game. Oh, is it in already?
No, Chad, I'm just getting ready.
Well, no. On the clock, it says round 5.
Okay.
I'm turning around.
Okay, you turn around.
When the on the clock changes, it means the pick is getting inputted there.
I will get it ready.
I would. My assumption is they will take Tyler Guyton. Chris, do not say anything about the pick. Don't give me any hints or indicate it. We want that real visceral reaction here for the pick in round 1. I assume it's in.
It's in.
It's in. Am I good to turn around yet?
If you want to.
So it is good to go for the full screen cut.
Yep.
All right, Cowboys.
Oh wait. My bad. No.
It's not in?
Not full screen.
Yeah, you go to that full screen because we're going to put this as short available on YouTube and Instagram at Cowboys Report IG. All right. I assume it's Guyton, and I'd be fine with that. You keep Tyler Smith at left tackle. I trust the Cowboys. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything else because that's just giving away my reaction there. So I'm also not looking at Chris for his reaction. His tone makes me think it's Guyton, which is fine. Am I good to go?
It's full screen. Here we go.
I mean, there you go, right? Tyler Guyton, 29 overall to the Dallas Cowboys. One of the more commonly mocked picks. He wasn't on the reported 30 visit list, but I wonder if that was a hidden 30 visit that wasn't mentioned at all. There's your new left tackle out of Oklahoma. Dallas trades away from Graham Barton and settles on the Oklahoma left tackle, Tyler Guyton. On my board, he's 30th. I didn't love the value outside the top 25-ish. You get to keep Tyler Smith at left tackle, and Tyler Guyton is your new left tackle for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm fine with it. It's not a bad pick. And of all the players, of all the positions, don't you trust the Cowboys more with tackle and offensive line in round 1 than anything else? Isn't that what you have the most faith in them doing properly, right? Isn't it offensive tackle with Guyton? I was a little bit surprised that he came in at 30 on my board. I really wasn't ready for that one. So grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. I will make that the new pinned poll here on the YouTube side. I want to see who they get in the third. They wanted offensive linemen. That is who they wanted. And I'm sure they will say this is the best available player on their board. It's like a B minus for me, maybe somewhere in that range. Like, you can't always judge it until you see what the pick in the third round is. I forgot to put F in there, but just give it the D. I forgot to put F in there. D or F in the comments.
I'll be honest. I was not sure if you had like started the cut or not. If you wanted to do it with that turn.
No. That was just the script.
So I just started going with stuff.
Tell James that it is available for the short version. There are things that worry me. There are things I like about him. And they haven't announced the pick. Yeah, because we're ahead. They're doing it now. It's Guyton. We get things ahead of steam there. It's fine. Get yourself set up for the full cut. It's Mando, right?
Yes, let me double check.
It is Mando. I just checked.
Okay,
We're good.
cool.
So I'll give the full pros and cons here momentarily. Things to like, things to be worried about. We'll see. They did win that trade down, which I think should also be part of the cut. Go to the trade at some point.
Yes.
Cut. So whenever Chris is ready, Tyler Guyton. Very, very popular mock draft pick. A lot of people got that one right. Maybe not the spot, but they wanted a left tackle, and they have one now. Say what? Yeah, good call. I'll mute the ESPN stream. Good job there, Chris. Good thoughts. The Cowboys pick is in round one after a trade down we'll break down here in a little bit. A very popular mock draft selection, Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma is the selection in round one. The trade down does matter in terms of this pick. Graham Barton was on the board. I would have taken Graham Barton. Dallas, I guess, would have had them graded pretty similarly. Everyone in the world knew they wanted an offensive lineman. I was actually a little bit worried about a team trading up in front of Dallas to get Guyton or get or Barton or whatever. I will go more in depth on this. The way I do my grades, second round grade for Guyton, there was one first round grade left. It was Johnny, and they weren't going to take him. I was surprised he was 30th on my board. I didn't think he was going to be that high. That ended up how it being because I didn't like the value beyond pick 26-ish. And that shows up here for the Dallas Cowboys. There was a significant trade as part of this deal. The Lions jumped up for Terrion Arnold. In addition, they get a 7th round pick next year. Who cares? Dallas traded down 5 spots and got a third. A third. That is a significant overpay by the Detroit Lions. For perspective, the difference between 24, the future 7th, and versus 29 and 73, that's an additional 4th round pick in value the Dallas Cowboys got as part of this particular trade. So, in general, this is why the totality of the draft has to be evaluated. I want to see who Dallas gets at 73. I would have taken Graham Barton at 24 in a bubble. The trade down makes things very interesting to me. The overall grade for the draft itself might end up being higher than the individual grade for this pick of Guyton because as we'll get into, there are things to be excited about and there are things to be concerned about as well. So grade the pick of Tyler Guyton. It is the pinned comment here on today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. Go vote for me in the comments section. A, B, C, D, or F. If the ad comes on YouTube, ignore it, head down there, and go vote. This is your new left tackle. Entering today's draft, this is how the Cowboys would have had to play on the offensive line. Tyler Smith is going to be at left guard. He is now your left guard. Tyler Guyton, who is a right tackle by trade at Oklahoma, is now going to be your new left tackle. That is the plan for the Dallas Cowboys, bar none. Everyone in the world knew they wanted offensive linemen. Now they have one. This is a high upside pick. You can talk to people around the NFL. They think there is top 3 left tackle in this class talent out of Guyton. The traits right now are better than the finished product on the field. Any good staff will think they'll be able to maximize Guyton. And the plan for Dallas is the Tylers at left tackle, left guard will be here for 10 plus years. They will be your linchpins. Make no mistake about it. You are banking on upside. There will be some rough moments in year one. It will not be smooth at all times. There will be some, what are you doing, Tyler? He got beat real bad. And there will be some very ooh, that guy's going to be damn good down the stretch this year, in year 2, in year 3. And historically speaking, if there's one position group I trust the Cowboys specifically in round 1, it's this one. It is the Cowboys in the first round of the NFL draft typically do a pretty good job. He was 30th on my board. I was surprised he was that high. I don't love it the way I would have loved Graham Barton. I'm not as livid as I could have been. It's a B- grade for me, somewhere in that category. A lot more to come on this pick, by the way, so stay tuned. But a quick word from our sponsor, Mando. Spring into the season with a deodorant that can handle the heat. Mando is clinically proven to work hard all day. Instead of covering up BO with heavy fragrances, Mando stops odor at the source, stopping the stink from happening in the first place. Created by a doctor, Mando whole body deodorant is powerful enough for the toughest body odor, but gentle enough to use everywhere, allowing you to put Mando on the family jewels, so to speak. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It has a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and 2 free products of your choice, like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. Luckily, I have a discount code to help you get hooked on my favorite smelling whole body deodorant on the market. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That's over 40% off when you use code CHAT over at shopmando.com. We've got the invisible cream deodorant. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Small studio space. It gets a little hot and sweaty across the board here at Chat Sports. Not me. Not you. Other people, no names, they can get a little bit stanky. Mando helps. This is the bourbon leather body wash. That's a man smell right there. 40% off with code CHAT. That's $5 off the starter pack when you go to shopmando.com. shopmando.com. Shopmando.com with that code CHAT for $5 off, over 50% as part of that deal. Let's talk the positives then on Graham Barton, some of the things that I like about him here. Or Tyler Guyton. I don't know why I said Graham Barton. That's the $800, $900 supers in a row today. He moves very well for his size. And in general, when you're drafting the giant human being who moves super well, that tends to go in your direction the way you want it to go. He's almost 6'8", 322, with 34 and 8 inch arms. Really good broad, really good shuttle. 5'19", 40-yard draft. I'll borrow the player comp here from Brian Broaddus, and then I'll mention some of my own here. I'm sure someone in that room said Flozo Adams to him. Athletic testing wise, Jonathan Ogden. Like that is how good of an athlete you are getting here. We're talking 97th percentile athlete relative to height and position. That is very, very gifted stuff there. When his technique is correct, and a little bit, he's fluid, he has power, he has anchor. There is 10-year starter upside at the left tackle position. The downsides, right? The things that make you go, it's not, maybe you don't love this pick. It's why he's only 30th and not as high on my board. He hasn't played that much. There's not a lot of experience here for Tyler Guyton. Now, he was a right tackle for Oklahoma. Remember that Dylan Gabriel is a lefty for the Sooners. And I wonder if they wanted him there over on the right side. There is going to be a position switch involved from that perspective. Some more negatives to come here on today's show. We will be live for the entirety of the NFL Draft, simulcast or solo, with the extra third. Might be live a lot here on day 2. Don't rule that one out. Hit that sub button for grades after each round. We're doing grades part of this here. I gave it the B. What did I say, B minus? Somewhere in that range? Somewhere, whatever. Hit that sub button for more free Cowboys YouTube videos on this year's NFL Draft. This was not a tackle by trade. There is rawness in his technique and his experience. He was a defensive end, turned tight end, turned offensive tackle. Began his career at TCU, goes to Oklahoma, and shows those flashes. I think there's work to do as a run blocker and not get kind of over his skis a little bit. He's a tall guy. Leverage is not going to be a focal point of his game. He is not a guy that's going to get the low man all the time. He's going to play a little tall times. That's okay. It also makes it easier at times in pass protection because he is so tall and he is so good. Use that as B-roll. You're good, Chris, there. There are times where he's just throwing his hands around. He's just like, I'm going to put my hands up here, whatever. I don't think he's training with Duke Manyweather, but I would like to get him to train with Duke Manyweather. I think you can really maximize him there. And then I think might be some advice that comes from that perspective. The feel for playing offensive line is still a work in progress. But the upside, if you hit on this pick, he can be a better player at tackle than Tyler Smith would have been. That is the upside. But there is bust potential. So, yeah, he's 22 years old after the draft. He's young. He's talented. Patience. Patience and not panicking when things get a little bit dicey. Tonight, this pick by the Cowboys. Y for yes, N for no. Go vote for me in the comments section right now. You have to tell production where that began and ended. Probably should have been a key part there. We have other picks that came in. At 30th overall, the Ravens took Nate Wiggins. The Niners at 31 just took Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. A surprise first rounder by San Francisco. How about that? The Bills, the final pick in round 2. There's a lot of B's in the comments on the grade the pick. I think that's right. I would have loved Barton, but if you get a starter on the defense with that extra pick, it might end up being worth it for you. So the full grades will matter this year. Make sure you guys are subscribed. All right, so Wiggins off the board. By the way, look, I'm just going to mention this. JPJ and Frazier are both on the board still. I don't think they get to you at 52 or 56, excuse me, but like, possible. I thought I was so high on Ricky Pearsall, Chris. I had him 40th on my board, and he goes 31 to the Niners over A.D. Mitchell. Again, A.D. Mitchell, background here. I think I'm saying it now. There are concerns there about the person, not the player. Concerns about that. Let's recap the picks. Man, I've been over the moon if they got Barton at 20, 29, 28. I'd have been, or 29. I've been so happy. It's okay. You get that third. I ended up being higher on Guyton than I had thought. I would have preferred to get Barton or trade down again, but I will give them credit. I have been very negative this offseason. I've been very, very negative. I trust them with offensive line. I trust them. They've done a good job there over the years. Guyton, Wiggins, Ricky Pearsall, and Carolina moved up.
Oh!
Trade! Carolina at 32.
They got to be going wide receiver here, right?
Lad McConkey. Right?
They got to be going wide receiver.
Lad McConkey. All right, I'm going to send you, Chris, the day one raffle entries here so you can do our duck race.
Okay.
The $20 super chat race here. This is for the jersey of Guyton, or if you want to wait till day two, that's fine.
Did we have any come in during the cut?
No 20s came in during the cut. Okay. So we are set from that perspective. Although I fucking missed Tom Arena, another 100.
Oh my gosh.
I missed that one. All right, here's what we will do. Screw the picks. Go to the supers.
Yeah.
Go to the supers. I'll announce Carolina when it's done. We'll go rapid fire on these supers. Chris will do our duck race for the jersey. You can email me, tom@chatsports.com, if you win. And then we will sign off. See you guys tomorrow. They swapped a 5th and a 6th, so basically nothing for Buffalo. Carolina gets their guy, whoever that is, in a moment here. All right, Tom Arena, $100. There was a couple, I think.
I just went right to the 100.
Smart. Go back to Jorge A. Jorge would be the one we were last left off on. Was it worth me back to get this pick? Let me see who they take. Let me see the overall draft results. I want to see how that goes. So I don't know how it's going to go. If they burn that pick on a punter, it's a stupid trade, If they get a good defensive player, maybe it's worth it.
Okay.
Wait and see. All right, rapid fire here. Holy, all of us said the same about Tyler Smith at STFU. I think our concerns about Smith were valid. The pros are valid too. Ended up being a good pick. They do well on offensive line. Mark, wasn't Barton way better than Guyton, C+? I had him higher, but they wanted a left tackle. That was the best. To put that in perspective, if they were convinced on a left tackle, the difference between Guyton and Sumatai are one Sparta pot. Patrick Paul's is 25 picks later. Foxtrot Gaming, 2 years now, we could have had a great setter. What the F, Jerry? You might have a great left tackle, too. I trust them with offensive line. Tom Arena, worth it to get this pick. Let's see how it plays out. I will do another. Give me the happy dad. I don't care which one. I'll do it at the end of the. I'll do it during the duck race. Samaj, Pipitha coming in the mid-second round. Seriously, this is about to be rough as hell. He was not going to make it to the mid-second round. Guyton was not getting there for you. I don't believe that. Maybe he would have made it to like the 38th pick, but like the Commanders would have taken him, I think. So I don't think he was going to get there. I really don't. I think he was going to go in round 1. Mark, you have to change down the clock, by the way. Guyton is okay, but 13th under Mozzie, Shante cover pick, a pick for a need, a second round in round 1. So, Guy, imagine Barton and Tyron Swift, this clown show. Xavier Legette to Carolina. Have you guys heard him speak before?
They're not even on the clock anymore now.
Have you heard him? You can just pull it off, yeah. Have you heard Xavier Legette speak?
And I really wanted him. Just because of that.
He got that
country boy.
He got that country boy drawl in there.
Country boy.
It's pretty funny. Look, if you had taken Tyron Smith, maybe you would have taken Graham Barton, but you weren't being aggressive in free agency. So I gotta flush free agency there. Logical's gonna play center. Stay tuned. You have an extra 3rd round pick now. Draft's not over. Last Dodo. As soon as he was back, why not keep Guyton at right tackle and bring Steele left tackle? We didn't play right tackle. We played. Oh, sorry, Guyton. Because Steele was bad at left tackle when he played there. He was bad. I think Guyton's profile fits better at left tackle. So I would go with that one there. Mark, is Barton as good or better than Linderbaum? I love Linderbaum, but I like that class more. Similar grades for me. I'd have been happy with the other guy. Chris B. One thing I trust is pick an O-line. Learn my lesson. Not to say you can't be critical. This is a safe spot for anyone to be like, I don't like that pick. It's fine. I get it. I get it. But I do trust them with O-line. It's like the one thing I trust them with. It's everything else I don't trust them with, you know? If they get running back, defense, wide receiver, O-line, it was worth it. You might like this overall draft more than you like round one as a result. Is that trade-off worth it? We shall see. Vic Wings, $1 super chat. Thank you very much, Vic. I appreciate that, my friend. He also put in a $5 one here, too. Says Commanders QB, Giants wide receiver, Eagles quarterback, Cowboys going to do they found on their way to the draft. This is a play for bowling search. But that's just not true. I feel bad. I almost feel dirty being the Cowboy defender. But that's not true. Tyler Guyton has been in every single round one mock draft since the year the draft began. Every single round one mock draft. This is not some random guy no one sort of. This is not Ricky Pearsall in the first round. No, everyone had him in round one. There are things to be worried about. Those teams are picking, earlier. Like I get the concern. I trust them with offensive line. I trust them at the offensive line spot. I get the concerns. There are things to be worried about with Tyler Guyton. The athletic traits are rare. I trust this team to maximize him. If it sucks, it sucks. We will all take the L. I would have taken Graham Barton, frankly. It's a B- pick for me in the end. It's not a disaster. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Grade that pick, A, B, C, D, or F. I will just shout out Fernando Garcia. Center, linebacker in the first, second round pick. I would anticipate it being Jonathan Brooks. I assume it's Brooks until proven otherwise. I would do backflips. I can't, so I'm not going to do them actually. But like you, Frazier or JPJ is my the dream scenario. Someone said taking Guyton forces you to draft for need no matter what the next few picks. But you needed a left tackle. Like you have needs everywhere, right? You have needs across the board. Whatever player you take is filling a need. Receiver, running back, center at this point, DT, edge, linebacker, corner. All of those are needs. You need help there. That's how it goes. I get the concerns over Tyler Guyton. Those are totally valid. He is not a clean prospect. The upside's also pretty damn intriguing. He was 30th on my board. I was surprised he was that high. I would have loved Graham Barton. I in the end can live with what they have there. And I'll say this. We will be very glad that we get to sit here on day 3 or day 2 with 3 picks now. That is not something I thought this team would be able to do. The Lions overpaid. And now we see if this Cowboys team can maximize it. All right, Chris, let's do it. The duck race coming up. Then we sign off until tomorrow. I will do a beer bong. And we'll hit Vic Wing super chat afterward, too. 3. Let me pour the beer bong first. 3, 2, 1. This is for the jersey. Guyton, or if you want to wait till day 2, that's fine as well. 3, 2, 1. Let's race some ducks. It's away. Let me pound this beer bong, too, while the race is going on.
Do we have a Tyler Guyton duck? Anything that kind of resembles. Red, maybe Dwayne Jackson back there?
Red for Oklahoma.
Red for Oklahoma. Exactly. Tyler Madison in the lead to begin this one. It's pretty close, though. You know how these duck races go. They could go any kind of way.
Dwayne Jackson at 1. Primus at 2.
AT coming up.
You know, Guyton was a TCU product originally, so purple works there for Colby Nelson. Oh, no, Dwayne! He pulls a hammy. Carlos Fernandez at the 5 pole in the lead. Tyler Madison. Uh-oh. Dwayne, and CJ DeYoung. CJ DeYoung. Dwayne. CJ wins. CJ wins the jersey. I have his email. I will email you, CJ. Woo. Appreciate that. Let's hit these last couple supers, and then we will sign off for the rest of today's show. Fernando, center or a linebacker with that first, second round pick. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I would do maybe illegal things to get Jackson Powers Johnson or Zach Frazier. I don't think they're going to get there. I don't think so. I think Pittsburgh will take one of them. I'd be so freaking happy. Like this way, if I told you, I'm not going to give my hopes up, but I'd be happy. Jeremiah, think about drafting Blake Corum. I got a 3rd round grade on him. So you're kind of in that late day 2, 3rd round pick range. I'd say he's a Charger, but they signed 2 backs already. So maybe I'd be fine with that. He is, let me pull my board here.
I mean, he carried the Michigan offense.
He's 73rd on my board. You have the 73rd pick now, actually. Vic Wings. I know he's not awful. Just he's all in. Hasn't started 9 games last year. Look, it's mid-90s. Goes, fuck Jerry and his all-in comments. It's bullshit. Ignore them. He's gaslighting you. They're not all in. They're straight up not. So ignore them. It's not how it works. It's fine. Ignore the all-in. The upside's really intriguing. He's 30th on my board. I would have loved Barton. He got a 3rd. There are things to be happy about, things to not be happy about. I trust him with the offensive line. Chris B, I've been real negative. I'm going to trust them with it. Kind of where I'm at. Skip Bayless's burner account. I hated the Tyler Smith pick more than this, and I was thankfully proven wrong. If Guyton's going to pick, I'm glad we got him after fleecing Detroit. You won that trade by a lot. It was a 4th round difference in the value. That's good. Chris B, we could be the Falcons with a quarterback. Could be way worse.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, you could be a lot worse from that perspective. That pick made 0 sense to me. Absolutely no sense. Dream Crusher says, I like the pick. Dream Crusher, we will have another $20 giveaway for you guys tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. OG says the 100, where was I in the duck race? I didn't count the hundreds as part of it. I kept it as the 20s. But fair point. I'll put you in tomorrow, OG. How about that? I'll push you in tomorrow. We'll do some more giveaways. I'll give you an entry there. You're also, by the way, again, most combined super chats does win the rare, never before used Cowboys for football. So you're in the mix for that too. But that's a fair point. I'll put you in the 20s. Maybe I'll just give everyone a 20 tomorrow. Everyone who put in the hundreds plus. I'll just do that. It's like, because you're right. That's fair. We will sign off here on the Cowboys Report. Tyler Guyton, the pick in round 1. Tomorrow morning, day 2 mock draft. The Cowboys having an extra 3rd round pick. We will see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. You guys are awesome on the Cowboys Report.